Well, good morning, everybody. It's our last day of the Karen Read trial for this week. Still got 30 plus witnesses on the Commonwealth's witness list. But we got some speculation about probably not all of them are going to be called, looking more and more like the Commonwealth is not going to call some of these people they've got on their list, including some fairly important people. A lot of commentary after yesterday's court session. We ended the day being thoroughly gaslit by Detective Bukhenik, or Trooper Bukhenik. Spent that little last section watching all this video, being told there's stuff on there that we're not seeing. And of course, all that gets reported from the folks who report the testimony, people who are like live tweeting, people who are writing the news pieces about each stage of the trial. Yeah, they're not mentioning that. They're just mentioning what he said. Here's the testimony about what he said, but we can see that with our own eyes. With our own eyes, while he's telling us there's stuff on there that he's seeing that we're not. It's not there. Nobody's reporting, hey guys, the stuff, it's not there. And by the way, they only seem to have a receipt for 2 vodkas from CF McCarthy's. Didn't mention any more vodka. We heard 2 vodkas at CF McCarthy's. But this is just part of what appears to be a growing effort to have Trooper Bukhenik testify to as much of Michael Proctor's part of the investigation as possible. And so we talked about that yesterday, what they're trying to do, how they're trying to avoid the missing witness instruction if they decide not to call Trooper Proctor, by arguing either he's unavailable if he takes the 5th, or that he has nothing to add that isn't cumulative, nothing independent of any real significance in the case. So I've been given a lot of thought about this overnight, continuing to just sort of try to make sense of what it is that we're seeing, where it's going, what on earth is going on here. And is that even going to be possible? Because even if the Commonwealth doesn't call him, right, the question is going to be, well, the defense still can. The defense can still call him. The defense can still call him if they've got him under subpoena. He's on their witness list. So what then? What happens then? And that's where the defense kind of has the choice. Do we try to get him on the stand, or do we try to get the missing witness instruction? So the defense can arguably put him on the stand. And why would they want to? Why would they need to? What does Trooper Proctor have that would be significant? Well, he's definitely the chain of custody for all these taillight pieces that we saw. They're already in evidence. The whole reconstruction, everything that went to the lab, that's all in evidence. And yeah, it seems reasonable and material to me that the defense would want to ask some questions about how is it that weeks have gone by since this incident and you're still out there collecting large pieces of taillight. I mean, 6-8 inch big old chunks of taillight out there. How's that happening? We still have the whole issue with John O'Keefe's phone, the chain of custody for John O'Keefe's phone. It's not complete. It's not complete. We have Carrie Roberts sticking it in her pocket and at some point giving it to a first responder. And at that point, it vanishes from the record at trial. We know from the pretrial stuff that Trooper Proctor is the one who says he recovered it at the scene. It's in a report. I think it's Nicholas Guarino wrote a report where he says, while on the scene, Trooper Proctor took custody of John O'Keefe's phone. That seems pretty important. Pretty important piece of evidence to recover in an investigation like this. One that you would expect they would have gotten immediately, because not only are you looking for that, you have all of these first responders that are hands-on with him. And that's in a situation where, yeah, you look for the guy's phone because you want to make sure you've got his ID. You want to make sure you've got his contacts, that you know how to get in touch with his next of kin, all that type of thing. Not to mention just, hello, that's where you start with what the evidence is of his final moments, his final movements. What was he doing? What were the circumstances? Like, if you don't have his phone, let's say, somebody had called him 12 o'clock, 12 midnight. Somebody called him, left a voicemail, left an angry voicemail. Hey, you suck. I'm going to kick your ass. See you at 34 Fairview. Hello, that's going to be evidence of the circumstances that led to his death. So, of course, you get the phone. Of course you get the phone. And yet here it has just apparently completely slipped through the cracks. It's in some civilian's pocket. That seems like a pretty reasonable thing to ask Trooper Proctor about. But, the bottom line for me, for really all of it, and I think this is why Trooper Bukhenik has been focusing so much on, this is a group effort. He's not the lead investigator. We don't use those words. That you love the little sort of PC language lesson he got us about the right words to use for this agency when describing their lead investigator. Oh, sorry, bad words there. No, you don't say lead investigator, you say case agent, because it's really a team effort. Well, no, the bottom line is that there needs to be a captain of a ship, and police departments, law enforcement agencies, these are pseudo-military in their hierarchical structure. I mean, hello, they look at their rankings. They have sergeants, lieutenants, captains, majors. There is a chain of command, and part of the reason why that is not just because you need to have somebody who is the decision maker, somebody who has the authority to make the call. If this investigator wants to go this direction, this investigator wants to go this other direction, somebody has to make the decision. Who does that? The person with rank makes that decision. But because the buck has to stop somewhere, there has to be accountability. Somebody has to be responsible when things go really, really bad, when things go really south. And, we've already heard quite an awful lot about the problems with this investigation, the decisions that were made, the abandoning the scene, the evidence that was not collected, the people that were not talked to. Lot of criticism of that type of thing. And so who, if anybody, should have to explain that to the jury? That's where we're at right now. That's the nature of the defense we have, the shoddy investigation branch of the Bowden third-party defense. That's what we're going with. And so you would think if there was anybody that the defense is entitled to call and to put to them, you need to explain how these decisions were made so badly. In the case of a fallen law enforcement officer, a dead law enforcement officer, and you're using solo cups, somebody has to account for that. And so that's the lead investigator. Oh, sorry, the case agent. That's the guy in charge. That's the guy in charge of the investigation who needs to answer those questions. So yeah, that seems pretty material to me. That's pretty central to the defense, that they're going to want to get Proctor on the stand and let him explain this stuff. Let him explain the decision to take this car to the Canton Police Department Sallyport garage, leave it there for 3 days after the Canton Police Department is already conflicted out, and you're just going to leave it there unattended in the place where it's not even supposed to be. Yeah, he's the one that should need to explain that. So that's really the question I think we have as Trooper Bukhenik is continuing. Number one, how much more can we be gaslit? I mean, nuts. Oh, I saw so much stuff too last night. The real flurry of interest in that Sallyport video because, yeah, guys, looks like it got mirrored. That whole, I'm going to pull it up. That whole photo that we saw, that whole video that we saw of the car being pulled into the Sallyport. Yeah, looks like that. We're all staring here at this end because that's what it looks like, right? If this is the correct image, the driver is over here, the passenger is over here. This is the passenger side taillight that everybody is interested in. And so that's what we're looking at, going, well, is there something missing there? Can we see it in the video? Guys, it's a mirror image. They have flipped this video. So no, this is the driver's side right here. There's a point in the trial stream in the video, the camera's on Karen, and it's one of these areas you can see her mouthing. It's the wrong way. Remember we had that whole big sidebar before this video ever even came into evidence? Is that what this was about? Is that what this is about? The fact that this is misleading. This is presenting this car in an orientation to make it look like something it's not. This is the same video, remember, that's jumping all over. It's people are moving. People are down here at the foot of the car, the back of the car, and then the video skips and somewhere suddenly they're elsewhere. So sketch. So I don't know how much more of this gaslighting stuff we're going to get from Trooper Bukhenik. But I think the bottom line is, yeah, I'm expecting to see them try to do as much as they can to have him fill in the gaps of anything that Trooper Proctor did and said, so they can cover their options, right? To not have to call Trooper Proctor if they're going to. Yeah, what a mess. What a mess. And so now the question is, well, is Lally going to be able to drag this out for the rest of the day? Is there enough from Trooper Proctor that he's going to be able to drag it out for the rest of the day? Not get to any cross? Because we're waiting for the cross on this one. This one is going to be a fiery cross. There's already, just what we've seen with our own eyes, there's already a lot to work with. Trooper Proctor testified. They went up to Dighton. They called the Dighton police to assist as like a courtesy because you're going into their jurisdiction, but they're still just on the fact-finding part of their mission. Guys, there are reports from Dighton police that show that is not true. It's not true. It's 2:30 in the afternoon. On the way up, they are driving to Dighton and they are calling Dighton, and the Dighton police officers and the Dighton police activity log, the CAD log, the dispatch log is reporting they're asking for a tow all the way back then. They want assistance seizing that vehicle before they're even close to Dighton. They're like still 40 minutes away from arriving and they're already asking for the tow. Not a fact-finding investigation, not we just want some assistance. And it's it's just shocking to me somewhat the like you know this is coming. You know this is coming. The officer, he's on the witness list. He's on both of their witness lists. The guy from Dighton who wrote that report that says at 2:30 they contacted us for a tow. So you know it's coming, and you're still going to get up on the stand with this story, with this explanation. But I mean, it's shameless. It's shameless because you're already willing to get on the stand and play video and tell us there's stuff in it while we're watching it to our face, in front of our own eyes. You're going to tell us, here she is drinking drink after drink after drink. Here she is putting another shot in the glass. No, you can't even see her glass. Like, everything is behind her. You can't see anything. You're gonna gaslight us like that right to our face. And, you know, this is something that I definitely notice because maybe I'm just disagreeable enough in my personality that it doesn't work very well on me. It doesn't work well on me. I'm not going to be so eager to see what you're telling me you're seeing that I'm going to ignore what my own eyes tell me. But I think a lot of people are. I think a lot of people do get led by that type of direction. I mean, this is, gosh, we've talked about this with the interrogations, right? When we were talking about police interrogations and some of those techniques that they use, the lying and the gaslighting, telling you, we have you on tape committing the crime. We have all of these witnesses that are putting you at the crime, and you didn't do the crime. So you know that's not true. It can't be true. And yet you get gaslighted by that for so long and so consistently and so pervasively that people will start to believe it. People will start to believe it. I must admit, I must just not remember. And that's the technique they're using here with this jury. I'm going to just lie to your face. I'm going to just lie to your face about what's on this video. I really hope they were watching for themselves. And I really hope they have the confidence to rely on their own eyes and what they can see for themselves and not allow this officer to make up this narrative like this. I mean, it's just pretty nuts. How is the defense going to handle this in cross? Are they even going to handle it in cross? It's the type of thing you can just handle an argument. You don't necessarily have to put it in front of him. Slow it down, frame by frame, blow it up. Where's that shot glass exactly? If they have that receipt, and that receipt's got 2 vodkas on it, you stick that under his nose. This ain't backing up your 7 drinks. But, you know, they have to back up the 7 drinks now because that's what Trooper Proctor said he saw on that video in his statement of facts. So, yeah, I just don't know. I don't know what they're thinking. How can they be thinking that they're not going to get punished for this by the defense? We've seen so many times with these witnesses, Lally is just not really capable of taking the sting out of the challenges that the defense is going to bring that everybody already knows ahead of time. So with so many of these witnesses, he doesn't even bring it up, right? He lets the defense get the first crack at stuff like your butt dials, your calls you weren't supposed to have. You know, because according to you, you're asleep in bed, but your phone record says you're having, 6 a.m. phone calls with somebody you're not supposed to be talking to, that kind of thing. So we've seen Lally just ignore it, head in the sand, pretend like it's not coming. It's coming. But then when he does try to take the sting out of something, he's not very good at it, right? Because about the only time we've seen that is with Maureen Hartnett, who had the failed proficiency exam, for her hair examination. Was that effective? I mean, you introduce her and bring up how she needed extra training to be able to identify the root end of a hair in a case where she's examining hair. I mean, you got to bring it up. You really do. You want to take the sting out. You don't leave that with the defense. And now you've also, I mean, the other reason you got to do it well, because if nothing else, the defense bringing that kind of thing up can kind of make them look like jerks sometimes, It's, you're calling somebody unqualified in their job, It's not necessarily very nice if the witness is a nice person. You look like a meanie. You can look like a meanie, even if it's a legitimate challenge, like, oh, but you brought it up, you went there. Well, you take that away when you go ahead and take out the sting. So you need to take it out well. You need to be effective. So you don't put that front and center, right? Don't put that in the first things that you tell the jury, the qualifications, right? Lally's been pretty good so far at burying the significant stuff in this blizzard of nonsense, this blizzard of things that doesn't matter, right? That's what you do with the bad information. That's what you do. You just put it in the middle, just drop it in, drop it in somewhere where it's not significant, not going to grab a lot of attention. You can just kind of, oh, and by the way, bring it up kind of more in the middle. People have already gotten into their Lally coma. They're not necessarily focused like they are when you first get started. And you focus on the fix. You don't focus on emphasizing you failed this exam. You had to have a remediation. You had to have this extra education. There was a problem here you had to fix. No, you focus on, you fixed it. So it looks like we're getting a relatively timely start today. But they're going to go straight to sidebar. Still, we'll go ahead and be ready to go whenever they get to us. So Karen in black today. Oh man, I had so many people tag me in the the video of Karen arriving to court in that spectacular shirt, and then the designer. It's a designer whose name I can't pronounce. Like I said, I just know what I like when it comes to the fashion kinds of threads. I am certainly not the expert. I don't know who's who. I don't read Vogue, don't follow the collections and stuff like that. I follow the smarter people to be able to tell me that type of thing. So, yeah, saw it. Nope, not a designer. Proenza Schuler. Not a designer I know. But just an absolutely stunning top that she wore. And the cool thing about it was the structure. Like it was the sleeves, the way the sleeves were made. It's normally, you have this type of seam, and then the sleeve is set into that type of seam. That's like the most common, way of structuring a sleeve. It's not like that. It's like created with the cut and with this pleating, with these folds. So it's just this very organic, beautiful shaped sleeve. Anyway, so many people tagged me in that. So more Karen Reed style. Looks like she's in black today. Could be a navy. A little bit hard to tell. but I'm sure we'll get the view of that as well. Well, I do have to wonder what we're chit-chatting about first thing in the morning, middle of his testimony. Kind of wonder if we're going back to this sallyport video. I mean, it's I can't say I've ever seen anything like that. You know, just put in the modified video. Obviously, the defense is going to be able to cross-examine about that. I mean, just put it right to him. Is this video tweaked? This isn't actually the configuration, right? This is really the driver's side, isn't it? You don't even have to get into with him. Did you flip it? Who flipped it? Who is the person that did the modification? It doesn't even matter. You just get him on record. Are you going to admit that this is mirrored or are you not? It's just wild. It's just wild. So much of this stuff. So much of this stuff. And I mean, when the taillight is such a critical piece of this case. The taillight is so critical to the case. And so the fact that you're using tricks like that to try to create an impression that isn't real, that's really part of what's alarming in the case. It tells you everything you need to know about whose side the facts are on. If the facts are on your side, you don't need to be altering evidence to create a false impression. But the problem is, of course, we've seen this taillight so many times now, and problem could have been solved, should have been solved right off the bat, soon as they got to that driveway in Dighton and see the broken taillight. It's so obvious to them. It's caked with snow. It's compacted. And nobody bothered to pull out their little phone, snap it. Snap a couple pictures of it. Not the entire time. Not the entire time till it's back in the Canton Sallyport. At some point, then somebody snaps a picture where it's all broken off. So we're left to just try to make the best that we can of all of these little snips and different pieces of video from different angles and at different times. And none of this is definitive. None of this is definitive. I mean, and part of the problem is because we don't have a clear comparison of what does the unbroken taillight look like when it's being used. We don't have a great comparison of that, except we got that video from yesterday from John's Ring camera of Karen backing out of the driveway, right? The one they bring up to show, oh, she can back out and not hit John's car. The taillight is on that video. Did it look a lot different from how it looked the next morning when she backed out? Sure didn't look a lot different to me. We got some photographs of that. Some people did some screenshots, side-by-side comparisons, and I'll pull those up when we got the break in the morning. Because it's not definitive. So you got an important piece of evidence. They didn't document it, and now they're altering evidence to try to make it look like something it's not. It really does say so much about unmuted. Where this case is at and the lengths that they are going to try to build this narrative that there is this obviously broken taillight at 5 in the morning at later on, and it's just not working. Just not working.
Your name, give your attendance, and shall be heard. I'd say the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Court is now open. You may be seated. 22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have the witness, please?
So, good morning again, Counsel and Ms. Reed. Good morning, viewers. We appreciate your patience. Giving us this time actually helps streamline things for us, and we appreciate that. I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case since we left? Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Thank you very much. Everybody answered those questions appropriately. Okay, can we have Sergeant Buinick, please?
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case down here and should the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Circle back just to a couple things from your testimony from yesterday.
I'm just going to pull the captions
Going
off
back
since
to,
the sound is okay now.
Video that you reviewed from
Just
both
been a
CF
habit.
McCarthy's and the waterfall. In total, from those 2 videos, how many drinks did you observe the defendant
Oh, that's where you're going to start, the gaslighting.
The video shows 9 drinks being consumed by the defendant.
And that's between when she arrives at CF McCarthy's until the time that she leaves the waterfall, is that correct?
That is correct.
And if I could turn your attention to the ring video from 1 Meadows Avenue, Mr. O'Keefe's residence. From the videos that you observed, let me ask you first, as far as, do you know how those cameras work as far as when they turn on and when they turn off?
My understanding is that ring surveillance video is triggered to be recorded through motion. So if the camera detects motion, which is constantly live monitoring, and motion is detected, then that video is captured to a cloud-based system that retains that footage.
And from your review of those videos, what kind of motion would set those off? Like what kind of things would be recorded from the driveway camera?
Objection, foundation.
Be activity in the driveway, such as a person walking through, bird landing, a vehicle pulling in, individuals, moving around in the driveway, and so forth.
And the search warrant that was applied for was any and all videos between January 24th and January 30th, correct?
For one of the search warrants, that's correct, yes.
And with respect to that time frame, what, if any, activity based on information that you had received was not available or was not shown on those ring videos?
The data returned had video that would have been captured from the defendant arriving home after midnight on the 29th, after she dropped Mr. O'Keefe off at 34 Fairview Road. That video was not present in the data that was returned from Ring.
What, if any, other video in addition to that one was not present?
There was also video missing from the defendant showing Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts the damage to her right rear taillight.
And what, if any, follow-up or what, if any, inquiry was then done with regard to Ring as far as those types of videos or deletion, or how those videos could not be present?
Correspondence with Ring produced information that...
Sustained.
Let me ask this first. Was there follow-up with Ring in regard to those videos?
Yes, there was.
And was there ever anything produced with regard to those videos or those time frames from Ring?
No, there was not.
If I could turn your attention over to your time in Dighton, just in reference to subsequent to that later on, what, if anything, did you receive, or what, if anything, did you request, what, if anything, did you receive from the Dighton police in regard to January 29th, 2022?
I communicated with the Dighton Police Department requesting documentation from their officers' calls for service at our request, and log notes, logs from their dispatching center, as well as any reports that would document their activity if such reports existed.
Yeah, because they accidentally
And
wrote
did
a
you
truthful
what, if any,
report, huh?
information did you receive in relation to that?
I received a log note or log printout from their CAD system, and I received a report authored by Officer Barrows.
And did you also receive any 911 calls?
Yes.
And who was the party as far as the 911 caller in regard to those 911 calls that you received?
It was Mr. Reed.
And again, just for clarity purposes, that's the defendant's father, is that correct?
That is correct.
And that's from the morning of January 29th, is that also correct?
Correct.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to February 3rd, 2022. At some point that morning, where did you go?
During the morning hours of February 3rd, we planned to meet at 34 Fairview Road. Myself, Trooper Proctor, and Trooper DeChico arrived at that location in order to conduct a secondary search of the area as the temperatures were turning and the snow was melting naturally. We decided to do another search for articles that were now, we realized and learned, were missing and could be of evidentiary value.
I got a theory about this, guys. We'll be talking about
in the
that.
investigation.
And with respect to going to 34 Fairview Road, what, if any, tools or what, if anything, did you bring with you, you and the other troopers, in regard to conducting that secondary search?
I requested the troopers bring shovels, rakes, anything like gardening items that would help them to dig through the snow and locate any missing items.
And as far as the temperature change that you're talking about, how precipitous a change are we talking about?
The temperatures went above freezing, so the snow did begin to melt, and it was significantly warmer compared to the 18 degrees the night of the incident.
Now, you mentioned items of evidentiary value that you had learned of and were looking for. What, if any, clothing items, Mr. O'Keefe, were you looking for specifically on February 3rd?
We were specifically looking for Mr. O'Keefe's baseball cap.
And
about his
in
socks?
addition to yourself, Trooper
Was he not
Proctor
wearing
and
socks that
Chico,
night?
Who, if anyone else, did you notify, or who, if anyone, from any other unit within the state police responded that day as well?
We requested the assistance of the Crime Scene Services section of the Massachusetts State Police, and Trooper Evan Brent showed up to assist us with documentation of the location and the evidence that we were hopefully going to find.
And from those, Trooper Brent arrived and took photographs, is that correct?
That's correct.
And when was it that Trooper Brent arrived in relation to your arrival?
I believe he was already present when we pulled up, but I'm not sure to his exact time of arrival.
And with regard to that day, what, if anything, in general terms, what, if anything, were you able to locate and where was it, generally speaking?
We located Mr. O'Keefe's baseball hat. We located a drinking straw from a cocktail glass. We located items of plastic, colored plastic, and other shards of colored plastic at the location. All those items were located on the grass portion of the yard near the flagpole at 34 Fairview Road.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So not where the snowbank would be from the plow. More in the area that Lieutenant Gallagher and Sergeant Good
Your Honor, may I have a moment?
cleared out with the leaf blower, and yet didn't see any of this stuff. Still want to know where's the rest of the missing pieces of that cocktail glass?
And Sergeant, I'm going to show you a series of photos, but I'm going to break this up a little bit.
So, Mr. Lally, with your back to the jurors and the air conditioning on, I'm sure they can't hear you.
My apologies. So, sir, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you some photographs, a series of them, but I'm going to break them up a little bit just to make it
Okay, sir.
hopefully quicker. So first I'm going to show you 10 photographs. Ask if you could review those, look up when you're finished. Thank you. Do you recognize those, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Those are photographs documented the items located at 34 Fairview Road on the grass as the snow receded through the melting temperatures that were revealed to be positioned in the grass.
And what's contained in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed on the front lawn area of 34 Fairview Road on February 3rd?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
And now we're going to watch all those. Let's see.
Any objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection.
Okay.
Let's see the taillight sprinkles. And I'm sure the hat's there, right? The hat you found. Doesn't it seem kind of weird that there's like a trail of taillight pieces? I mean, we've already seen the photos from the grid search, right? Where they're digging in the snowbank. They're in the road. They're in the road next to the curb. And there's like a trail of this all the way over to where John O'Keefe is lying in the grass 5 to 8 feet away from the road. That's not how physics works. You know, the force, the momentum is going to act the same. It's going to be the same force on all of these pieces of evidence. They should all be in pretty much the same place. See how you can have a little bit of spread because of weight and aerodynamics and things like that, but not a lot. Not a line going all the way from the road all the way out to where he is.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just ask to publish some of these photos.
Yes.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could start with photograph 7659. And Sergeant, do you recognize what's up on the screen and what's now been marked as Exhibit 468?
I do.
And if you could, just for orientation purposes, describe the jury whereabouts in relation to 34 Fairview Road we are in this picture.
As standing on the street of Fairview Road, we're looking at the left side of the yard. In the top right corner, you can tell that there is a flagpole depicted in that photograph and a telephone switch box that's open on the left side, which is on the border of 34 Fairview Road.
And if I could ask from this photograph, if you know, grass that's visible on the front lawn area of 34 Fairview Road, is that from a natural melting process, or is that from some of the tools that you and the other troopers brought to assist you in your secondaries?
The reason that grass is exposed is due to processing of the scene and having the snow being moved away from the location, and then natural melting process taking place on top of it. As you can tell, other portions of the yard is covered in snow, and the snow had not, the grass has not revealed itself just yet.
Now, as far as the photographs of various items that were located on this date, February 3rd, the photographs that were taken, were they taken as they lay, or were they touched or manipulated in any way prior to the photograph being taken?
The items photographed were discovered as soon as we realized what is being discovered through the digging and excavation process. They were then photographed instantly. Certain items were revealed naturally through the melting process and the snow, no longer concealing those items underneath.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, can I have photograph 7666? Again, sir, do you recognize what's up on the screen? It has now been marked as Exhibit 470.
I do.
When do you recognize that?
That is a
Taillight
clear
sprinkle.
black and red piece of plastic.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7669. And Sergeant, do you recognize what's now on the screen as Exhibit 473?
Yes, that is another piece of plastic.
And sort of towards the top middle of the screen, do you recognize what that is?
Yes, that's a fire hydrant from 34 Fairview Road, grass area.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next photograph, 4670. For the record, this is Exhibit 474. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir.
And is that a close
See, when they
representation of what
want
was
to
taken in the
take
prior exhibit?
a whole bunch
Yes,
of
it is.
photos of something significant, they know how to do that, and they couldn't do that with the car in Dighton.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photographs.
Should have had like
7672.
50 photos of the same thing from like slightly different angles, slightly different lighting.
And sir, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as Exhibit 476?
I do.
And when do you recognize that, Steve?
Another piece of red taillight plastic.
And lastly, from dispatch, Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7673. Again, sir, do you recognize what's up on the screen, depicted in what's now
So we're
marked as
clear
Exhibit
all the way to the
477?
curb.
I do.
How are you still
What do you
finding
recognize
stuff 2
That is
weeks
the
later?
fire hydrant and telephone switch box located on the edge of the property line at 34 Fairview Road.
Now, the photographs that I had just
at
placed
that.
before you,
Bear
having had a
Road.
chance to review those,
I have.
and do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
I do.
And what do you recognize those?
The property at 34 Fairview Road, left corner towards the street, capturing the flagpole and the telephone switch box.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit the next exhibits. No objection.
Okay.
So, where's the photo of the hat? I mean,
478 4. Thank you.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish a few of the photos from this set.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7681. Sergeant, do you recognize what's up on the screen? It has now been marked as Exhibit 481.
I do.
If you could describe to the jury what's depicted in this photograph.
A red piece of plastic.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next one, 760.
Can you use the pointer to show us where that is, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Excuse me, Bev. This is not your case.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Gilman, 7682. And Sergeant, do you recognize what's depicted on the screen and has now been marked as Exhibit 482?
I do.
You know, what, I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
I don't know what's going on here. Guys, that road was completely clear. The road was completely clear on February 3rd. And yet for 2 weeks, you are continuing to find new and additional, quite large pieces of taillight plastic. All right, here's my theory. It's gonna require some excruciating revision, like reviewing of Maureen, or not Maureen Hartnett, the taillight lady, her testimony. To dig into the details of this. I don't know if I'm fully prepared to do this, but we saw so many pieces collected, right? So many pieces, and yet only a few of those pieces. It was not all of the pieces that they found that fit together and went back on this taillight housing. I'm really interested in the proportion of what did not match the taillight to what did match the taillight. Because here's the thing, there's been, I'm gonna have to get back to this.
You are unmuted.
I'm sorry, Ms. Gilman, 7682. Sergeant, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 482?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
A red piece of plastic.
That the same piece of plastic, the close-up image from the prior exhibit?
Yes, it is.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7684. Sergeant, do you recognize what's up on the screen and is now been marked as Exhibit 484?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
A white clear piece of plastic and a red piece of plastic.
And lastly, from this, sir, Ms. Gilman, if I could have 7687. So again, do you recognize what's up on the screen? It's now been marked as Exhibit 487.
I do.
Now, Sergeant, with reference to the photos before you, have you had a chance to review that set of 10 as well?
Not this one yet, not yet.
If you could, please.
So the issue with the plastic is one of the bones of contention here has been the timing between the seizure of the car and the CERT team arriving on the scene and beginning to discover pieces of the plastic taillight, right? But we know CERT only
Sergeant, do you
recovered
recognize what's
5 or
depicted in
6
those photographs?
pieces.
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
Items that were located in the street, being the black cocktail drinking straw, and then black pieces of plastic, molding plastic, and clear pieces and molding from taillight.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm up to introduce in minutes the next time.
Any objection, Mr. Jackson?
None, Your Honor.
So what I would like to know is, did any of those pieces of plastic in the initial search, did any of those match Karen Reed's taillight? Because how easy would it be to just go out there and sprinkle some of any random taillight, right? And then once you have Karen Reed's taillight in your possession, you can go back after the fact, days later, even weeks later, and continue to discover those pieces out there on the scene. I would really like to know, do those initial pieces, did a single one of them match up to her taillight? I really would love to know.
This is what we need from 495. Thank you.
Thank you. Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could display some of these photographs for the jury.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 7688. And Sergeant, you recognize what's up on the screen?
I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
It's the wide shot of the drinking straw being found on the edge of the roadway in front of 34 Ferry Road.
Sergeant, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, if you could direct the jury's attention to where you observed that straw. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 7689. Sergeant, what are we looking at in this photograph?
It's a close-up view of the same straw.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 7692. Sergeant, do you recognize what's up on the screen and has now been marked as Exhibit 492?
I do.
And what are we looking at in 492?
Piece of plastic next to a measuring ruler that's provided for comparison and by the crime scene photographer to document the item.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 7695. For the record, this is now Exhibit 494. Sergeant, what are we looking at in 494?
It's the same item from just prior, just zoomed in more, showing the detail, the black molding, the clear white clear plastic, and red plastic.
Something else I would like
Sergeant,
to know,
as
the
far as
plow
those
schedule.
photographs before you, have you had a chance to review those?
Yes, I have.
And do you recognize what those are?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize those?
There are pieces of red plastic, pieces of clear plastic, and a piece of glass.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Commonwealth to seek to introduce in the minutes the next 10 exhibits.
No objection.
Thank you.
The plow schedule matters because the initial sweep was just one lane of the road, right? So we have to expect they would have gone back and cleared the rest of the road. And how would they not have picked up any of this debris in the road and it gets caught in the plow and carried wherever? It would not be right there in front of the area where John was
Your Honor, with the court's
was
permission,
found.
if I could publish just a few of these photographs for the jury as well.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7700. For the record, this is now Exhibit 498. Sergeant, if you could describe to the jury what we're looking at here.
We're looking at a red piece of plastic next to a measuring ruler on the edge of the grass on the property at 34 Fairview Road by the road.
And if you could, sir, using that laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to where you observe that item to be in this photograph.
Right there.
This gentleman, if I could have photograph 7705. And for the record, this is exhibit 502. And Sergeant, if you could, again, describe to the jury what, if anything, of significance you noted there.
It's a shard of red plastic next to a measuring ruler.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7708. The record, this is now exhibit 504. Again, Sergeant, if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you note in this area.
There is a black piece of plastic molding next to a measuring ruler.
And lastly, from this set, Ms. Gilman, exhibit, photo number 7712. Again, for the record, this is exhibit 508. And again, Sergeant, if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you note in this.
A clear piece of plastic next to a measuring ruler.
That's found on the grass area as well, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, Sergeant, with reference to that new set of photos before you, have you had a chance to review those?
Yes, I have.
And do you recognize what's contained within those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that those photographs to contain?
They contain small red pieces of plastic from 34 Fairview Road on the grass area where we located the others. Also contain a flimsy piece of circular, like very malleable plastic, clear plastic.
The pickle jar,
In addition to that.
the pickle jug.
May I approach, Ron?
Yes.
Come up, seek to introduce the minutes next.
No objection.
Thank you.
He is. He's going to take us through the whole morning looking at photos of plastic, isn't he? All the photos that they took that don't matter, since he can't show us the ones that did matter because they didn't take those. This is my experience too. The taillight lands at the point of impact. It does not fly away. It's in a nice little point because the car stops right when there's impact and it just lands right there. It does not get thrown many feet away. Yeah. I don't know what we're supposed to make of this straw. We're supposed to think the straw
And Your Honor,
matters,
may
but we have
I
no
publish
reason
some of
to
these
think the
photos for the
straw
jury?
matters.
Yes.
Unless they're still trying to sell this cocktail glass as Karen's glass, which you didn't compare to a glass from the waterfall or from CF McCarthy's. You didn't do any testing apparently on this straw, not that we've heard about.
For the record, this is now exhibit 511. Sergeant, direct your attention to the screen if you could, using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this photograph.
That is the thin, malleable, circular in shape, a piece of clear plastic that was located in the lawn area of 34 Fairview Road.
Now, lastly, Sergeant, there's that set of photos that I just placed before you. Have you had a chance to review those?
Yes, I have.
And do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
There are items. Those are items recovered in the lawn at 34 Fairview Road. Those items are a shard of glass, a BPD baseball hat with an American flag,
Oh, the hat?
and stains of blood.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'll want to introduce the minutes next.
No objection.
Sorry.
No objection.
Yeah, we want to see this hat for sure. For sure.
It's 5:18 to 5:30. 5 what? Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Your Honor, with the court's, I'm sorry.
Jim.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish some of these photos for the jury as well?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7727. For the record, this is now exhibit 520. And again, Sergeant, if you could direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed in this photograph.
I observed a shard of glass next to a measuring ruler.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 7729. For the record, this is exhibit 522. And again, Sergeant, if you could describe to the jury what we're looking at.
It's a larger piece of red plastic with black molding around the edge, located next to the telephone switch box on the grass area at 34 Fairview Road.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7733. For the record, this is exhibit 526. And Sergeant, from this photograph, what, if anything, are we looking at here?
This photograph here depicts the area which we are excavating during the morning hours of February 3rd, 2022. As the shovel works its way towards the grass, my laser pointer is directing your attention to Mr. O'Keefe's hat that was compacted underneath the snow on the ground.
Now, as far as this photograph is concerned, does that accurately depict the depth of the snow that you were digging into and sifting through on the morning of February 3rd?
It does.
And that, again, is several days after the blizzard of January 29th, correct?
That is correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7740. For the record, this is exhibit 530. And again, Sergeant, if you could describe to the jury what we're looking at here.
We're looking at Mr. O'Keefe's hat on the grass, pressed down and compacted to a flat surface underneath the snow, which has been excavated around it.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gilman, you can take that
So
down.
no orientation of where it
Thank you,
is
Ms.
in
Ross.
relation to everything else?
Thanks, Jim.
Sergeant, on February 3rd, 2022, is that the first time that you had been at 34 Fairview Road?
Yes, it is.
And with respect, if I could turn your attention briefly to the following day of February 4th. Did you have occasion to go back to 34 Fairview Road on that day?
Yes, I did.
And what brought you to 34 Fairview Road on February 4th?
Having excavated those items on the 3rd, I directed the troopers in my office, who obviously reside in the communities around us, to make a point to travel by that location every day on the way to work and every day on the way home. The purpose of that was to see if anything else was to reveal itself as the snow naturally melts away and items could present themselves. So on the February 4th, as I am traveling to work, I diverted my typical route of travel to go by 34 Fairview Road. Just prior to my arrival, I received a call stating that there was 10 police representatives at the scene, and more items have been revealed due to the melting snow, and that I should come collect those items. I was down the street, I arrived and collected the item that presented itself.
And if you recall, that item that you collected on February 4th, was that located on the lawn, on the street, or something else?
It was on the lawn.
Now, with reference to your collection of these items, either on February 3rd, February 4th, or on any sort of subsequent date, how were they collected, and what exactly did you do with them in reference to the seizing of the items and storage of the items?
Each item that was collected was placed in a evidence paper bag. The collection was done by utilizing latex gloves to prevent any transfer of evidence from fingerprints to DNA onto those items. Then those items were transported to our office, logged into the system, and stored in the evidence lockers at the office.
And each of those respective bags of items or evidence, they were sealed as well, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, turning your attention to February 10th of 2022, did you have occasion to go back to 34 Fairview Road on that day as well?
I did.
And what, if anything, did you observe, or what, if anything, did you seize on that particular day?
We seized more shards of glass and plastic.
And if you know, or if you recall, how many pieces did you seize on that particular day?
My memory's exhausted to that, but exact numbers annotated in on the bags that the items were placed into.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you documents attached to the look at that section and look up on your page. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sergeant, is your memory refreshed as to how many items or what the items were that you recovered on February 10th?
Yes, it is.
And what were those items and how many, sir?
There was 6 items of clear red and black plastic and 14 items of plastic and glass.
Now, in addition to the dates that you were present at 34 Fairview Road and recovered items, them being February 3rd, February 4th, and February 10th, were there other dates that you're aware of that items were recovered by troopers that you supervised?
Yes.
And if you recall, what were those dates?
The dates were January 29th, February 11th, and February 18th.
Were there items recovered on February 8th as well?
Yes.
Now, as far as your direction or having, let me first start with you. So on the dates that you were there, February 3rd, 4th, and 10th, were you alone on those dates, or were there other troopers with you when you were there?
On the 4th, I was alone as far as state police personnel. There were other Canton law enforcement representatives at the scene with me as I collected that one item. On the other days, I was accompanied by other troopers.
And as far as you know, obviously not being present, but from your supervision of these troopers, were there other occasions where individuals were at 34 Fairview Road? Were they alone, or were they with a group of troopers?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, as far as the items that were recovered when you were there on February 3rd, February 4th, and February 10th, did you have occasion to bring those items with you to court today?
Yes, I did.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Oh yeah, let's go back to the theater
Presenting you with
of
a
the
box.
nitrile
First,
gloves.
just ask if you recognize that box.
I do.
And what do you recognize that?
It's the box storing items logged into evidence as they relate to this case.
And, Your Honor, with court's permission, may the sergeant open the box?
Yes.
Look at how secured it is. That flap is just.
Thank you.
So it's already opened. He didn't have to break the evidence tape.
Now,
Nobody
First,
retaped
Sergeant,
it.
with regard to the items as far as plastic and/or glass that you recovered from 34 Fairview Road on February 3rd, if you could locate those items. And Sergeant, with respect to each of those bags, they contain items of evidentiary value, whether they be plastic or glass, that were recovered on February 3rd. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I'm sorry, how many bags in total do you have there before you?
I have 3 bags, 2 containing broken glass and plastic and a stirring straw, broken red plastic and clear plastic, and a bag containing 1 black Boston Police Department hat.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce in minutes the next 3 exhibits.
No objection.
Okay.
No particular order.
Yeah. Oh, the theater. This poor court reporter better not piss anybody off. She's next on the framing list with her little bare fingers all over those evidence bags.
Thank you.
Your Honor, with respect to what's now been marked as Exhibit 537, with the court's permission, may the sergeant remove that item, the hat, from the bag and display for the jury.
Yes.
Yep, let's go ahead and contaminate the hat now. Good job. Good job. Yeah, drip some stuff off your sleeves onto the hat while you're at it. That would be great.
Thank you, sir. You can place that back in the bag.
Sure didn't look like there was any blood on that hat.
And Sergeant, from your observations of Mr. O'Keefe on surveillance video from both CF McCarthy's and the waterfall on January 29th, what, if any, similarities did you observe between the hat that you just displayed and located on the lawn of 34 Fairview Road and the hat Mr. O'Keefe was wearing in those videos?
It appears to be the same exact hat.
Now, Sergeant, with reference to the box of other items, if you could remove what, if any, items you recovered and seized from 34 Fairview Road on February 4th.
Yeah, we need to look at the plastic.
And again,
Go
sir,
ahead.
just for the record, what's contained within that bag from February 4th?
Contained within the bag is a piece of red, hard plastic taillight cover.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth seeks to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
No objection.
Thank you. Exhibit 538.
And lastly, Sergeant, with regard to the box, if you could remove the items that you seized from February 10th, 2020. And Sergeant, with respect to those two bags of items, if you could just inform the jury what is contained within those bags.
Bag labeled item number 10 contains 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic. Bag labeled number 11 is containing 14 pieces of glass and plastic fragments.
Thank you, Sergeant. Your Honor, the Commonwealth seeks to introduce and admit as the next two exhibits.
Any objection, Mr. Jackson?
I'm sorry. No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Exhibits 539 and 540.
I'm sorry. Was that 559 and 540?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Folks pointing out his jacket sleeves are way too short. Yeah, they
Moving on
are.
from
Look
that, if
at
I
his
could bring you
entire
back just,
cuff is
one
hanging
last time
out
with
there.
regard to the ring videos from One Meadows Ave, as far as you had testified earlier that
He needs to get
there
some
was no
tips
video
from
that you
Karen.
observed of the defendant, Ms. McCabe, and Ms. Roberts looking at the passenger side taillight area of the vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
Was there any video of the defendant, Ms. McCabe, and Ms. Roberts actually leaving from One Meadows Ave on that morning of January 29th?
There was not.
Now, as far as the videos that were not there, as far as the defendant, Ms. McCabe, Ms. Roberts leaving, the next video depicted Mr. Camerano arriving at the residence to pick up Ms. Furbridge, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And with regard to the missing video of the defendant arriving at One Meadows Ave on January 29th, sometime after midnight, the video immediately preceding that, again, would have been Mr. Camerano arriving and picking up his daughter from One Meadows Avenue sometime around 11:30 p.m., correct?
That's correct.
And those videos were both present, correct?
That's correct.
If I could bring you back to February 3rd, 2022. On that date, did you have occasion to meet with a gentleman by the name of Brian Higgins?
Yes, I did.
And when you met with Mr. Higgins, who, if any, one from your office was with you when you met?
Trooper Mike Proctor was from my office present during that interview.
And during the course of that interview, what, if any, documentation did Mr. Higgins provide you with?
Mr. Higgins provided me with a printout of a Celebread extraction containing conversations via text message between him and Mr. John O'Keefe and between him and the defendant. He also provided a digital copy of the same extraction on a CD.
Now, what, if anything, did you advise Mr. Higgins of at that time as far as Mr. O'Keefe's phone and the defendant's phone?
I advised Mr. Higgins that we were in possession of both of those devices and would have the extraction and accurate documentation of those conversations.
And did he seem to understand that when you told him?
Yes, he understood it.
Objection.
Sustain.
Move to strike.
Strike that, folks.
Now, also on February 3rd, at some point, did you have occasion to go inside of 34 Fairview Road?
Yes, I did.
And who, if anyone, did you interview inside of 34 Fairview Road on that date?
I interviewed Mrs. Albert.
That would be, just for the record, Nicole Albert, is that correct?
That's correct.
And who, if anyone, was present with you during that interview of Nicole Albert?
It was Trooper Mike Proctor was present with me.
Anybody else from the Albert family present in the home or present during the course of that interview?
Mr. Brian Alba was also present. I don't know who else exactly was present in the home. I just know that those two residents were in the room with us.
And where was Brian Albert at the time that you conducted the interview of Nicole Albert?
In the room with us, seated next to her.
Now, with reference to, I'm going to ask you just a little bit about sort of the interview process as far as the interviews that you conducted in this case.
Yes.
If you could describe for the jury, starting with sort of how many people from your unit are present for a given interview and how those interviews are conducted.
We conduct interviews always at pairs. I think I mentioned it yesterday. Typically, during a regular investigation into a homicide or any death investigation, we pair up our troopers with a local detective. In this instance, since Canton had recused themselves from interview portion of the investigation, they were not going to provide manpower for those interviews to be conducted. Thus, we had to utilize only troopers from our office
Recuse themselves
in order
from
to
the
conduct those
interview?
interviews.
No, they recuse themselves from all of it.
And typically, obviously not perfect, but as far as the interviews that you were present for, about how long a period of time, generally speaking, were the interviews that you conducted in this case?
From my experience, I have learned that to fully communicate a course of recollection of events that an individual observes, experiences, or is aware of, and understand every detail of that experience, it would take approximately 45 minutes at a minimum to conduct a full interview with a witness in detail.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to June 9th of 2022. On that date, at some point, did you have occasion to meet with the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And at some point during that meeting, did you have conversation with the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And was that conversation, or at least portions of it, memorialized in any way?
Yes, it was.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Or did you record this one?
I'm showing you a disc. Does that contain an audio recording, to the best of your knowledge? Does that contain an audio recording of a portion of your conversation with Ms. Reed on June 9th, 2022?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'll hold the seat to introduce the minutes of next meeting.
All right. No objection, Mr. Jackson? All right, folks, before we play this, again, please be mindful of the instruction from yesterday. So you're about to hear statements allegedly made by the defendant, allegedly concerning the crimes with which she's charged in this case.
So
Before
they
you can
finally recorded
consider
her
any such
6
statement
months
as
later.
evidence, the Commonwealth must prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant made the statement she's alleged to have made and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. In determining whether the statement made by the defendant was voluntary or not, you may consider all the surrounding circumstances. These include when and where the statement was made, the nature of any conversations with the police or any questioning by the police, the defendant's physical and mental condition, including her intelligence, age, education, experience, and personality. Your decision does not turn upon any one factor, and you must consider the totality of the surrounding circumstances.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may we publish that for the jury at this time?
Yes, do you want to turn off the air conditioning? Is this very short, right?
It is very short, and if we could, please, yes.
Yeah. And this is just audio, correct?
Okay, you're aware he was beaten up at Brian Commonwealth. I mean, we're all in on the same joke, right? My taillight is correct and John was pulverized.
Sergeant.
I couldn't hear that. My
On hearing
bad,
that statement
guys.
from the defendant, what was your reaction?
But that was a tin can.
Sustained.
On hearing that statement, what, if anything, did you do?
I advised the defendant not to further
Objection.
speak.
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Now, at some point over the course of your investigation, were you made aware of forensic findings relating to the defendant's taillight,
Yes, I was.
and specifically DNA findings,
Yes.
and specifically that there were
Objection.
Objection.
Sustained.
Come on, Lally.
Yes.
You can turn the air conditioner.
Trying to get DNA results in without bringing the DNA guy. This is about as bad as having this guy be the medical examiner. Yeah, all I heard in that whole statement was pulverized. I couldn't hear. I assume they can hear better in the courtroom. So maybe somebody will report specifically what it was. But all I heard was pulverized. He was beaten up by Brian and Colin Albert. My taillight was cracked and John was pulverized. Okay. So that doesn't seem to be that big of a problem. I don't know. Is that bad? Doesn't seem bad to me. Seems pretty consistent with what she's been saying.
You are unmuted.
I'm back. Have one moment.
Yes.
Another, you're aware that Brian and Colin beat John, right? We're all in on the same joke, right? My taillight is cracked and John is pulverized. Yeah, I wish I could have heard it. So thank you guys for filling me in. But
So,
yeah,
Sergeant Bukhenik, on January 16,
sound
2024,
incriminating.
At some point in that day, did you meet with a Sergeant Gallerani of the Needham Police Department?
I did.
And who, if anyone else, well, let me ask you this. As far as any other troopers from your office, who, if anyone else, was there with yourself and Sergeant Gallerani?
Trooper Mike Proctor.
And what was the purpose of your meeting with Sergeant Gallerani and Trooper Proctor on that morning?
Collection of our DNA.
And was that something that you did voluntarily?
Yes.
And how was it that the sergeant collected your DNA?
Through a buccal swab.
And were you present when Trooper Proctor submitted to a buccal swab as well?
Yes, I was.
And then as far as the swabbings that were taken from both yourself and Trooper Proctor, were those logged into evidence by you, or did Sergeant Gallerani take them with him when he left?
Sergeant Gallerani took him with it when he left.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So they got swabbed for what? For elimination? Because there was unidentified male DNA found. It's not uncommon to take the DNA of people involved in evidence collection for that purpose, for elimination. So they can check if they have unidentified DNA on an object, they can rule out it being transfer from somebody who collected at the scene. Since obviously we've seen the fantastic glove discipline that these guys have.
My apologies, Your Honor.
That's okay.
That's okay. Just stand around the entire morning. What else do we have going
Thank you
on?
very much, Sergeant. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Okay.
Cross.
Cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Let's get going. We're ready to pay attention now.
Sergeant Buinick, I want to start with one of the latter things that you discussed with Mr. Lally, and that's specific to the ring video that y'all talked about this morning. Do you have that in mind?
I do.
The search warrant that produced, and just so we're clear, I'm talking about the specific ring video or series of videos that were associated with One Meadows, John O'Keefe's home.
Okay.
Okay. You didn't write the search warrant for those ring videos, did you?
I did not.
You were not the affiant for those search warrants.
I was not.
Who was the author of the search warrant and the affiant?
It was Trooper Mike Proctor.
Who received the actual ring video or videos from the Ring Corporation?
It was Trooper Mike Proctor received it.
So he could have
And
got
who
rid of them.
ultimately
That's where
either
Jackson's going.
logged those into evidence or controlled those once they were received from the Ring Corporation?
I believe it was Trooper Mike Proctor.
And ultimately, Sergeant Buinick, you did note that in addition to just the physical videos themselves, that login information and login keystrokes, et cetera, were requested from the Ring Corporation as well, correct?
There was discussion with Ring asking for those logs.
I'll call it, is it correct to say an activity log?
That's what was requested, yes, activity log, yes.
So ultimately, the activity log would show who logs in, who accesses the data, things of that nature, correct? Or at least that was the hope.
That is what was requested.
All right. It would also show logging in and executing deletions, manipulating the log files, things of that nature, correct?
That is what was requested, yes.
When you reviewed those log or activity logs, there was no evidence revealed that my client ever logged into that account, correct?
There was no activity logs provided by Ring.
So you have zero, hang on.
No activity logs? Does he have the activity logs?
Isn't it true that Ring contacted Mr. Trooper Proctor and indicated that they had created a Dropbox folder that contained the evidence that had been sought in the search warrant?
Objection.
Sustained.
Isn't it true that the search warrant return specified account information, video recordings, and number 3, activity logs associated with video recordings are all times displayed in UTC?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Do you recall that activity logs were in fact provided from
Well,
the
another reason
Ring
we got to call
Corporation?
Proctor now.
I do not recall that, no.
Okay. May I approach briefly?
Yes.
Another reason we got to get Proctor now. This is on him.
Take a look, Sergeant, at that paragraph, which my finger's on, it's the 3rd paragraph down the middle of the page, and review that to yourself and let me know when you're finished.
Exactly. If he's going down the road, it's because he knows something and he can back it up. Look, the church for cop worship is elsewhere. It's not here. If you're looking to throw your hands up and say hallelujah, for cops, you're in the wrong place. We like good cops here just fine, but we're well aware that there's plenty of bad cops out there. I'm going to go ahead and get the closed captioning back up by special request.
Have you had an opportunity to review that?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Does this refresh your recollection as to the items received from the Ring Corporation?
That is the first time I saw that document, so it does not refresh my recollection. I simply read it.
So do you have a recollection as you sit here that in fact during the course of your investigation, the 3 items that you received from the Ring Corporation were the account information, the video recordings, and quote, activity logs associated with the video recordings, all times displayed in UTC?
To the extent of its availability, as it says in that document.
Okay. The long and short of it is, during the entire course of your investigation, you never revealed that investigation never revealed any evidence whatsoever that my client ever even accessed the account information for the Ring account associated with this search warrant, correct?
Nothing provided by Ring proved or suggested or proved any evidence of that type of activity, no.
Thank you. Trooper Proctor, you were notified.
I am not Trooper Proctor.
I'm sorry. No, you're not.
No, you're
Sergeant
not.
Buinick.
That's why we need him too.
Bukhenik.
How do I say it?
Bukhenik.
I'll give that
Can't.
a shot.
It's fine.
Buinick?
Yes,
Is that better?
that's better. Thank you.
If I screw it up again, please. On January 29th, you were notified about a Boston police officer found gravely injured outside the home of 34 Fairview at about 6:40 in the morning. Was that your testimony?
That is not.
What time were you notified?
I was not notified it was a Boston police officer.
So you didn't have that information upon the first notification?
I did not.
Okay, what information did you have?
There was a male party in the snowbank, possibly of a heart attack.
At what point did you learn that the individual was, in fact, a sworn Boston police officer?
I do not know exactly when I learned that he was a Boston police officer.
I think it was during that day or the following day?
It was most likely that day, either, yeah.
Fair enough. Trooper Proctor was ultimately assigned as the, what did you call him? Not lead investigator, but case officer.
Agent.
That's correct.
He was assigned on the 29th, correct?
He was on call from 7 a.m. on January 28th until 7 a.m. on January 29th.
So his assignment was, he was assigned on the 29th because he was on call.
He was on call. His assignment took effect when the schedule came out back in mid-December.
Okay. Well, he wouldn't be assigned to this investigation until there was a need for the investigation, right? And that's all I'm getting to. I mean, once the call came in, he was the assigned case agent.
Once the calls come in, the person that's on call is automatically assigned that case.
All right. Did you personally, as his supervisor, did you personally respond to 34 Fairview at any point on January 29th?
No, I did not.
Did Trooper Proctor, at your direction or on his own, ever respond to 34 Fairview Road at any time on January 29th?
No, he did not.
Based on your initial investigation, and I'm talking about going way back, Sergeant, on your initial investigation, by 10 or 10:30 in the morning, 10:40 in the morning, it was your belief that Mr. O'Keefe had been struck in the face by a person. That was your initial understanding of the circumstances surrounding the investigation, correct?
My initial understanding was that the defendant stated that she hit him. We did not know
Sergeant, You hadn't even met my client at that point. You hadn't interviewed a single witness by 10:41 in the morning, correct? Not one witness.
That's not correct. We had already interviewed the first responders.
Okay, when I say witness, I'm talking about civilian witnesses. So at 10:41, you hadn't interviewed a person at 34 Fairview or civilians associated with this incident, correct?
At that point, no civilians have been interviewed, no.
But at 10:41, Sergeant, you contacted Good Samaritan Hospital to inform them that, quote, Mr. O'Keefe was struck in the face with a cocktail glass, end quote, correct?
I do not recall contacting Good Samaritan Hospital.
May I approach?
Yes.
Well, interesting thing to
I'd
not
like
remember.
you to take a look at this document, and if you wouldn't mind, pay special attention to the second page, the bottom paragraph where it's tabbed in pink.
Oh, why would a good cop be pleading the fifth? How could he possibly be incriminating himself in criminal activity? He's such a good guy, isn't he? How could that be? Please. How dare you criticize a cop who's gonna invoke the fifth? Yeah. He's reading so slow because he doesn't want the question to be coming. He is trying to delay the question being asked. Uh-huh. Letter by letter by letter, slowly and dramatically reading. Because maybe the day will end before the question can come.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Having reviewed this, does this refresh your recollection that you contacted Good Samaritan Hospital and gave them an assessment, at least based on your investigation at that time?
That is not true.
What did you say
it's wrong?
to Good Samaritan Hospital?
I never spoke to Good Samaritan Hospital. That document is for the medical examiner's office.
I'm not asking you where the document is from. I'm asking you if the document says Trooper Yuriy Bukhenik called back at 10:41.
Doesn't refresh
stating that
you?
This is now being treated as a suspicion.
Not true.
The objection sustained.
The ME's
Did
wrong
you
now,
say-
too.
Did you call back to Good Samaritan Hospital and say that the investigation was being treated as a suspicious due to a domestic situation? Did you say that?
I never spoke to Good Samaritan Hospital.
Did you say that there's a possibility that D was struck in the face with a cocktail glass?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you ever contact anybody at any medical facility and indicate that the investigation was being treated as a suspicious, in quotation marks, because the victim appeared to have been struck in the face by a cocktail glass.
Objection.
Allow that. Did you ever say that?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, I did say that to the medical examiner's operations desk.
Okay, so.
So
when I
some
was
of it's
asking you if you
right.
ever said it to Good Sam, you said, no, that's not true. That's never happened. You were correcting me on the fact that it happened at the medical examiner's office, not at Good Sam.
I responded and answered your question honestly, yes.
Okay, so honestly, you did, in fact, at 10:41 a.m., indicate to another professional involved in the investigation that the circumstance was being treated as a physical assault at that point, correct?
I communicated our suspicions to the medical examiner's office.
And that was at 10:41 or thereabouts in the morning, correct?
That's correct.
Your initial investigation during those obviously critical hours, the beginning hours, led you to believe that there was at least a good possibility, you indicated that you made a phone call, that it was a physical altercation that led to John O'Keefe's death, correct?
That's correct, yes.
What steps did you take, sir, in those moments, to determine whether someone in the house at 34 Fairview may have been involved in that physical altercation that you suspected at the time?
As investigations develop, we followed the evidence and statements made. The steps I took was Trooper Proctor and I proceeded to an eyewitness who was also present at the scene when the victim was discovered and interviewed Ms. McCabe.
Yeah,
And
you went to Jen.
prior to that, prior to interviewing Ms. McCabe, by the way, that was at Ms. McCabe's home, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Even though you believe that there may have been a physical altercation, you didn't ask anybody to come down to the station. Is that right? Any of the witnesses?
That's correct.
And you did not seek to actually go to the physical location of 34 Fairview in those next few hours,
That's correct.
or the next few days, correct?
Not myself, no.
Okay. As a matter of fact, Trooper Proctor did not either, did he?
No, he did not.
You didn't secure the interior of the house as a potential crime scene. You certainly know how to do that, right?
That's a compound question. Do you want me to answer whether I did it or whether I know how to do it?
Well, I'll ask the question. If you can answer it, please answer it.
Okay.
Can you answer that question?
I can answer that question.
Why don't you answer both of them then?
First portion is we did not secure the home as a crime scene. And the second portion, yes, I do know how to do that.
And you didn't, as a Massachusetts State Police official, you didn't secure the outside as a crime scene either, did you?
I did not know.
To your knowledge,
Nobody did.
Nobody else from Massachusetts State Police ever did either, did they?
Yes, they did.
How was that done and when?
When members of our office and the CERT team responded to that location and secured the front yard grass area and processed it.
That was at 5:45, 6 o'clock that night on the 29th?
I believe it was earlier, but I was not present, so I can't testify to the time.
So you don't know personally what they did to quote unquote secure or not secure the crime scene. You know they searched it, but in terms of securing it as a crime scene,
We
you don't have
already
personal
know.
knowledge.
They walked away at
I was
7
not
a.m.
present.
Okay. You never took any photos of the interior of the house, correct?
I did not know.
You never caused CSSS to go inside the house and process that house as a potential crime scene, correct?
I did not know.
No forensic criminalist at your direction ever went into 34 Fairview?
No, they did not.
And the people that you interviewed on January 29th, you already mentioned Ms. McCabe. The other people were her husband, Matt McCabe, correct?
That's correct.
And her brother-in-law, Brian Albert. Is that right?
That is correct.
And all three of them were interviewed where?
They were interviewed at the McCabe residence.
Now, yesterday when you testified, did you indicate that Brian Albert was not present in the home when you interviewed Matt McCabe and Jennifer McCabe?
They were not, he was not present in the dining room when we were interviewing each individual separately.
So if all three of them testified that he arrived before you arrived, they would all be wrong.
I did not see him in the home when we arrived, no.
I want to switch gears real quick to a couple of the physical items that you testified about yesterday, specifically the gray shirt or the gray hoodie and the orange shirt. You and Trooper Proctor collected both of those items you indicated from the floor of the hospital at Good Samaritan, correct?
That's correct.
You testified that you and Trooper Proctor immediately bagged both of those items. They were sort of sopping wet, I think you said.
That's correct.
You indicated that the bags were so wet that you had to take the items back out of the bags and then lay them out on, I think you said, butcher paper. Is that right?
The items were soaked and wet. They were bagged, double bagged, to prevent leakage of physiological fluids and the moisture coming off of it. And then once they were transported to the office, they were laid out on butcher paper in order to dry naturally.
So you went from Good Samaritan directly to Dighton, correct?
That is correct.
And then you went from Dighton directly to the Canton Police Department, after which you had seized the vehicle, correct? And the phone.
We seized the phone and the vehicle in Dighton and then followed the tow truck straight to the Canton Police Department.
So at some point, if you had received or gathered the wet clothing at Good Sam, went from Good Sam to Dighton, Canton PD, at what point that evening did you finally get those items of clothing out and laid out to dry?
It was late that night, around 10 or so.
So where were the items in the meantime?
They were stored in the back passenger compartment of my pickup truck.
In those double bags?
Correct.
Who took control of the items to then lay them out late that night at the office?
I do not recall.
Is that you or Trooper Proctor?
I don't recall. I don't remember.
At some point, obviously, it was getting late. You'd been on duty for a long time that day. You went home at some point, correct?
At some point, yes.
Did you wait for those clothes to dry before you went home, or did you leave that in Trooper Proctor's hands?
No, once they were laid out in the processing area in the office, we went home.
Okay. Who would have controlled those items of evidence when you left?
Well, they're under lock and key within the secure area of the district attorney's office, so they're secured. Nobody's in physical control watching guard over them.
Who had access to that area?
Troopers in our office.
Meaning you, obviously.
Yes.
Supervisor. Trooper Proctor as well, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Ultimately, given the fact that he was the case officer, sort of in charge, he would have bagged those items up, been responsible for taking those items, tagging them, getting them stored wherever they needed to be stored and processed, correct?
As a case officer, he could direct other people to perform those tasks for him. The evidence officers in the office log in the evidence, and once it was dried, it was sealed up, bagged, and put into storage. As far as who actually performed those tasks, I do not know.
Well, yesterday, Your Honor, may I approach courts, right? There's a couple of evidence.
Oh, sure, go ahead.
Well, it should be the person on the bag, because that's the person with the personal knowledge of how it was handled, which is pretty critical to the chain of custody. Let me guess.
This is not a vision contest. I'll bring these up to you in just a second. But
Just like we saw in those plastic
for
videos from the
familiarity's
crime
sake, do
lab.
you recognize these two bags as bags that you brought to court with you yesterday?
They look familiar, yes.
Okay. This one has a 437 on it on my right. The one on my left has a 438 on it. May I approach briefly?
Yes.
I'm not going to ask you to open those. Don't worry about gloving up at this point. The bag on your left, which one is that, 437 or 438?
The bag on my left is 437.
437, okay. And you indicated that those items were bagged after the clothing was dried and then ultimately processed in, logged in, correct?
Once the items dried, they were bagged and logged in, waiting process, yes.
But you didn't personally do that.
No, I did not, no.
Matter of fact, looking at the bag on your right, what's been marked as Exhibit 430, help me? 438, thank you. That one has some writing on it, correct?
Yes, it has a lot of hand writing on it, yes.
And that, whose handwriting is that?
I don't know.
You've seen Trooper Proctor's handwriting 1,000 times, I guess, correct?
Not 1,000 times, but
Does it look like his writing?
it says Trooper Proctor on it, but other than that, I do not know what Trooper Proctor's handwriting looks like.
All right. It indicates that Trooper Proctor is the one that bagged that up, that item or those items up, correct?
Yes, this bag indicates that the item was collected by Trooper Proctor on 129
Right.
at 10.
And it says Brockton, correct?
Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton, yes.
You just took the question out of my mouth. That's where Good Samaritan Hospital is, correct?
That's correct.
And there's a tag or a printed label, looks like a label maker of some sort, that is on that physical bag, correct?
Yes.
Before we get to that, what's the description on that bag in handwriting?
I'm sorry, can you be specific as to description of what or?
Where it says description of items.
Description of enclosed evidence?
Correct.
It says 1 orange t-shirt, 1 gray long sleeve shirt.
Okay. So may I approach you on it?
Yes.
And before I do that, just so I close this loop, what's the description on the bag to your left, the one that looks like it's less wrinkled?
Number 437?
Yes, if you would read the same clothing description.
The description of enclosed evidence states sweatshirt with recovered items inside container.
Okay. May I approach now?
Yes.
Thank you. Yesterday when you opened, I'll keep my voice up. Yesterday when you opened these two bags, this one, 437, has the gray sweatshirt in it. 438 has the orange t-shirt in it now, correct?
That's what was in the bag, yes.
All right. However, the bag indicates at one point, this bag, 438, the physical bag I'm holding in my left hand, had both the sweatshirt and the t-shirt together, correct?
That's what the description is. I do not know if that was in case or in fact the case.
Guess we gotta call Proctor to ask how they were bagged. He pulled them out of separate
The
bags.
reason you don't know is because
when
you're
it's
not the one
logged
bagged
that they were
for
bagged
Proctor did,
together.
correct?
The reason I don't know is I wasn't present during the separation of those items, and I did not observe it taking place, nor was I made aware of how the items were separated or when.
You are aware, however, that tag that's on the label maker looking tag, the white tag that's on that bag indicates that indicates a date of February 4th, correct?
You'd have to bring that back up.
I'm sorry.
I didn't take note of that.
My fault. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Let's direct your attention to the tag and the date associated with that tag.
The label maker tag does have the date February 4th, 2022 on bag number exhibit 438.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you, Sergeant.
Yep.
That's obviously 6 days after the item was actually recovered on the 29th, correct?
Yes, it is.
So that indicates, at least based on that tag, that that item was not booked into evidence and processed until 6 days after it was actually recovered on the floor at Good Samaritan Hospital. Is that right?
The date indicates February 4th, 2022.
Right, and that date would be indicative, in your experience, of the date that it's moved into processing by some other folks, the evidence sergeants or whomever, or the evidence officers rather, or whomever, correct?
I can't speak to their procedures as far as when they print the date. That date could be when they printed the label, but the bag might have been tagged otherwise. I do not know that.
But there's no other tag on that bag that suggests it's an earlier date, correct?
There's just that one tag from the label maker.
My question to you, if you know, sir, and you may not know, is what was happening to these items between January 29th, after you lost sight of them that night on the butcher paper, and February 4th, when that tag indicates that they were first processed?
To the best of my knowledge, those items were drying on the butcher paper.
For 6 days?
If that's what the label maker says, yes, for 6 days. They were soaking wet.
And those would have been certainly accessible to and in the possession of the lead case officer in the case, was Trooper Proctor, right?
Yes, if Trooper Proctor needed to review those items, he would have access to those items. Absolutely.
And you're also aware that the first actual log of any chain of custody for those items is March 14th, when they were finally submitted 6 weeks later to the crime lab.
That is not true. The first actual log of those items is when we collected them from the hospital.
Where's the log? I'm talking about the physical log, like sign in, sign out log. Where's the log?
It's documented in the reports saying that we collected them.
I know that there's a report. Anybody can write a report, right? I can write a report. Doesn't mean anything. I'm asking for a log.
Objection.
So the objection sustained.
Obviously, when items move in and out of people's custody in an official capacity for the Massachusetts State Police, there's a log of that, correct?
It's documented. Yes.
Or at least it should be, correct?
It's documented.
Where's the log of these items before March 14th?
It's documented in the report.
There is no log, is there, Sergeant?
I do not know.
I want to talk a little bit about some searches that Mr. Lally asked you about, February 4th and February 10th, very specifically. Both of those searches you were involved with out at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
But Sergeant, you didn't personally write a report about your conduct at 34 Fairview on either of those 2 dates. In other words, you didn't go back to the station and generate a report yourself.
I don't recall doing that, no.
There were no photos that you took of the items at the location.
I did.
Most took photos, correct?
I did not take photos of the items.
Okay. And the first report that indicates anything that happened or was recovered at the location on either February 4th or February 10th, that was first notated in a report dated November 4th, 2023.
Oh,
Year and a
wow.
half, year and several months later, correct?
If you say so, I do not know the exact date. That report would have to be
Yikes.
presented to me.
May I approach?
Yes.
You did a supplemental a year and a half later.
You don't have to read the whole thing, but if you can
Ooh.
skip to the part that talks about the February 4th and February 10th searches. I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were finished already. What's the date of that? Well, let me ask a foundational question. Does that refresh your recollection as to the date of the report that actually talks about the February 4th and February 10th searches?
It does.
And what's the date of that report, sir?
This report is dated November 4th, 2023.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Yikes.
Now, as it relates to those 2 searches, I'd like to ask you a little bit about the February 4th search first. You indicated that you actually responded to 34 Fairview personally, correct?
I was responding to that location on my own. I personally responded, yes.
Okay. That was because you had received information that Chief Berkowitz had seen something or found something. Is that right? Chief Berkowitz from Canton PD.
That is not correct, no.
Okay. So when you got there, was Chief Berkowitz there?
Yes, he was.
You just happened to go by 34 Fairview at the exact same time on the exact same date as Chief Berkowitz, or was that coordinated in some way?
There was no coordination between me and Chief Berkowitz. As I testified, I had directed the troopers to go by the location. I planned to go by the location
So
in the
it was a
morning on the way to the
coincidence.
office and in the afternoon on the way home, just to see if any more items would reveal themselves. So that morning, I was actually traveling to that location in order to conduct a view of the area to see if any more evidence had been revealed. Prior to my arrival, approximately while I was on Chapman Street, I received a call indicating that Chief Berkowitz was at the location, yes.
And was there also an Officer Lank, Sergeant Lank?
I do not know if Sergeant Lank was there, no.
Okay. Chief Berkowitz certainly was there.
Yes,
And Chief Berkowitz indicated that as he was driving by, he saw a piece of glass
yes.
and stopped his car and then started making phone calls.
I believe that's what he indicated to the caller, yes.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about why he was driving by the location in the first place?
Absolutely not.
Okay. You knew at that point that the Canton Police Department had been recused because of at least an appearance or potential for a conflict of interest, correct?
I knew they recused themselves due to, only in respect to interviews. They didn't want to conduct interviews with us, side by side.
I mean, if there's a conflict of interest, Sergeant, for a department, conducting the interviews is just one aspect of an investigation, correct?
Yeah. Not the only thing you can taint.
I'm not going to speak like a conflict of interest, but yes, conducting an interview is just one aspect of the investigation, yes.
So is it your testimony that your understanding was they couldn't conduct interviews, but they could collect evidence?
Totally fine for Kevin Albert
Store
to have
evidence.
access to all this stuff.
Right, search warrants, get returns on search warrants, execute search warrants, conduct searches. They could do all that and not conduct interviews?
My understanding was they were recusing themselves from conducting interviews. They still allowed us to use their facilities. We utilized their conference room to conduct interviews. There was evidence being stored at their sallyport, being the vehicle. So that was my understanding.
Isn't it true that you knew that the entirety of the Canton Police Department had recused itself because of a familiarity between one of their members, Kevin Albert, and the Albert family on whose lawn John O'Keefe was found? That was the conflict, correct?
I knew that that was the connection between them, yes.
And you understood, sir, that that agency was to have nothing, from an investigative standpoint, nothing to do with this investigation, correct?
They were not conducting the investigation, no.
Matter of fact, Trooper Proctor and you supervising him, y'all were conducting the investigation, right?
Our office was conducting the investigation.
So did you find it unusual or suspicious in any way that the chief of police for the conflicted Canton PD was the person driving by 34 Fairview looking for evidence?
Objection.
Can you answer that question, Sergeant?
Of course he can answer it. Did he
would
think
have to
it's
repeat it. There's
suspicious?
so much I
Of
can't.
course he can
There was a
answer
little-
that.
There was a little wording. I'll try it again. Did you find that suspicious?
Which part? You have to repeat the whole thing.
That Chief Berkowitz from the conflicted Canton PD was at 34 Fairview looking for evidence?
The way you posed the question, I did not find it suspicious at all. He's the chief of the police in the town where he works, and he's driving down the street. I mean, that's not suspicious.
With
It's not a
conflict
main
of interest
street.
on the very case that he's driving by.
Objection.
Sustained.
You had to go out of your way
You
to get
certainly
to
knew,
Canton
as a
Police
supervisor
Department.
over the case officer, that any involvement by Canton Police Department, given the fact that there's a potential conflict, any involvement by them could compromise your otherwise clean investigation. You knew that, right?
Not necessarily, no.
Did Chief Berkowitz disclose to you that morning on February 4th that he had been communicating with Brian Higgins and Brian Albert, two witnesses, on your case that morning?
Objection.
Sustained.
If you knew information about communication between and among Canton PD and your witnesses, you would find that inappropriate, would you not?
Objection.
Sustained.
That's legit.
You returned to the scene on
Bev.
February 10th, is that right? To conduct another search, you said.
I was present on the 10th, yes.
Who dispatched you back to, or did anybody dispatch you back to that location on February 10th? How did you end up there is a better way to ask it.
February 10th, just like previous days, we made plans to go to the location in the morning, in the afternoon, drive by. I was on my way to work and to home. So I traveled that route on purpose. And as evidence revealed itself due to the natural melting of the snow, we would stop and collect the visible evidence.
You believe at this point, sir, that whatever you might collect at the scene would obviously be important, correct?
Anything we collected that had evidentiary value or presented itself as somehow related to the crime or the incident would be collected.
Like
And it would be
the pickle
important
bucket.
to the investigation, right? You treat it as important.
It was a point, yes.
So my question is, was, especially as it relates to the February 10th search, where there were multiple items found, did you seek to have CSSS come out and actually either mark with GPS coordinates or measure with cross coordinates exactly where each item of evidence was found?
We did not do that. We had collected so much evidence already, and so much has been documented at that point, that we did not contact crime scene services to come back out and photograph more shards of glass and plastic.
But you did
We simply
with your
collected it
little
for processing.
ruler.
So the location of each one of those items was
And the
not
hat,
of
that didn't matter?
great importance to you, at least at that time?
It was of great importance as to the fact that it was located in the vicinity where the victim was found and in the vicinity of other items located of the same characteristic, shape, size, and color.
So that's my question, Sergeant. What does vicinity mean?
In the area,
Okay, what does area mean?
it's a location, specific location.
Okay, are we talking about, because we do this all day, I guess, are we talking about an area of 5 feet or an area of 50 feet?
Based on where the items were recovered, we're talking about an area approximately of 30 square feet between
A
the
5x6 area?
the roadway
I don't think so.
into the grass. It's the
We saw photographs, Sergeant, of items that were butted up against a fire hydrant in one instance, correct? Yes?
That's correct, yes.
A drinking straw that's out in the road, correct?
That's correct.
Another shard of glass that's in the grass, closer to
correct.
the flagpole, correct?
Correct.
A hat that's under the snow,
Somewhere.
adjacent to the left side of the flagpole, correct? I'm sorry, it wasn't. It was closer to the electrical box, wasn't it?
No, the pictures documented where the hat was. It was to the right of the flagpole.
So these shards of glass.
To the
point I'm
right of the
asking
flagpole?
is, did you seek to use basic cross coordinates, measurements from something that you know is a known object? Like, for instance, I don't know, a flagpole or a fire hydrant. 27 inches to the north and a foot and a half to the south of those two known points. That would give you a cross coordinate, correct?
It would document the exact location, correct?
And you did not do that with any of these items, correct?
The items that were not photographed were not also GPS located, but they were within the same vicinity of where the other items were collected.
But again, now
Just
we're back
all
to
over
the
that
same
whole
question.
area. Same vicinity.
Your word for vicinity might be different than my word for vicinity, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
when you recover these items, or any other items, it's obviously important to memorialize on the evidence bag or in some other way exactly where they're found, who found them, the date, time, etc. Correct?
We do the best we can to document all known information on each evidence item bagged at the time.
And in terms of the February 10th search, I want to just ask you a couple of quick questions about that evidence bag. Did you bag the items into a single evidence bag that you found that day, or do you recall?
I would have to see the bag. If you have those available, I'll take a look. I can answer.
With the court's permission, exhibit, I think it's 310, that was entered into evidence yesterday. I'd like to display that for us.
Okay.
You're looking at a photograph of what was previously entered into evidence as 310. Can you see that from where you're at? I don't have the evidence
34
back,
Fairview
so
Road.
I can ask space to enlarge it.
If you can enlarge it, please.
For who knows where. Collected by Sergeant Buinick.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I didn't realize I've got a photograph of it.
Do you need the lights on, Sergeant?
Please.
There you go.
Thank you.
Should make it easier.
That's quite a vicinity.
Sergeant, have you been able to familiarize yourself with that evidence bag?
With the photograph, yes.
Okay, thank you. Taking a look at that evidence bag, it has the information on it, has your name is collected by, correct?
Correct.
The date of collection is February 10th, is that right?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. And it indicates multiple pieces of red, black, and clear plastic, right? It actually says 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic, correct?
That's correct.
But that is not an evidence bag that was filled out by you.
I did not fill that bag out, no.
As a matter of fact, that's Trooper Proctor's handwriting.
I do not know what Trooper Proctor's handwriting is. I cannot confirm that that's his
I
handwriting.
don't buy that.
But it's not your handwriting.
It is not my handwriting, no.
So are you aware that this particular bag, that bag that contained those 6 items of plastic material that you already deemed was incredibly important to the investigation, was never booked into any evidence until March 14th, the date that it was submitted to the crime lab?
I was not aware of that, no.
We can take that down, space. If I may approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So where was it the whole time? Guess we're going to have to ask Proctor.
Did you ever draft a report yourself documenting the recovery of those 6 items and the other 14 items that you said that you found on the same date, February 10th?
I did not, no.
Did you leave that assuming that Trooper Proctor would document that?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
I'll ask it another way if I can. Did you believe that you didn't need to write a report, Sergeant, because Trooper Proctor would take care of that?
I knew that it would be documented. It was already documented on the actual bag as far as who collected it, when, where, what it was, and a report eventually would be authored on it.
But the where, for all these very intricate pieces, the where is left to 34 Fairview on the back, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Is that right?
The general vicinity location of the other items collected and documented with photographs was consistent with the same locations this was collected.
In that 30-foot square foot area you're trying to tell us this was, it's more
I
than
want to
that
shift gears
from the
for
hydrant
just
to
a
the
second.
street.
Well, actually, I want to ask one final question about that item.
like
based
at
on
least
the
100 square
documentation
feet.
you just mentioned, that it's documented on the bag. And if the bag is presented to the crime lab on on March 14th, some 5 weeks later, those items were completely unaccounted for from a log standpoint the entire time from when they were collected until they were booked at the crime lab, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
Possession of those items, of those 4, 5, 6 weeks.
Are you talking about the items that were just displayed on the screen?
I am, sir.
I did not.
Now I'd like to shift gears to a ring video that you saw yesterday. It's in Exhibit 6, video number 153. That may mean nothing to you. It's the 5:07 a.m. video of Ms. Reed's car pulling out of the One Meadows garage. Do you remember that video?
I do.
Okay. You indicated yesterday on questioning, under questioning by Mr. Lally, that Ms. Reed's car came in contact with or close to coming in contact with the other vehicle, the Traverse, in the video. Is that right?
The video, as I watched the video, I observed the vehicle come near Mr. O'Keefe's car.
Okay, that's what I want to talk about. With the court's permission, may we play that video one more time?
Well, we know how reliable your observations of the videos are from what you're telling us about the CF McCarthys. So yeah, let's watch for ourselves again.
Okay, can you just play that for a quick second? No, I'll ask you to pause. Pause. Does that appear to be, I'm just pausing it in the first 2 or 3 seconds, does that appear to be the video that you saw yesterday?
It appears that way, yes.
Okay. Mr. Bates, if you could enlarge the area around the left rear tire.
Yep, we're gonna watch it move.
I'm gonna ask you, sir, if you'll pay close attention to what's been zoomed. And when the SUV gets close to it, I'm going to pause it and ask you another question. Can you go ahead and play this?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this.
So why don't we pause the screen, take it down, and I'll see you at sidebar.
State doesn't like, the Commonwealth doesn't want us to see all this. It's only the Commonwealth, okay, that gets to modify and mess around with video by flipping it and skipping around in the time and stuff like that. The defense doesn't get to actually pinch to zoom to look in at the details of what you're seeing on the video that the Commonwealth put into evidence. If that's the standard, the fix is in. Come on. Come on. I mean, we can just watch it without the zoom. Stare at the wheel, everyone. Because the jury will be able to see with their own eyes what is on the video. You don't have to have Trooper Bukhenik tell you what's on the video. It's just that what he says he sees on the video, you get to compare that to what you yourself see on the video. And then that tells you what you need to know about Trooper Bukhenik's credibility. Just like this whole, why are we denying that it's Trooper Proctor's handwriting on the evidence bags? The jury is going to be able to look at it all with their own eyes. They're going to be able to see that the ones he filled out for himself, yeah, they look exactly the same. It's the same handwriting as the one that's filled out for Trooper Bukhenik. You don't want to admit that? Well, they're going to see it for themselves. It's crazy. It's crazy. Do you think they're just going to miss that? They're not going to notice that? Do you think somehow they can't reach that conclusion independently, that you have to say it or it's not real?
I'm going to try to situate myself while I'm out of the way. If we can have the lights dim, Your Honor.
Sure.
She's not going to let him pinch to zoom.
Go ahead and enlarge that, the rear area.
Okay, she is. Okay.
And I'm going to ask you to pay special attention to that wheel and any movement that you may or may not see. Okay, pause it. Okay, in about the next 3 seconds, Sergeant, I'm asking you to pay special attention to the wheel. Go ahead.
Yep, it definitely moved. Definitely moved.
Sergeant, were you able to see that video? I know it's not the clearest thing in the world, but were you able to see that video okay?
Yes, I
What did
did.
you notice about the rear wheel of the Traverse?
Based on the motion in the shot with the snow falling, it appears that there is
With the
movement,
snow falling is what
but
it
the
is?
video speaks for itself.
It does.
What would you assess based on the movement?
You're trying
of
to blame
rear
it on the
wheel of
snow?
Traverse about whether or not the two vehicles came in contact with one another?
Objection.
Sustained.
Okay.
Speaking of videos
I have just
speaking
one
for
more.
themselves,
Yes.
let's revisit CF McCarthy's. The snow made it look like the car moved. I mean, that's
May I
good.
inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm trying to use my
Imagine.
time wisely, Your Honor. Yesterday, Sergeant, you were asked about a couple of videos related to the Sallyport garage. Do you have that in mind?
Yes.
Matter of fact, we watched one of them pretty specifically toward the end of the day yesterday. Did you actually, I want to talk about the one that is the clearer of the two where you slip. You remember that one?
If you pull it up, I can.
I will in just a second.
Okay.
There was one where Mr. Lally paused it and you were slipping in front of the vehicle.
I don't recall myself slipping, no, but it was icy that day. So if there's documentation of me slipping, I might have happened.
Fair enough. I wasn't.
Yeah, that's
I
what
didn't
he's
mean
getting
anything by
at,
that other
dude.
than that was a moment that I thought you might recall to differentiate the videos. It's Exhibit 446, but I don't think that's going to help you. All right, let's see if I can do this another way. Did you actually personally go to Canton PD to retrieve any or all of the videos of the Sallyport? You yourself.
I did go to Canton and collect already extracted video,
Okay.
but it was a portion of video surveillance. I didn't collect all of the video, so
When was the most recent time that you went to Canton to collect a portion of the video?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't remember. I'm sorry.
Did you review well, let me ask it this way. Did you collect the video that was sought on or about April 23rd, April 24th this year, meaning just a few weeks ago?
Did I collect it?
Correct.
I did not collect that video of April this year, no.
You're aware that the video that you saw yesterday was in fact collected after the trial started in April of 2024?
Objection.
Sustained.
Are you aware of when that video that we saw yesterday was collected?
Objection.
That's okay.
I am not aware.
Okay. Was yesterday the first time you'd seen that video?
No.
When had you seen that video previously?
Oh.
A couple of weeks ago.
Okay. What were the circumstances in which you saw that video?
Objection.
Sustained.
That's legit.
Did you have a meeting with The DA?
Objection.
Sustain.
No, Bev. No, Bev. When the hell did he first
you
see the
ever
newly
have
discovered
any kind of
evidence?
Communication with Mr. Lally about your testimony?
Objection.
Sustain.
This is bullshit.
Yes.
This is bullshit. Yeah, they get to talk about tailoring his testimony. They get to talk about what he knew and when he knew it. They're coming up with evidence after the trial has already started. Yeah, you get to talk about how that happened. Yeah, you get to talk about if Lally knew it. Why? Because he's the one with the discovery obligation. And we know that came up during the objection from yesterday. That was specifically what Judge Bev came back on the camera and talked about, the notice of discovery, et cetera, et cetera. Let me just go ahead and find it in my notes. See, guys, this is why I take all of these extensive notes. I'm on my 13th yellow pad here. I've gone through nearly a box of my my Uniball pens here. Yeah. Notice of discovery, a long day of motions in limine. That's what I wrote down. That's what I wrote down. So, the time when this was discovered was at issue. It was part of the objection.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Sergeant, did you have any meetings or communications with Mr. Lally in anticipation of your testimony?
Yes.
When was that?
It was about 2 weeks ago, and then last week, I believe.
And what was discussed?
Generally, we discussed the portions of the case that I would be presenting.
Did you write a report about your communications with Mr. Lally?
No, I did not.
Were you shown any of the videos that you've seen here in anticipation of your testimony?
Not during the first meeting. I did review a video during the second time.
Okay, and that video was that you did see the second time was the interior video of the sallyport that we saw yesterday, correct?
I'm just trying to remember exactly what video I saw. I had reviewed videos outside of our meeting, so I don't remember exactly what video Mr. Lally showed me.
But you do recall seeing the video that you saw yesterday, the sort of clear one that has the crime scene taping put up and all that. You have seen that one before?
Yes.
And that was with Mr. Lally, correct?
That is not correct, because I do not recall when I saw that video or what video I saw with Mr. Lally.
I see. All right. I'd like to talk about that Exhibit 446 for a second, and then I'll show it to you. You indicated that the video, all the videos, everything that you saw yesterday was true and accurate, correct? Based on your memory of the events that were memorialized in the video?
The video captures events taking place.
He doesn't want to say.
In accurate fashion, yes.
In an accurate fashion. All right, that's what I wanted to find out. And after you watched the video, I think you were asked by Mr. Lally, does the video show you or Trooper Proctor having access to or messing with in any way that right rear tail light in any fashion? And you said, never.
I was asked if at any point Trooper Proctor and I had came into contact, I believe, or touched the vehicle and that portion of the vehicle, and I said never. We never touched the vehicle prior to it being properly processed with a search warrant.
And that was specifically his question was to, and your answer was to the right rear portion of the vehicle, right? That right rear tail light.
The right rear damaged taillight, correct.
With the court's permission, I'd like to play a portion of Exhibit 446.
Okay.
Yeah, let's get to it. The true and accurate.
Before we begin playing it.
Hey, where's
maybe
Mad
if you wouldn't
Dog
mind,
now?
May I inquire, Your Honor, of the witness?
Where is he
Display
now? Don't have so
Foundation?
much to say about these
Sergeant,
good
do you
cops?
recognize this as being the video that we saw yesterday?
It does look accurate.
Okay.
Yes.
I just want to make sure we're on the same page. This is 446, just so you have it in mind if I reference that. Space, if you could play that. And I think it's runtime 120. Pause it. Do you recognize that as the video we saw yesterday?
Yes, I do.
Very briefly, if you could move to time of day, 5:37:05.
I was going to go with eating paste, but you could be right.
Yes. With the court's permission, can we play at this point?
Yes.
All right, that shows the vehicle coming into the sallyport, and we're looking at which side of the vehicle?
So that is the driver's side of the vehicle. What that video depicts is a mirror collection. Although mirrors are accurate representation of what you're seeing, it's just inverted. So that is
And
the
you didn't
driver's side of the
feel the
vehicle.
need to point
I don't
that
know,
out.
do not know why it is inverted, but that's the way it was presented, collected and presented from Canton Police.
Can you see a timestamp?
You need to point that
or time
out in
date
your,
stamp on the
direct.
bottom of that? It's in blue.
I cannot know.
Okay. Does it appear that time and date stamp, if you can't read every letter on it, that is in correct order? In other words, that's not inverted.
I cannot read it, no.
All right, let's go and play this for a second.
Should we zoom it in?
Who is that just got out of the car?
I do not know. I think that's the tow truck driver. He would have the only access to the vehicle. We did not touch the vehicle.
Who's that on the left?
I missed that. I was looking down at the laser pointer. I do not know. I know for a fact I'm
We're
the
looking
gentleman
at the
that's wearing
laser
a
pointer.
dark olive drab state police baseball style hat, and Trooper Mike Proctor is wearing a winter hat.
Trooper Proctor's wearing what?
A winter hat.
What's a winter hat? A beanie?
That was playing, and I didn't realize it was playing while you were talking.
So you're telling me this is the tow truck driver just messing around on his own out here in the police sallyport? Unobserved?
And stop. Yesterday, when you testified, you indicated that the two individuals in this scene were you and Trooper Proctor, correct?
That is not correct. There was two individuals in the rear of the vehicle I shined my light to. That was me and Trooper Proctor.
Do you see Trooper Proctor toward the back of the rear of the vehicle there?
I can't tell because of what the head is. I just know that Trooper Proctor was wearing a black hat.
Which the person in that, in the video to the left, to the rear of the car is wearing a black hat, correct?
I can't tell. I don't want to be locked into a statement where later on you show me that it's somebody else magically. I can't testify to that.
There's no magic about this.
Magically.
It's your testimony. I'm just asking you what you see.
I don't see that, no.
So, let's go ahead and play at this point.
Because he's the one that slipped at the front. He's the one that got out of the car.
Do you see the person toward the back of the vehicle walking toward the opposite side of the SUV?
I do.
What area does he appear to be going to?
He appears to be going towards the rear passenger side of the vehicle, although it does not appear so because the video is inverted, a mirror image. That's where he's going.
And Sergeant Buinick, you testified for at least a half an hour about this video yesterday, correct?
I'm sorry, it was a long day. I don't know the timing of how long I testified.
You significantly testified about this video yesterday, did you not?
I testified about this video.
And you testified that it was true and accurate, correct?
Correct.
You testified that it was reflective of your observations of what was happening in that sallyport that evening, correct?
I testified that this is a accurate scene and collection of video evidence from the sallyport.
And as that truck sits in that sallyport, just like this, it appears from all perspectives that what we're looking at is the passenger side of the car, and that right rear taillight is right there shining in our face, correct? From this perspective.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
From this perspective, from the perspective that the jurors are looking at,
Okay.
from all indications, that would appear to be the right side of the truck, the passenger side of the truck, and that taillight that you can see is the right rear taillight. From this perspective, correct?
The way it presents itself, yes.
And you didn't
yesterday,
correct that.
during the entirety of your questioning by Mr. Lally, not once did you mention that this video is actually completely inverted,
I
correct?
did not know.
Mr. Lally didn't ask you if it was inverted, correct?
That's correct.
And if I hadn't gotten up here and begun questioning you, that would be left uncorrected.
Good.
Correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
The person
That's
with
legit.
the winter cap appears to walk directly to the what ultimately should be the right rear taillight of this car, correct?
That's the vicinity, yes. That's where he is. Yeah.
Pause it.
What did he put in his
I'd like
pocket?
you to pay attention to the right rear of this car. And I know we're completely backward, but it's the far corner of the car. Do you see a person's head there?
It appears as if someone's still there.
And that person is located at or near what portion of the car?
In real life or as it's depicted?
Is the person near in real life, near the right rear taillight of the car?
Yes.
Matter of fact, standing there, hovering around there, correct?
We don't know the distance that they are in proximity to the actual vehicle. We just know that they're behind the vehicle. That
Looks like it's pretty close, doesn't it, Sergeant?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does that look like he's in close proximity to the right rear taillight?
as I said, I can't tell how far away he is from the vehicle.
It's right
Well,
there,
good thing
sir.
the video speaks for itself, huh?
You can't tell that he's right next to the right rear taillight?
Objection.
Sustained.
I want you to pay attention to what that person does as soon as the other person comes out from behind that car. So you see him move. Stop it. Do you see that person move?
I saw movement in the frame, yes.
Right when the
And then
other
it
person
skips.
is in eyesight of the person toward the right rear, correct?
I mean, the video speaks for itself.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, it does.
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained. No commenting, Mr. Jackson. We've talked about that.
I'm going to ask the Mr. Bates, to back it up, because there's one other issue I want you to pay attention to, if you can, right at this moment or right before this moment, and that is the timestamp. Back it up maybe 10 seconds. Right about there. Don't put it yet. Instead of paying attention to the individuals, I'm going to ask you, can you see, may I approach the screen here? Yes. Can you see the timestamp at 5:37 and 37 seconds p.m.? Can you see that from where you're at?
No, I cannot.
Me neither. But I don't want that to. Let's play it for about 10 seconds. Pause it. Did you see another person just appear toward the rear end of the car?
There was a fog of some sorts.
A fog
it did
of some
appear
sort?
as if a person was actually in. There was two people back there, and two people walked away, or one person walked away.
Timestamp.
A fog.
Don't. So 5:38:01. Correct?
I cannot see the timestamp, sir.
Did it appear that there was an anomaly? There was a portion of that video that was deleted. It's missing, not deleted, but just missing.
Objection.
Can you tell that? Does it appear that way to you, Sergeant?
No, Your Honor, I cannot tell what is happening with the video.
Just the fog, the mystery
If you
fog.
take a close look at there's a classic police car in that sallyport, correct?
There's an antique vehicle there. Yes, yes.
If you take a close look at the trunk of that vehicle, see the word police?
Yes, I believe I can read that. Yes,
And it's backward, correct?
it is mirrored. Correct.
That's a good indication that this is an inverted video, right?
It appears that way. Yes.
And if we were to fast forward at 5:42, about another 20 seconds. There you go. Can we just play it at this point? No. You take one pause it.
Yeah,
Pause it.
another.
You see the Sallyport garage came down?
Yes,
You see a number on the garage?
I do.
Is that correct?
What is correct?
Does the number appear correct? Is that how you make it four?
No, the number's in the mirror image. Yes.
I just wanted to make the point. Everything in this video is completely back, correct?
It's not backwards. It's mirrored, reversed. You can look yourself in the mirror in the morning. You still see your own face. It's not backwards.
But my mirror image is not an accurate depiction of who I am. My
Check.
actual physical appearance is who I am, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
A mirror image, Sergeant, is not an accurate video of this, is it?
Objection.
It's a mirror image by definition.
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
This is your standard for accuracy, Trooper Bukhenik?
I would like to mark.
That's all you need to do. Just establish. You consider this accurate. This thing that shows
Wait,
what looks to be the passenger side is actually the driver's side, and that's accurate enough by your standards.
I have a thumb drive that I'd like to have marked with the court's permission.
does Mr. Lally know what's on this thumb drive without you telling us?
I do not.
Okay.
We can approach and I can certainly bring it up.
We're trying to wrap up our morning. It's marked for identification.
If I may, Your Honor, I'd like to play the first 10 seconds of that video.
No. We'll come to something. It's marked for
That's what he asked, Bev.
identification, right, Mr. Jackson?
You are
That's what he asked for the sidebar, and you said, no, we're trying to wrap up our morning. Somebody's getting snippy with how this is going. Someone's getting real snippy. Oof. Yeah, that's all you needed to do is just establish this is a standard for accuracy, and you didn't feel the need. He's already established you didn't feel the need to point out for the jury that they're actually seeing the opposite of what they think they're seeing. And that's a standard for accuracy. That's all they need to know, because anything else then he's characterizing as accurate, they know it could be completely untrue. It could be completely misleading. It could be the opposite. It could be the opposite of what they think, they're saying. So I don't know what's on this thumb drive. It's apparently more video, but it's likely something. It's a defense-produced exhibit, so it's not something that Trooper Bukhenik has personal knowledge of. So it's not clear if they're going to be able to use it at this point. He's not going to be able to authenticate it. So this is the type of situation where you might have to put this on hold, get whatever this exhibit is, in through your own expert or your own person who collected it or whatever, your own witness. And then you bring Trooper Bukhenik back on the stand, and then you ask him about it. He made a point when the sirens start. It's been kind of quiet this morning. Haven't heard this isn't that the first big siren thing that we've heard. I think that's the first one we've heard. I don't know. I kind of feel like it would have been a good time to siren when when Trooper Bukhenik is up there desperately reading that ME report, trying to think of how he's going to answer. Yeah, I did say something about him getting hit in the face by a cocktail glass. How am I going to get out of that? I know. I'll quibble over the details of who I told it to. That would have been a good time for the siren, help him buy a little bit more time to come up with that real genius explanation. Are we not going all the way to 1 today? Are we only going to noon today? Is that why? I mean, that makes sense if we didn't take a morning break. We didn't take a break at 10 like we normally do. So I guess we're finishing at noon, and that's why Bev is getting cranky. Well, it's okay, Bev. He's coming back. He's coming back on Monday. We will be starting Monday with more cross of Trooper Bukhenik. I'm reasonably confident in that. Because we're only just getting started. We haven't even talked about the Dighton reports. And now Mr. Jackson is going to have the whole weekend. If he needs to go and get the transcript of the testimony from yesterday so that he can put Trooper Bukhenik's words right there in his face. This is what you said about what you did when you contacted Dighton police on your way over. This is what you said. And as a matter of fact, you'd actually called for the tow at 2:30 in the afternoon, long before you ever arrived at Dighton. The fog. How is this guy sitting here on the one hand telling us the video speaks for itself? We know the video speaks for itself. We can see for ourselves. Yeah, there's no mysterious, isolated meteorological event happening in the area of where one person is at the back of the sallyport garage. We can see for ourselves. There was not a fog that materialized. Okay, this is not a puff of magic like you might see on a stage show in Vegas where somebody magically appeared and disappeared. There's no smoke machine back there covering for you. I mean, and Jackson's already told him, watch the timestamp. Watch the timestamp. Okay, he can't see the timestamp. Maybe he doesn't know what it shows, but he knows what's coming. He knows the video is up here on the screen. People can see it for themselves. It will speak for itself. He knows that's what's coming, and he's still gonna make this fog excuse for why it's skipping? Yeah. Yeah, getting a little silly. Oh, guys, I gotta pause for a second because I'm almost. No, wait, I got one right here. So say I'm on my last like 5 lines of yellow pad number 13. I'm gonna have to move on to a new one here. Karen seems reasonably pleased today. The unaccounting for the evidence, all of these collections until March 14th. Oof. That's not good. That's not good. You have no
You are
idea where
unmuted.
it's been.
We're gonna have you come back on Monday. All right, so we'll just wait. Jurors, I know that you want to know when this case is gonna end, and I don't mean that in any negative way. After speaking with the lawyers, I can safely say that you will get this case for your deliberations sometime the last week in June.
Last week in July.
We'll know better next week. We will not be in session next Tuesday. We will go full days, Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday next week. We will not be in session next Tuesday. I have to give you those cautions again. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If
People
you
are saying
happen to
June,
see,
last week in
hear, or
June.
read
That would
anything
be
about this case,
a lot
please
better.
disregard it.
I
Let
thought
us
she
know.
said July.
Great weekend. We'll see you in June.
All rise for the jury, please, jurors.
You are muted.
Let's go right back. Maybe I'll pull the closed caption. I didn't see it in the closed captioning. I'm gonna just back up.
Please do not discuss this case.
There she is. Come on, come on. I don't like how Law and Crime has this go back and forth and then buffer for a million years. All right, well, anyway. It's not here.
We'll know better next week.
Oh, it's literally the second
I
before
know
that.
that you
Okay.
want to know when this case is going to end, and I don't mean that in any negative way. After speaking with the lawyers, I can safely say that you will get this case for your deliberations sometime the last week in June.
Last week of June. Okay,
We'll
yeah, she
know
did say
better
last week of
next
June.
week.
She did
We
say
will
last
not be
week
in
of June.
session
Thank you
next
guys for pointing that
Tuesday.
out, because
We
I
will go
did think
full
she said
days,
July.
Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
You're not going to let me go live. It's
On
off
it at
anyway.
8:30 Monday. Are you around tomorrow?
Nope. Let's go back. Sorry, guys. I don't usually skip around, but I don't want to miss anything at the end of the day. But I did want to clarify that.
Please disregard it.
Kind of
Let us
important.
know. Great weekend. We'll see you later.
All rise for the jury, please, jurors.
You are muted.
Yeah, because she's finishing like 10 minutes early, sending them away. So gotta assume there's something they want to chat about.
Thank you.
You may be seated.
All right, so I received a motion from the Commonwealth this morning that I have not had an opportunity to read yet. It's on my desk. I'd like to go spend a few minutes looking at that and come back out at 12 o'clock on that.
In order for us to argue it?
Yes. Do you need,
I don't get it.
okay.
We've been busy.
All right.
Could we do it on Monday?
I want to get as much evidence in as we can each day. We can do it at 8:30
Yes, we know
Monday
that,
morning,
Bev,
I think.
but they
Madam
need
Interpreter-
an
Madam Court
opportunity to
Clerk, can we do it at
respond.
8:30? Yeah. Jim?
Absolutely fine with us. Not that it matters.
Can we do it at 8:30 Monday morning?
If that's what the court wants, yes.
Yeah, we'll have a hearing on it at 8:30 Monday.
Oh my
Are you around
God,
tomorrow?
5:30 Monday.
Are you around tomorrow?
Oh, am I? Yes, absolutely.
Do you want to do it tomorrow morning?
If I had a preference, I would say Monday.
All right, we'll do Monday morning at 8:30.
I'm sorry, Monday, 8:30.
Okay, great.
And if you want to put something in writing, just email it to us this weekend.
Will do.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, we'll see you then.
It's going to be an early day on Monday. Because we're going to have to be here to see that. Oh my God, I'm going to have to be on stream at 5:15. Boy, I don't know if I'm even capable of of going to sleep that early the night before. Oh my goodness. Well, yeah. Like how Lally started us off for the day with that little repetition of that gaslighting that we've already been calling out. Video shows 9 drinks consumed. What's so funny? He didn't even testify there were 9 drinks consumed. He only identified 1 drink on the video at the waterfall. He was at CF McCarthy's. Couldn't get his count right anyway. I don't think he got past 6. But even if you have 7 at CF McCarthy's and then 1 at the waterfall, we're still not at 9. We're still not at 9. So he's literally just in here mimicking, you know, what's in the statement of facts from Proctor. He's just out there saying it's 9 because that's what they have to say, because that's what Proctor said. But you couldn't identify that second drink on the waterfall video. We never got to that, did we? I really want us to revisit this in cross. I do. A lot of times I would say no, like there's no point, because you raise it in argument. The video speaks for itself. You just go ahead and in your closing, you remind the jury this is what he testified to, and then you go ahead and play them those clips. And you can ask, is that what you see with your own eyes? Here, let's use our own eyes and look at this video. This is where Trooper Proctor said he sees Karen Reed taking a shot and dropping it into her cocktail glass. And remember what Trooper Bukhenik thinks is accurate, right? He thinks it's accurate to show you a mirrored image that misrepresents which side of the car you're looking at in that video. Doesn't feel a need to call that out. That's his standard for accuracy. Do you, if you apply that standard to what you're looking here at this own video, do you begin to understand why Trooper Bukhenik would be telling you there's a shot glass being dropped into a cocktail glass in this video? That standard of accuracy might show it, yeah, but when you look at your own 2 eyes and your own standard of what you can see with them, does that comport? I mean, the video speaks for itself, just like you said. Normally, I'd be like, handle that type of thing in argument. But I kind of want to rub his nose in this one a little bit. I kind of do. I mean, it's right there. It's so tempting. You know, get under his skin a little bit before we get him with some good stuff like, yeah, that whole Dighton thing, that whole you were going to seize it before you'd ever been to the crime scene, before you'd ever interviewed her, after you had done nothing more but talk to Jim McCabe. You've been to the hospital, you'd seen the guy, you're telling people looks like he got hit in the face, but you talked to Jim McCabe and decided we're gonna go seize Karen's car. If you have probable cause to seize Karen's car, you have probable cause to arrest Karen. I mean, you have to. The two things go together. If her car is involved in homicide, she is involved in the homicide, right? That's your information. That's your evidence. So why didn't you do that? Why didn't you do that? You know why you didn't do that? Because you'd have to Mirandize her before you interviewed her. That's why you didn't do that. That's why you didn't do that. Yeah, get under his skin with that CF McCarthy's video. I would love to see them just rub it in. Just rub it in. A little salt. A little salt in that wound. Get him to squirm. Get him to squirm. I'm not sure he's capable of feeling that much shame, but he is capable of recognizing that the jury's looking at you side-eye. He's capable of understanding that. So put that in his face. Put that in his face. What's with the evidence? The evidence bags? The evidence bag is labeled as having the gray sweatshirt and the orange t-shirt all in the same. It was bagged together, and that's what was reflected from the crime lab testimony as well, right? They received those in the bags, bagged together. But now here when we get them at trial, they're in separate bags. I didn't even notice that. I didn't even notice that yesterday when they were I was so distracted by Buinick contaminating everything that he touched with those ridiculous gloves that he didn't bother to change. The theater, it's just the same theater as putting the gloves on while we open up the Stop and Shop bag containing the solo cups of the blood evidence in the sallyport where the crime, weapon, the murder weapon, is located. Exact same theater we've been seeing throughout this whole thing. So that distracted me. I didn't even notice. Pulled the orange shirt out of a different bag. But yeah, that's a problem. That's a problem. And then none of this stuff got logged into the evidence system until March. I mean, we know what that means because we had the Canton Police Department people tell us about how their evidence system works. I think it might have been Good, Sergeant Good, that testified about it. I'll have to go back and check. But they described, yeah, you bring it in and it goes to the evidence guy, and the evidence guy logs it in, enters it in their log, and then it goes into the secure room, and very, very limited access after that point. So no idea where it was for a month, over a month, some of it over a month. The wet, saturated, double-bagged clothes that they put in plastic, they put in paper that they then double-bagged in plastic so that it wouldn't leak, and that sat in the back of a hot heater on, right? The heater's on when you're driving during a blizzard for 40 some miles, 30 miles, whatever it is, from Brockton to Dighton, just sitting back there steaming in the back of that car until they get it back and unpack it to let it dry out, put it on the butcher paper, which is not what you do. It's not what you do. The back of the clothing that is in contact with the butcher paper, that's still wet. You're not getting air movement because of that contact. You were supposed to hang it on a rack. You're supposed to hang it on a rack. If you have it on butcher paper, you need to be turning it. You need to turn it so that once the top dries, if your back hasn't already gotten saturated and moldy and bacteria infested and whatever, you turn it over so then the back is gonna be able to dry. Well, who did that? Who did that? Did anybody do that? I mean, we don't know because it just sat out there for 6 days with who knows who having access to it. Today, he really did back away from some of that stuff that Proctor did, didn't he? Didn't he? He couldn't take responsibility for what happened for that gap between the evidence being collected. That Trooper Proctor's name is on that bag. He's the one that collected it. He's the one that's responsible for turning it into the evidence room. He's the one that's responsible for maintaining that log so that they have good chain of custody. And he distanced himself from that, didn't he? I don't have any personal knowledge. I don't know. Yeah. Guess we need Trooper Proctor to explain that, don't we? I guess we do. They only recuse themselves from the interview portion. Only recuse themselves from the interview portion? How does that even make any sense? How does that even make any sense? Trooper Bukhenik, let's imagine a scenario where you're being investigated by the FBI. You're being investigated by the FBI. And in this alternative world, my best friend is that FBI agent. We've been best friends for 1,000,000 years. We've known each other since we were kids. We're super close. We hang out. We talk all the time. We're BFFs. Are you telling me you're going to go ahead and hire me to be your lawyer in that investigation? But just for some parts, the conflict only matters for some parts. You're going to be totally okay with me being your lawyer for, say, the trial and the cross-examination, for deciding what the investigative steps for the defense need to be, deciding what experts need to be consulted. You're going to take my advice on whether you should plead guilty, whether you should testify, how we should handle this, what sort of motions we should file. But just as long as I'm not the person who goes and interviews my BFF, the FBI agent, that's fine. Totally fine. You're totally cool with me doing that? No. No, of course he knows better. Of course he knows better. There's not a partial conflict of interest like that. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. But what else do they have? They have to come up with something for the fact that you knew they weren't supposed to be involved in the investigation, and yet you're continuing to take your evidence there. You're continuing to involve them in the process. You're leaving the murder weapon in their exclusive possession for days. For days. You know perfectly well. You know perfectly well that shouldn't have happened. And so that's the best you can come up with. Well, they were just recused from the interview portion. No. Definitely not consistent with anything else that we've heard. Still waiting to hear about this supposed reason why Canton Police Department had to do their first homicide investigation in 18 years, because according to them, Massachusetts State Police took the position that, well, our jurisdiction hasn't attached yet because John is still alive. We don't know if it's a homicide. So it's not till after we have John being declared dead and some kind of notification of that going through the chain of command. At some point after that, that Massachusetts State Police gets jurisdiction over the investigation. That's what we were told in the early days of this trial by the people from Canton. That's not at all how Trooper Bukhenik has described it, is it? He hasn't said anything like that. He got notified at 6 something in the morning and started getting ready. Said in his direct, he started clearing his driveway. Nothing whatsoever. Nothing about, oh, well, we're going to wait. We can't respond yet. And in fact, they're on scene at 9:30, roughly 9:30 in the morning at Canton Police Department. Canton knew. They knew they were coming. They knew Massachusetts State Police were coming. They knew from 6 something that morning. So why didn't we just secure the scene? Why didn't we just secure the scene and wait for them to show up? Why didn't we do that? Sure would love to know. Them taking the buccal swab, that was an interesting detail. That was an interesting detail. The detectives submitted to a buccal swab. Like I said, it's not the most unusual thing in the world, especially if you're coming up with unidentified DNA on something that's being tested. You rule out the people that were involved in the collection. You get their DNA because that's an obvious source of contamination. Somebody mishandled evidence. We've been watching this guy on the screen in the courtroom mishandling evidence right in front of our eyes. So yeah, seems like a pretty good inference that that type of thing could be going on. So it's not really that unusual, but it didn't happen until January of 2024. Is that what I understood? January 29th of 2024, the Needham Police Department did this collection. That's quite late in the day. That's well after, certainly this testing that we heard about from the other stuff that went to the crime lab. So yeah, just re-spell out my theory here with the taillight, since I kind of put it out in drips and drabs. I was trying to talk through the little gaps when they were at sidebar and things like that. The whole big objection to Proctor and Buinick couldn't have planted the taillight, right? Because the time doesn't work. The time that they got access to the car in Dighton, the time that they had the tow truck arrive, took it into custody. It's after 3 something p.m. They don't get back to Canton Police Department until nearly 5:30. And we've got CERT team people on the scene already to do that search. So unless the whole CERT team is involved in the conspiracy, right? That's part of the characterization of the defense argument. If it's a conspiracy, then everybody in the world must be involved in it. So if that's the only way that taillight planting could happen, CERT team has to be in on it. But we saw from that forensic scientist how much plastic these guys collected from the scene. I mean, it's like half an acre of plastic, pretty much, that has been tagged and collected, just piece after piece after piece. Didn't get a final count, but now I'm thinking somebody's got to go back and look at this. I hope it doesn't have to be me. I really do. I don't want to have to watch all that again, but I might have to. I just might have to. Because I really need to know how much more plastic did they collect than they were actually ultimately able to piece together into that taillight. And were any of those 5 or 6 pieces that the CERT team originally collected, were any of those among the pieces that were able to be physically matched to the taillight housing? Because this is an alternative theory for how you can do a hoax that doesn't involve any of these other law enforcement at all. All you need to know, all Brian Albert or Jen McCabe or any of those people need to know is that Karen Reed had a broken taillight that morning. And Jen McCabe knew that. Jen McCabe knew she had the piece of broken taillight. Doesn't require a million other people in the conspiracy. It requires Brian Albert or somebody else in that house to go out, sprinkle the whatever. You just need any red plastic, anything that looks like taillight. And then after the fact, after you have CERT come out and collect those pieces to make it look like, yes, oh my gosh, immediately we were able to get this corroborating evidence that Karen Reed broke her taillight right here at the scene. After the fact, then you're able to go out and plant what you got from the Canton Police Sallyport garage. After the fact, you're able to do that. And you know what? You got a guy with a plow. You got a guy with a plow. A guy with a white Jeep that has a plow at the front. You can just dump that right there. Dump that right there in the snow. Have your friend with the plow go through and run a few passes with it so it gets in the snowbank. And then what happens? The snowbank starts to melt and it starts to materialize. And now what do we have? We just have a mass of plastic. Some of it was able to fit together to match the housing, and all of the plastic that didn't, out of sight, out of mind. Nobody is doing an accounting of any of that. So this is my hypothesis, right? This is how science works. This is a scientific process. You have a hypothesis, you look at the evidence. Can I falsify this? Can I confirm it? Am I going to have to go back and look at those videos again? Am I going to have to go through that testimony of the plastic pieces? I might. Yeah, I might have to do that because I really do want to know. Wasn't that many pieces that she pieced together to put into that taillight housing, but it was quite an awful lot. Quite an awful lot that got collected. 8 pieces here, 6 pieces there, 9 pieces there. Yeah, and that's how it is. The huge pieces are being collected weeks later because you just went ahead and buried them in the snowbank. So yeah, as it melts, the big pieces are coming out. And that's also, that's also why it's kind of all over the place. We got stuff on the grass, sprinkled on the grass. We got stuff over here in the road. We got stuff in the snowbank. I mean, the reason why I'm interested in the plow schedule, I understand what we're going to get from Brian Laughlin as far as the plow schedule for that morning that he went by at about 2:30 in the morning. And I think my understanding is there wasn't much snow down at that time. So he either did not plow or he just made like the one pass down the middle. Then when he came back at like 3 to 3:30 in the morning, that's when he saw the Ford Edge that was parked in the way. So he did not go down at that point. I'm interested in the plow schedule after that. That's what I'm interested in, because I would like to know if this taillight is supposed to have been sitting there, if it's supposed to have been sitting there in this area where they're finding it in the street. Okay, so it's been in the street. I would like to know when the plows would have come through and plowed that area. Because how are all those pieces still in the same spot, in that same 10, 15 foot area, right at the curb in front of 34 Fairview, between the fire hydrant and the flagpole? Wouldn't those pieces have been picked up by the plow and moved? And then just whenever, as the snow comes off the plow, it gets in the bank. Isn't that what I would expect to happen? If there's fresh taillight pieces in this unplowed area of the roadway that gets plowed later. That's what I would expect to see. And we had the CERT guy testify. We saw the pictures. We saw the pictures of them, you know, uncovering layer by layer over there in the snowbank. You know, turning it over, and here's like a little piece at the top, right? And they get a little lower. Here's another piece sticking out. They were not all the way down at ground level by the time they're discovering this plastic. It's not that this plastic was sitting here at ground level and then got plowed over. No, it was mixed up in the snowbank. So how did it get there from inches away in the snowplow? Really doesn't make any sense to me. So that's what I'd like to know about the taillight. That's what I would like to know. I'd like to dig into that a little bit deeper, see what I can figure out. Well, we got a lot of comments to get through today, guys. So let's go ahead and get started. Crazy Cat Queen. First off, you're amazing. Thank you so much. Can't watch all because school. I totally get it. But with such obvious corruption within the DA's office, what is the procedure to get the state or federal government to investigate this cluster F? Well, so seems like that's happened, right? That seems to be the information that we have as far as we know. There's a parallel federal investigation going on. We don't know specifically who the target is, but certainly stands to reason that the target has some kind of relationship to either law enforcement or prosecution or something like that in this case, because the federal government doesn't have independent jurisdiction over just some murder that happens, you know, or some homicide that happens in a local community. The federal jurisdiction over homicide is very limited. It's very specific. Only certain types of homicides are going to qualify as federal crimes. And so unless the feds are asked in to cooperate in the investigation, they have to have their own independent basis to be going in and doing stuff. And we know that the old DA in this case did not invite them in because he has sent them letter after letter after letter complaining about their investigation. He doesn't like it. He doesn't want it going on. He has tried to shut it down. So that's what gives us the inference that it's him or his office or his law enforcement officers or something like that that is the target of this particular investigation. But as far as how is the procedure to get it to investigate, it's up to them. It's up to them. Unless you can like convince your state government, your state Congress or something like that to investigate it, to conduct a hearing, call in witnesses, subpoena them, and things like that. They could do it, but are they going to do it? Are they going to do it? Do we know how enmeshed politics, local politics, state politics are with law enforcement? How much power police unions have in elections, in local elections? Are we all on the same page about that? Because, yeah, it's massive. I mean, law enforcement money is massive. Law enforcement lobbying is massive. It's the fox guarding the hen house. Of course, they're not going to investigate that independently. So it's up to them. It's up to the investigators to decide. There's no mechanism. There's no mechanism to enforce them, to require them to investigate anything at all. And that's because longstanding principle in U.S. law enforcement doesn't actually have a duty to do anything. It's a very important thing to know, because you might think somebody is at my door, they have a knife, they have a gun, they're trying to get in my house, they're going to murder me. I call 911. I'm telling them this man's outside. He's going to get something to break open the window. He's about to get in. I need help. I need you right now. Nothing at all preventing law enforcement from saying, yeah, okay, but give me 10 minutes because I'm on my coffee break. Just give me a few. Know what? It's really far. It's really far. And I might have to check in on something over on this end of town So I'm not sure I'm going to make it out there for that call. Nothing against that at all. They have complete discretion to decide what they're going to investigate and when, and they have no duty to do anything at all on behalf of the public. So you can't force them to do it. It's up to them to do it. And that's kind of one of the extremely fortunate things in this case for Karen Reed, that they did decide to do it, because she couldn't have made him do it. And a lot of this information that the FBI was able to get through their own investigation, the extraction of several of these phones, the information and stuff like that, that's information that was developed in the federal investigation that the defense was trying to get here in this trial, and they were denied. They weren't going to be allowed access to that. Remember the whole order about the preservation of the phones? They were going to be denied all that. So it's only because the feds were involved that a lot of this stuff was able to come out in the first place. Very, very fortunate for Karen. Worked out really well for her that way. Z, with alleged evidence tampering, could blood sample have been swapped with another patient or results altered as shady officers and fire were at hospital? I believe this is talking about Karen Reed's blood sample, right? I wouldn't think so. I wouldn't think so, if only just because that's in the lab. That's internal to the hospital. There isn't really any point where that blood would have come into their possession between the time that they took it from Karen and sent it down to their own lab, you know, for the turnaround on the alcohol results. Everything else that the law enforcement did with the results after that, it didn't require the actual blood itself. The whole retrograde extrapolation thing, this is just a math problem. They didn't need the blood to be able to do that. So at least as far as that particular evidence, no. I think it's just more a question of, is it reliable? Are we to take it as a given that they didn't use the alcohol swab to be able to collect this blood? I just found it overkill, unnecessary when the hospital guy, the director, talked about how they had removed all of the alcohol swabs from the ER because of the fact you can't use them for alcohol testing. That's part of the protocol. You got to use a different disinfectant, different sanitizer. And so they use betadine. That's what he testified to. But he said the alcohol tests are not routine. It's specifically a law enforcement test that they're doing when they're testing for alcohol. It's not routine. So that's not the normal. It's not the normal demand for a blood draw. The normal demand for a blood draw would just be, it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter if you used an alcohol swab, because that's not what you're looking for. It's not what you're testing for. So it's not like they swab everybody with betadine now in order to draw their blood. It was a very, very strange piece of testimony. And to me, it just came off as it's just too much. I have a hard time believing that. You're telling me this is not a routine test that you do, but you're going to reconfigure your entire emergency room department to accommodate the demands of this one test that is not routine. And so then what do you do all the other times you need to draw blood? Are you telling me you follow the alcohol test protocol for all non-alcohol related blood draws? I don't believe that, because you testified that your protocol is normally, to use the alcohol swab. So to me, that's a little bit more the issue, that and just the potential for interference that was elicited by the defense. They talked about like lactic acid, for example, and some suggestion. I had wondered at the time, is that because of MS? Is there something biochemical with MS that could cause you to produce a lot of lactic acid or something like that. Makes sense to me. It's an inflammatory, musculoskeletal disease. That's, lactic acid is produced from muscle stress, basically muscle damage, muscle work. So that would make sense to me that, yeah, maybe she's got more resting lactic acid like at all times, if she's got this disease. So just possible for the results to be inaccurate for a variety of reasons, because of her medical condition, because of the potential use of an alcohol swab, something like that. Now, if we're hearing about Karen's blood being taken from the hospital, being taken by Trooper Proctor or whoever, and being submitted for some additional testing, yeah, I'm going to be suspicious about the chain of custody at that point, just given everything that we've heard. Blood especially, it has to be stored under pretty good conditions. You can't have it sit out in the trunk of your car on a hot day, getting to be a gazillion degrees and stuff like that. This is why they made such a thing about trying to emphasize, the red Solo cups, were in the fridge, or it was frozen when I took the sample, Maureen Hartnett's testimony, because yes, it needs to be kept cold. If it's warm, it separates and just, breakdown starts to happen. So I'm going to be suspicious of it if we start getting more information like that, especially, if we don't have a better chain of custody than we have for a lot of this other stuff that's coming into evidence. Boop. Do you think Judge Bev would limit how much she would let the defense comment on Proctor during closing argument if he isn't called by either side? It's going to depend. It's going to depend on that missing witness instruction. So many ways that this could go, so let's start from the standpoint that the Commonwealth decides we're not going to call Proctor. We're not going to call him. The defense then is going to have really two options. Their options are going to be, do we want to try to call him ourselves, or do we want to go for the missing witness instruction? Not clear to me that you can get the missing witness instruction if you go ahead and call him, because now he's been made available. The point, it seems on one hand like you should, because the point is to point out he's aligned with the Commonwealth. They're the ones who should be calling him, and they haven't. And there's no reason why they haven't, because here he is in court. We're able to call him. So it's not clear to me really one way or the other if this has to be a binary choice. Could they also call him and still get that missing witness instruction? Not 100% sure on that. But typically speaking, it is when somebody doesn't testify, because if they are there testifying, then you get what you get. And there isn't a need to draw this inference about he's got something to hide, because he's there for you to ask all of the questions about it. So if they go with the missing witness instruction, then it's going to come down to the Commonwealth being able to argue against those elements that we looked at yesterday. When I pulled up the rule, the ones that are really at issue here are going to be, is he available? Okay. Is there information that he was going to plead the fifth anyway that was going to render him unavailable to be able to testify? And does he have anything non-duplicative that's of importance to the case? Well, I feel like after today, we're in a pretty good position to argue that, yeah, he's got stuff that's material, because Trooper Bukhenik isn't going to account for this bad evidence handling, the not entering this stuff into the log until March 14th, 2 weeks after this incident has happened. Weeks after a lot of this stuff has been collected. Where has it been in the meantime? The person who's going to have personal knowledge of that is Proctor. You got to get him on the stand for that. And that's just above and beyond all these other things we've already mentioned. The chain of custody of the phone, where's that? All of those other details. So I think we can probably overcome that. The question then comes down to one of availability. And so that's where things start to get really fuzzy. It's where things start to get really fuzzy. because I've said before, and I've mentioned before, you don't get to invoke the Fifth as a blanket. You don't get to say, I'm not going to ask any questions at all. I'm not going to answer any questions at all, even ones that don't potentially incriminate me. It's a question by question determination that the judge makes. When they're deciding whether or not we're going to accept this waiver, the judge makes that decision, and if it's an incriminating question, then yeah, you can waive, you can invoke. You don't have to answer the question. But the problem is that it's often the case that if a witness is going to invoke as to anything at all, the witness won't be allowed to testify, period, because it's cherry picking and it's creating a false impression. Because am I going to be allowed to ask this question in the presence of the jury? Is the jury going to see this person invoke the Fifth and understand that's why they're not getting an answer to the question? It's not, I am choosing not to ask it voluntarily, but I'm not asking it because I'm not allowed because he's going to invoke. It creates a false impression if I don't get to do that in the presence of the jury and he's allowed to testify about other stuff that he's not invoking on. It's also related to whether the judge finds that the invocation is valid or not. So I had this come up. I had this come up in a case a few years back that I was trying. There is a witness who's a gang member. He's a witness that the state is calling, and he's going to invoke the Fifth to pretty much everything that he's asked. The prosecution wants to ask him about, I'm trying to remember the specific details, and it's just a little bit fuzzy now because it's been so long, but ultimately it's going to come down to possession of a firearm. This guy's a felon. And so we go through the whole process where the prosecution says, well, we're going to grant him immunity for these statements. We'll grant him use immunity. That's one way of taking away that privilege. If you can't be prosecuted for it, then you can't, you're not in jeopardy. So the privilege, against self-incrimination doesn't imply it's not incriminating you to answer. You have this commitment from law enforcement and prosecution. It's not going to be used against you. So that's what they did. They gave him use immunity for these statements to try to kill his invocation. Well, I argued that the prosecutor can't give him immunity from the federal government. And the problem is when you're talking about firearm possession, disqualified people, there's a whole layer of federal law that's involved, on top of state law. And so, sure, this prosecutor can give him use immunity from state prosecution, but he can't give him immunity from federal prosecution, and he still remains in jeopardy for that. The trial court did not agree with me. The judge did not agree with me. And so what they did, because the judge then makes a determination, he's got immunity, so there is no privilege, so he cannot invoke. But we already know he's going to do it anyway. So allows him to be put on the stand, allows the state to question him, put the questions to him, and make him invoke in the presence of the jury. Make him invoke in the presence of the jury. This was a whole issue that got argued through the appeal process, which I didn't handle in that particular case because I was the trial attorney. It gets messy. It gets complicated. How all of this unfolds, whether you're allowed to invoke, whether the jury is allowed to know about that or not. It gets extremely complicated. So that's all going to factor into availability, right? That's all going to factor into availability. Is he unavailable generally? He's certainly unavailable for certain questions, right? The certain questions that he's pleading the Fifth on. If he pleads the Fifth, he's unavailable for those. Does that mean he's unavailable for everything? It normally doesn't, but how can you let the guy go in and selectively testify and create the false impression for the jury that certain questions are not being asked because he's gonna invoke? That's kind of the $1 million question in all of this, right? So that's if the defense tries to call him themselves, right? They choose to call him themselves, and what do they get out of all of that? Is there going to be some kind of pathway there where they can still get the missing witness instruction because of the stuff they're not allowed to ask about because he's going to invoke on it? I don't know. And that's why I suspect when we go back to those motion and limine hearings, when this came up, when Judge Bev first raises the question, well, what if they don't call? What if they don't call Trooper Proctor? And Ms. Little says, we will call them. We will call him ourselves. And Judge Bev says we'll be prepared to brief that. We're definitely going to see a lot of briefing if that happens. So it'll be on the parties to lay out what the law is in Massachusetts, how this is going to work, what are the possible ways that this could unfold. They're going to have to sort through a lot of that mess to make sense of it. So the bottom line, though, is that if she doesn't let them have the missing witness instruction, then they're very limited in being able to make the arguments at closing. Why isn't Michael Proctor here? Why didn't the state call Michael Proctor? He's the lead investigator. He's the obvious person they should be calling. The rule is quite clear. You don't get to make that argument until the judge approves giving the instruction, meaning all of those elements have been met. At least you've made a showing that all the elements are met. It's apparently up to the jury to decide whether they in fact are. But there has to be, some evidence. He's available. He's got affinity with the prosecution. No reasonable other explanation for him not testifying, that type of thing. They don't get the instruction. They can't make that argument. And so we know the jury is going to be sitting there wondering for themselves. In a way, it kind of makes this is just one of the ways where sometimes the trial process is very counterintuitive. It doesn't really make a lot of sense because the jury may very well be thinking this in their own minds anyway. We know he's the lead prosecutor. You didn't call him. They may very well be making this inference in their own minds anyway. And so by not allowing that to be part of the conversation and part of the argument, you don't give them any information about what they're to do with that, right? The jury is going to be instructed that they can consider the evidence, their reasonable inferences from the evidence or the lack thereof, and they're allowed to use their real life experience. You're allowed to take that into the jury room. You are not expected to leave your common sense at the courthouse door. So there is nothing about the jurors thinking to themselves, absence of evidence, Michael Proctor, the lead investigator, weird that he didn't get called. It's not misconduct for them to be sitting there thinking that. It's not misconduct for that to come up in closing or for that to come up in deliberations. So it's kind of weird, the situation where it could potentially just be sitting out there anyway, but we don't get an instruction on it and we don't get to talk about it. I don't know that would be helpful to the Commonwealth. Nunzio, flipping the video without stating why on the stand is very deceptive. Hopefully the defendant calls it out. Yeah, that was so well done. That was the key point he needed to make. You went through your entire testimony about this yesterday and you never felt the need. You told them this was accurate and truthful and you never felt the need to clarify that what they're actually looking at is the driver's side and not the passenger side. You never felt the need to clarify that this is not what it seems. Is it accurate? It's sure misleading, isn't it? It's sure misleading. I thought he did that extremely well. DG Maffey. Does the third party defense change who the state calls as witnesses? Also, how does it affect who the defense chooses to cross, i.e. Carrie Roberts no cross? Yeah, it could potentially, because it seems like, Judge Bev is still holding this firm line on they're not allowed to ask or inquire into anything that suggests direct involvement by Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Colin Albert. Those questions are pretty much off limits. And so, yeah, I think the Commonwealth can avoid calling witnesses who might be able to provide that type of connection. Like, I don't know, maybe the Beatties? Maybe. Remember those ones? They're on the defense witness list, and they're on Jen McCabe's call log from like 5 something in the morning, when she's supposedly trying to find John. A bunch of calls to Tom Beattie that he never answered. Maybe he did eventually. I don't know. I think we're going to find out when we get to the defense case. But that's an example, yeah. Somebody that could corroborate potentially this part of Jen McCabe's story. Get on the stand. Yeah, I got all these missed calls from her at like 5 something in the morning. I have my phone on silent at night, so it didn't wake me up, and had no idea what all that was about. Didn't talk to her at the time. Once I did talk to her, she told me she was just looking for John, but they found him, yada, yada. Could call him to corroborate all that if he's going to corroborate it. Maybe he's not. So that's, the kind of situation where the Commonwealth could absolutely tailor their witnesses, tailor who they choose to call and present the case to try to limit the information supporting the third party theory that's able to come forward. But that is just delaying the inevitable, because yes, the defense can call them. And so that's really the $1 million question. Let's say we're going to pose the hypothetical now again. Let's say the Beatties have the smoking gun evidence that Jen McCabe was asking us to create an alibi for Lally, right? Lally is out driving Colin around at 1:30 in the morning. He wasn't supposed to be at Fairview. We're trying to say he left at 12:30. Can you help us back that up, hypothetically? Well, that's going a lot more directly to the third party stuff, isn't it? Because you're deliberately covering up. You're deliberately covering up his involvement. You're trying to get other people involved. This would be direct evidence of that, of the cover up, of trying to get other people involved in that type of undertaking. But if you don't get it out until the defense case in chief, you don't get to ask any questions about it before then. So yeah, then it puts the defense in the position of, okay, now our foundation is established. Now we're going to be able to ask some of these direct third-party culprit questions. Now we got to look at, are we going to go back and bring some of these other people back on the stand? Because we couldn't have asked this question originally. It wouldn't have been allowed because the foundation hadn't been laid. But now once it's laid in the defense case, yeah, you can go back and cover it. And that, I suspect, is probably one of the reasons why all of these people are on the defense witness list, because they know they need to have the ability to recall them depending on what comes out. What they're limited from doing during the case in chief could be quite different from what they're allowed to do after the evidence unfolds from the defense case. Everage, can the defense call Michael Proctor with the purpose to impeach him? Maybe that's why Karen was mouthing no Proctor ever. Yeah, so Massachusetts does allow, they do allow a witness to impeach their own, they do allow a party to impeach their own witness. That is not the rule in every state. Some states say you cannot impeach your own witness. The idea is that if you're putting the witness on the stand, you as an officer of the court have to like be representing that what you're going to get from this witness is truthful. You have to have a good faith expectation that you're getting good information from this witness. And so if you're up here challenging the witness's credibility, you're telling me that you put somebody on the stand that isn't believable. So some states won't allow you to do that. Other states, however, will. And I think that's the majority rule. Most of them will allow you to impeach your own witness, because there's a lot of reasons why you might need to call somebody for specific things, but still impeach them on something else. And there is kind of a difference between, am I impeaching somebody as generally unreliable? Am I impeaching somebody as unreliable on a specific point? Like there's a lot of distinctions here. I can think that somebody is generally truthful and trying to be helpful in a case, but that their memory is bad. So I don't need to impeach them as a terrible person to establish that on this one particular point, it may be that we can't rely on what you have to say. So Massachusetts does allow you to impeach your own witness. That said, however, most of the time you cannot call a witness for the sole purpose of impeaching them. You can't put somebody on the stand just to point out this person, isn't believable. You have to have some independent reason why you're calling them, something that you need to elicit for your case, that then, from that you can springboard into impeaching them as you may need to. But you need to have some independent reason why you're calling them, besides just, I'm going to call them to make them look like a liar. Well, that's typically not hard to do, though. I mean, and even in this particular case, all of these things that we're talking about, the reason why Trooper Proctor would potentially need to testify, these are all legitimate reasons to call him if the Commonwealth doesn't, because we still need to get the chain of custody for all of these pieces of evidence. We still need to get the chain of custody for the phone. We still need to get his explanation for how is this evidence not logged in until March 14th. We need his explanation for how is it that this investigation that you were in charge of was done so badly? How is it that the conflicted Canton Police Department still had access to so much of this evidence in the case? I mean, those are legitimate questions to answer. Depending on what Trooper Proctor says, then you might need to impeach him on it. But he could answer truthfully and give you good information that you can rely on, that you're not going to challenge. Well, the reason I didn't log the evidence into evidence at Canton for nearly 2 weeks is because it sat in the back of my car and I forgot about it. I didn't remember it was there. Okay, I mean, I'd probably live with that as an answer, because you can always go to the jury and argue. Convenient, isn't it, that he had all of this time to have access to it, to do whatever he wanted with it. When you have other independent evidence of incentive to do that, you've got his text messages with his friends about how he's going to run this investigation that you can use to color all of his decisions that he made in the case. But it doesn't mean you have to challenge each and every answer he gives you. So, yeah, I think Karen is indicating that she doesn't think the Commonwealth is going to call him, and but that doesn't mean that the defense won't. And certainly, we know from that motion in limine was that that's what they say they're going to do. If the Commonwealth doesn't call him, then the defense is going to. Ian Kelly, timestamp of their skip is not 2 minutes off, if I remember correctly, sus. It was the one that he showed us. The one that he showed us was like 30 to 40 seconds, right? The mystery fog. The mystery fog one, it jumped from... About 5:07. No, that's a different one. That's the pinch to zoom. Where are we back in the sallyport? Okay, here it is. Here it's a mirrored. 5:37:37. Then there's the fog, the mystery fog of some sort, where another person mysteriously appears out of the fog like a David Copperfield show. And the timestamp jumped to 5:38:01. So exactly how long that gap is, hard to say. But, you know, it's missing time. It's missing time. How long does it take to whack a taillight? Grab the pieces, reach down, break it off, stick it in your pocket. How long does that take? How many seconds do you think that would take? Ian Kelly, mint is 2 minutes off. Yeah. I mean, the one that they showed us, seconds, but we saw that video skipping around all over the place. I don't know. Maybe he'll show us more. Maybe he'll show us more of the mystery sections. Maybe we'll see more jumping around to the timestamps. The whole video should be in evidence, and so the jury should be able to look at it for themselves. Look at the timestamps, watch all the points when it skips, see how long they skip. Ask questions about, I wonder why we haven't gotten an explanation for why all of this is skipping. Anton Ivanov. The online situation is very much for those who believe no proof is necessary. For those who don't believe no proof is possible. Well, I mean, I think that is certainly the extremes on both ends. I think that's the extremes on both ends. That's just normal. If people have already made up their minds and they're closed, you've described epistemic closure right here, right? Nothing is going to change your perspective one way or the other. Yeah, I think there's certainly a lot of that out there, but I think the vast majority of people are in the middle ground where we are open. I have no dog in this fight. I don't care whether she's guilty or not. I don't care whether the law enforcement did a frame job or didn't. It doesn't matter to me. I'm not invested in it at all. This is kind of getting us back to remember way back in the old Depp v. Heard days. I remember getting accused all the time going into that trial. Andrea, you're so biased. You're so biased. You've already made up your mind. You're so biased. And I always have to remind people about the difference between being biased and being informed. Because the reason why I had an opinion going into that trial, because I knew what the evidence was going to be, because I'd already watched this go down in the UK. I'd already watched the whole thing unfold in the UK. So I already had a pretty good idea of what we were going to see coming into Virginia. Does that mean I'm going to be closed off to anything new? No. But does it mean that having been exposed to information about the merits of the decision that we're supposed to be making here, that I have exercised my judgment in interpreting that and forming opinions based on it? Well, yes, I have done that. Yes, I have. That's what people do. That's what you're supposed to do. That's what's normal. You're supposed to evaluate the information that's presented and form a judgment about it. So, yeah, people are getting more and more informed about this case as it goes on. And because of that, yeah, people are forming more and more opinions about the case because they're getting more information about it. This is not people being biased. This is people getting informed. So just bear that in mind. There is a big difference between the extremes of the people who are entirely epistemically closed and what I think is likely the vast majority of people who are simply waiting to see what the evidence shows them. And as it comes out, it's going to lean you one way, it's going to lean you the other way. But that can change. That can change. There can be a smoking gun at any point in time that could change my perspective. And I've been waiting for it. There's a reason why I'm calling out things like, why don't we have a photograph of the taillight at Dighton? Because it was right there. You said you saw it. You said it was significant. It's significant enough. You called Trooper Proctor over to see it for himself, and nobody bothered to snap a picture of it. Because you know what? That would change my opinion. If you had a photograph of that taillight, if you had your dash cam on driving into that driving into that area, seeing that car, walking up and seeing that taillight, and that taillight is in the same condition that it was in the sallyport garage, yeah, that's going to change my opinion. But we don't have that. We don't have that, do we? We don't have that. If we get a medical examination that shows me injuries that would be consistent with the normal way a person would get hit by a car, okay? I don't want to see some crazy contortion job where, well, if he's bent over and like has his head kind of between his knees and gets hit by the bumper, causing that thing on the back of his head, then things could happen this way. Because your theory needs to be consistent with just reality, how things actually happen. I'm sorry, some 6'2" guy is not, he's not that flexible. I'm just going to tell you right now. What is he, a yoga guy? I don't think so. I don't think so. Guys aren't that flexible anyway, and they don't tend to work on it. It's one of those things that we tend to work at what we're good at, you know, because it's more rewarding. It feels better. It's easy. We feel like we're accomplishing something. It's much, much harder to work on the stuff you're not good at because it sucks. It hurts. You feel like you're not very good. It's very discouraging. This is why men do a lot of strength training more than women do. Women do a lot of flexibility training more than men do. It's because we do what we're good at. I don't think this guy is down there with his head below his knees to get hit by the bumper, you know, and for it to work that way. Where did he get hit? Where did he get hit? Where did it produce the injury? I have an open mind. I'll wait and hear what the medical examiner tells me, but we haven't seen anything so far that suggests this happened in any kind of reasonable way that we would expect an accident like that to happen. Rhonda, Iowa girl. As a retail owner, I can 100% tell you that there is video aiming directly at the bar. We do that for insurance purposes. I want to know why the wrong camera angle is shown. This is very suspicious to me. Yeah, I got to assume that there are lots of cameras in there, that there's multiple angles. And yeah, why have they chosen this one? I don't know. You would think the ones at the bar would be the ones you want, because wouldn't those be the ones showing Karen's vodka drinks being served to Karen or to John or to whoever is buying the vodka drink? Somebody would have testified, I bought a vodka drink for Karen, right? If it was somebody other than Karen and John, we heard from everybody else at the waterfall. Nobody testified to that. So the bartender should be on video handing vodka drinks to Karen or to John, and it's not there. We didn't get any of that. Same thing at CF McCarthy's. We didn't get that. We get the vision of Karen's back, Karen between the camera and the bar, wherever the cup is, while Trooper Bukhenik is telling us at this moment she's putting a shot glass in her cocktail glass. Well, no, we're looking at her back. We're looking at her back on the camera. But you know, if we were looking at that angle from behind the bar, we would see it. If we were looking at that angle from behind the bar, we would see the bartender serving these up. We would see how she was being served. So, does that answer your question about why the wrong camera angle is shown? The defense didn't go collect this video. They didn't collect it, and you'll probably agree with me. It's very common for these videos to be overwritten in a not very long period of time. Just because, I mean, it's changing now in terms of the amount of memory that it's realistic to have for storage. You know, it's having a 5 terabyte, you know, external hard drive is no longer a big thing. 10 years ago, that would have been just ridiculously expensive. Wouldn't be the norm. That is getting to be more and more common. So you can store more and more data because, you know, video files are big. They're big, massive files. So that's your limit on being able to keep that information. So very, very common. You keep it for a certain length of time because that's how much room you have in your storage. But it's not infinite. It's not unlimited. You have to be able to delete some of it, go overwrite it. So very common. We keep it for a week. We keep it for 2 weeks. We keep it for 30 days. You know, don't typically see a lot more than 30 days. Not going to say it never happens. But that's fairly normal for the time frame. So once the 30 days have gone by, nobody else is getting any more of this video. It's gone. It's gone. So we are stuck with what Canton Police Department collected. And this is what they chose to collect. And yeah, would have been interesting. I don't recall them getting into that cross-examination with the bartender from the waterfall. We never heard from anybody official at CF McCarthy's, but we heard from that bartender at the waterfall. What other cameras are there? What other angles do you have? Is this the only one? We know it's not the only one because we got the one pointed at the door. You know, they've been showing us the one pointed at the table and the table and then the bar behind it, and then the one pointed at the door and then the one out the door. I mean, we know there are multiple cameras. I don't recall there being any questioning about, is there a camera that would have shown us the bar from the perspective of the bartender, from that angle behind the bar, or just even a direct view of the bar from some angle, an overhead or something like that, so we can see the activity that's taking place at the bar. Because yeah, I mean, you're right. This is important for, I mean, I'm sure insurance purposes, because it just goes to ultimate liability. Dram shop liability is a thing, you know, for bars. Now, I don't know about Massachusetts in particular. I've never looked it up for there. But many places it is. You can be liable for over-serving somebody. Somebody is clearly stumbling drunk. You're continuing to put alcohol in front of them at the bar. They go and drive home and kill somebody. You can in many circumstances be held civilly responsible for that. So yeah, it's in your interest to be able to document what is going over the bar and the condition of the people, how they are behaving and presenting in that scenario, so that you're able to show after the fact, this is what our decisions were based on, this is what our actions were based on, and what we knew at the time. So yeah, it's we don't have an answer for why this is the angle that we're seeing, but we certainly know that there were other angles. Gotta wonder if there's an angle from the bar that we're not seeing, because it would show weren't no 9 drinks being served to Karen Reed that night. Majufi, it seemed like there might have been too much taillight. I pulled this one up. Yes, this is my comment. It does, doesn't it? It does seem like there might have been way too much taillight. Like, how many taillight equivalents of plastic did they collect from this area? I would love the accounting of the taillight pieces. I just really don't want to be the person to do it. Rhonda, Iowa girl, snowblower only discovered blood, not plastic. Eye rolls. Yeah. They got the blood and the cocktail glass. They got the cocktail glass. And remember, this was we have it on video. We have it on video, what they were doing. It was a very specific description of, we were able to go in there because we saw pink spots on top of the blood. That's what, on top of the snow, that's what led us to think there was going to be evidence here. Pink spots on top of the snow where John was lying. So they had to go and unclear that, because the blood had dripped down into the snow that had accumulated. They had to chase it down to where they were able to get a sample. So layer by layer with this leaf blower, they cleared it out. They followed that blood down to the point, nearly all the way down to bare ground. He said they took it down to bare ground, uncovered the cocktail glass, and no plastic in this whole area, that now they were able to recover 40 some pieces, but none of them in that particular John-sized area right there in the front yard. Hard to believe. Very hard to believe. WM Penguin. I had the same issue with the image that she asked for the laser pointer to be used, but is she allowed to do that? Is she allowed to do it? Well, Bev, I've mentioned before, is really straddling the line on the comments on the evidence. It's not her case. It's not her case. She has authority over the courtroom and the manner in which the evidence gets presented. But she doesn't decide. She doesn't decide what the people present or don't present. She is not supposed to be putting her finger on the scale of what are we seeing here? What's important? What's not important? It's for Mr. Lally to evaluate the weight of the evidence that's being displayed and decide for himself, is this clear enough on its own, or do I need this witness to use the laser pointer to call it out? So in and of itself, is it allowed? It's allowed until someone tells her she can't do it. Who's going to tell her she can't do it? A reviewing court at the end of the trial. If Karen Reed gets convicted and it goes up on appeal, that's the mechanism for somebody to tell Judge Bev, you're not allowed to do that. Are they going to do that? Don't know. Don't know. I can tell you right off that even if they do say, Judge Bev, you're not allowed to do that, you shouldn't be running the Commonwealth's case for them. Are they going to say it's harmless error? Yeah, almost certainly. Yes, they will. Almost certainly. Won't require a new trial or anything like that. So, you know, that's the legal realism answer to this question. Is she allowed? Well, she's allowed until somebody stops her. Melinderp. At Andrea Burkhart, do you think it would be worth it for the cert lead to be called back and questioned about proper procedure if they had found a bunch more evidence at the scene later like this? I don't know. I mean, see, they could have raised this at the time because they already knew that there were all of these subsequent searches, right? They already knew defense had this information. And so they could have posed it to them at the time. Sir, you've described, Mr. O'Hara, you've described your grid search, your systematic going through layer by layer, sifting through the snow to look for the evidence. And once you determined that you had exhausted the search, you had uncovered, you'd located everything there was to be located, then you went ahead and concluded your search. Are you aware that however many other pieces of plastic were subsequently discovered in this very area where you searched? Doesn't that tend to undermine the exhaustiveness of the search that you performed? It's one of those things where, I mean, I assume, because I hope, that the defense has interviewed most of these people before trial, because that's where you have your opportunity to ask the questions you don't know the answer to. You don't want to do it on the stand. You don't want to ask them, for example, what's your explanation for how all of this other stuff was found after your very thorough and systematic search on January the 29th, if you don't already know the answer to that? You can't lay that up for him because you don't know what he's going to bring. If you've interviewed him beforehand, you can ask him in the interview, and then depending on what he says, you may or may not want to repeat that question when you get to trial. So I don't think they're likely going to, just because they have the opportunity to present those circumstances to him already. They didn't need to go through this process of having all that admitted into evidence and so forth. I mean, again, what I would have liked to have known, and it wouldn't come from the cert lead though. The cert lead just knows what he collected. He doesn't know what the crime lab did with it after the fact. I really would have liked to know were any of those pieces that you initially uncovered, were they ever connected with that taillight housing? Really? Just seems very important to me. Ms. Black, 1909. Greetings from PL. Is this the Philippines? Greetings from the Philippines, Andrea. These plastic pieces look like the taillight just exploded in J.O.'s face. Don't know how they say it with a straight face. Yeah, this is, plastic doesn't shatter like glass does typically. I mean, you can get large pieces, you can get small pieces, but like, how with glass, you break a piece of glass and there's tiny little slivers and like basically dust. I mean, there's basically glass dust. You got to be so careful cleaning all that up because it shatters, right? And plastic doesn't tend to shatter like that. I am still just fixated on this pattern, this apparent spray pattern, blast pattern of this taillight. I mean, the taillight is everywhere. The taillight is all the way up to the flagpole, all the way up to the fire hydrant, but all the way out in the street. I mean, it's just this massive coverage area of these taillight pieces. And his attempt to minimize this down to a 30 square foot area, okay, that's 6 feet by 5 feet. We know it's more than that from where John was to the curb. We can see it with our own eyes. We can see the distance from the fire hydrant to the curb is more than that. From the fire hydrant to the flagpole is more than that. We know this is more than a 30 square foot area. Somehow all of this taillight just exploded all over that whole area. It doesn't make a lot of sense. My experience, like I said before, when I backed into my husband's truck and broke my taillight, it sits there at the point of impact. It's right there at the point of impact. Had some of it, sitting right there on his bumper. My tail light hit at the level of his bumper. Some of it's on the ground, just right there. Some of it's right there on his bumper. It's right there at the point of impact. I don't know how it's going to be sprayed all over the yard like this. Not your mama's cornbread. Y'all, did we talk about Paul O'Keefe getting a note during trial from one of the ADAs yesterday? I was in and out all day. I don't know anything about this. I haven't seen anything about this. I didn't notice it at any point. So if anybody has any information about that you want to share, definitely do let me know. But this is not something that we have talked about because it's not something that I'm aware of. Brooke, theatrics from the state are stomach churning. The whole glove theater is ridiculous. Isn't it ridiculous? I mean, do they think we're stupid? They do think we're stupid. They really do. They really do think think we're stupid because they're so willing to gaslight us. Telling us there's stuff on the video that we're watching with our own eyes and not seeing. Okay, telling us there's a magical fog in which a person appears in the sallyport. It has nothing to do with the time stamp skipping ahead, quite a few seconds. Yeah, the theatrics are stomach turning, and I would love to be able to tell you, oh, it's just this case. It's just this case. No, I mean, it's not. We know it's not because we know that these theatrics, when it comes to stuff like the gloving, when it comes to things like, oh, this is perfectly legitimate, valid, probative forensic techniques. No, a lot of it's theater. A lot of it is theater. I looked at these things and they looked really similar. And I've looked at a lot of things and I passed proficiency tests in this closed universe system that show I'm able to identify these things in a closed universe system, which of course my case investigation is not. But I have that proficiency and I've looked at many of them. So I can tell you, yeah, it's the same gun. It's the same bullet. It's the same plastic. I mean, it doesn't matter. A lot of that stuff, it's just theatrical nonsense. Jesse became a YouTube member. Welcome, Jesse. Welcome to the crew. John Duncan, Bev, just say sustained or overruled, please. Isn't it crazy, the double standard, how we're not supposed to talk about the basis for the objection, but you're going to signal it when you're ruling? You're going to make it clear what needs to be done to fix the problem. Yeah. The whole handling of the objections is is really, really questionable. Not your mama's cornbread. Y'all, this is like a Super Bowl for us attorneys. Oh my God, the Freudian slip, he called him Proctor. That was funny. That was funny, wasn't it? Well, you know, one liar versus another liar. Do the details really matter? Hey, if you're going to step into Proctor's shoes and take responsibility for the parts of his investigation that the state is desperately trying to get you to cover. The Commonwealth is desperately trying to get you to get this information in so they don't have to call Trooper Proctor to testify to it. He might as well be Trooper Proctor, right? Maybe he'll call him the medical examiner next. Thal is trying to testify about the subdural hematoma. Ridiculous. Britt Cormier, as a Marine, I can tell you he's reading slow because it is not in crayon. We process crayon faster than typing. Lol. Is that while you're reading it or while you're chewing on it? No, not you. Not you, Britt. You have very smart things to say in my comments. You're clearly a different kind of Marine than old Trooper Bukhenik here. Franz Marks. Andrea, the defund movement and vax mandates forced most of the good guys out. We are left with bad guys, bad cops and guys just doing CYA law enforcement. I don't doubt this. I mean, I can't say this is inconsistent with my own perceptions of law enforcement over time. In Washington, we have had for quite a long time now just a massive shortage of state troopers, like hundreds of positions that are not filled. They aren't able to get them filled. I can say that around the time of COVID and that whole 2020 to 2022 kind of period, we saw just massive retirements in the local law enforcement near where I am. People taking early retirement, people getting out, and not being replaced at anywhere near the same rate. So no, it wouldn't surprise me at all. It wouldn't surprise me at all if there's a disincentive to be a police officer right now. It's not a popular job, and quite frankly, when you are one of the good guys and you see this kind of stuff happening, you know, if you got bad guys in the department and that's kind of the standard you're going to be in, is that where you're going to want to be? Is that how you're going to want to be doing this job? No, you're going to be disillusioned and you're going to get out. So it's an unfortunate situation, but yeah, it would not surprise me at all if just the dynamics, the culture of the law enforcement has changed a lot with all of these different pressures that are being put on individual officers. Laura McLeod became a YouTube member. Welcome, Laura. Steve F., the talent differential between the defense and Lally is just a gulf. It's marvelous Marvin Hagler versus Steve Urkel in the ring, Andrea. It is. I mean, what a visual, because it really does sum it up. He's so outmatched. He's so outmatched. He can't even ask a question. He can't. He has to talk. He has to talk himself into figuring out what his point is while he is asking his question. And I still go back to these poor forensic witnesses, these young women who are scientists. They're not professional legal people. Yes, you have to testify in the course of your job. That's part of your duty, but you're not the legal and strategic brain behind what is going on in court. That is somebody else's responsibility. But the questions that you're getting are really putting it on you to figure out, what on earth is this guy even asking for? Where is he trying to go with this? I can't tell exactly what information he's asking me for. He doesn't know how to get to the point. He doesn't know how to make a point. Does he not have a point? Is that the problem? I just want so much as I don't, because I'm not enjoying watching him in his element in this case. I don't want to go see him in another case, but I kind of do, just for comparison. I really do. I want to see, is he this bad all the time? Or Is it just turned up to 11 in this case for some reason, right? Theatrical, deliberate, on purpose, or just he is floundering so hard because of the problems that he has with his case? I would love to know. But yeah, the marvelous one. Oh, rip. Rip Marvin Hagler. He was definitely one of my favorites. John Duncan, for Andrea's new pens and notebooks to keep up with Bukhenik's lies. Thank you. As I mentioned, I'm going to need them. I am just now coming on to legal pad number 14, and I've got 4 of my whole box of Uniball pens left. Started with 12. I'm down to 4. Once this one I'm currently writing with runs out. So I will indeed go get some more pens and pads. Thank you very much. Jason Sorensen, Lally doesn't need to worry about what the defense will ask because knows Bev will just protect him. Some of these sustained, I don't get it. I don't know what your thinking is for why you're not allowing this and not requiring him to state the basis for what he's objecting to. Makes it all the more opaque. Like if you wanted to look like you were running a biased court, that's what you would do, right? You would make the basis for your rulings about who is allowed to do what opaque. If you wanted to look impartial, you would make that transparent. You would make them state the basis and you would either deny it or uphold it. Not letting him get into the witness prep. And when's the first time you saw this video? That's sus as hell. That is really, really, really super sus. And I don't know what the basis for that objection was. I don't know. Was it a facts, not an evidence issue? Because we don't know if he ever saw it with Lally. Well, that's how you answer the question then. You just answer the question. Well, I don't know that I ever saw it with Mr. Lally. Yeah, really, really limiting that. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. A lot of this stuff seems extremely nitpicky to me. She just has it in her mind that she wants it done in a certain way, and that's not their style. But it's not her job to police their style. He gets to present Karen Reed's defense. He gets to present the defense. And if the information he is asking for is legitimate, he gets to ask the question. So this nitpicking around the edges of the form is what a lot of this seems to be. And because she'll clarify, well, you can ask it differently. That's saying, I don't like the form of your question. But the form of the question is just, it's just a black hole of objections, you know? You can always nitpick a question. Of course you can nitpick a question, but is that really your job? Alyssa Ramirez, pension Zoom. Yep, that's why I said it. I didn't actually watch the Kyle Rittenhouse trial as it was happening, although I think Jeff watched a lot of it. I didn't watch it as it was happening. I had a bunch of other stuff going on then, but yes, I know that was an issue. The whole litigation of whether we're going to be able to do the pension Zoom because of how it works in the software. Is it still accurate and all of that type of thing. I guess Lally didn't get that memo. He didn't write that brief. So they did get to do their pension Zoom. Although it looks like they did have to use a different video. It looked like they switched from perhaps a just regular video to maybe an enhanced video. Because as soon as he did do that pension Zoom, it was a lot clearer. The first image, the first time he did it, seemed quite pixelated. Just not very clear, not high quality. Much better quality when they came back from that sidebar and pulled it up. So, not your mama's cornbread. This trial is a microcosm of our current clown world. Real question, is this all being done to protect CA? Has to go further up. I'm assuming CA is Colin Albert. I mean, you know, who knows? Who knows? I think it's impossible to talk about protecting Colin Albert without talking about really everybody, because it's the kids. You expect the parents to protect the kids, right? In fact, to some extent, you expect the parents to put themselves on the line to protect their kids. Isn't that what parents do? Isn't that what parents do? You would do anything. You would do anything to protect your kid. Not going to get too far into that debate. I understand. Some people know I would turn my kid into the cops, stuff like that. I understand. But would these people? That's really the question we have. Would these people turn their kids into the cops? I mean, didn't turn their brother into the cops, right? When we heard about, which one was it? Chris? Or was it Tim? I forget which one did the hit and run and ran to Fairview, where they later found him. They traced the oil and transmission fluid and stuff from his car down the road, up the driveway at Fairview where it's parked. Hadn't turned him in, had they? They had to do that whole trace job. So if you're not going to turn in your brother, are you going to turn in, your son, your nephew, any of those people? Nah, I don't think so. I don't think so. So yeah, it's possible it's protecting Colin. It's possible it's protecting Higgins. Possible it's protecting Brian. Those are the three third-party suspects that the defense has named. Could be any of them, as far as I know. But it has to go further up. I mean, that's what we'd all like to know, isn't it? Why would all of these people, how's Berkowitz fit into this? The chief of police is willing to get involved in all this. He's allowing his facilities to be used for this investigation when his agency is conflicted out. He's out there, as Mr. Jackson pointed out so well today, very, very, very effective form of questioning there. He's out there conducting his own investigation at the scene when his agency has been conflicted out. I thought it was pretty funny that Trooper Bukhenik's like, oh no, nothing suspicious about that. It's his jurisdiction. He's driving around. Well, this is not a main thoroughfare to anywhere. You yourself have acknowledged it's out of your way to get to Canton Police Department. It's not on the main roads. It's not on the main roads. Are we to believe that this is his normal route? Where does he live? I mean, you could show me that. You could show me that. If it's not weird for him to be in this area and he's in that area all the time, I'm sure the Commonwealth is going to be able to demonstrate that. So why him? I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know if this is just a very strong thin blue line culture here. I can't think it is, because the dead guy on the lawn, he's supposed to be in that club. He's supposed to be in that club. So what else is it? I don't know. The problem is just that if there is a culture of dirtiness, a lot of people get stained by that. And, Burke in particular, this is his department. Buck stops at the top. And some people will even say that culture trickles down, right? Because he's the one in the position to decide what he tolerates from his people and the kind of culture he's going to promote, what he's going to call out, what he's going to penalize. That goes back to him. So if there's a dirty culture in Canton, yeah, you gotta look at who's responsible for that. Who has accountability for that? If not the guy at the top, if not the guy in charge for all of that, who's really responsible for it? What more does defense need to bring in third party? Can they still argue that? Yeah. So like I said earlier, Bev seems to think that there is simply not enough direct evidence of involvement for them to ask those questions about potentially being involved, but that can change. That can change. She seems to be looking at it as so far it's the defense's case is consistent with a third party theory, but it hasn't tilted the scale in favor of, well, these people probably did it, right? The cover-up's not enough for her, the butt dials, the improbable explanations, the bad Life 360 data, contradicting them. These things are apparently not enough for Judge Bev because they're circumstantial. They're not smoking guns. The defense doesn't have a smoking gun yet. Legally, it is not a smoking gun standard, but that seems to be, kind of the level that she's holding them to. So yes, it can change depending on what else they have. What else they have that they can bring out to not just show these people are acting real shady about this stuff, but that these people are doing specific things that either implicate them in trying to cover something up, or that tend to show, more than just we're being shady, that we were in fact, that John O'Keefe did in fact go to the house, that somebody did have a fight with John O'Keefe. That seems to be the standard that she's applying, because they have so much circumstantial evidence of the consciousness of guilt, right? I mean, the butt dials, the bad explanations, the morning meeting, the Lank's garage, Lank's driveway. I mean, that's the whole thing with circumstantial evidence. The jury's going to be instructed. It's not any more or less valuable than direct evidence. Circumstantial evidence is perfectly valid. They're entitled to rely on it. It's just that most people don't put a lot of weight on isolated circumstances. But once those circumstances start to accumulate, you have 5 or 6 different people claiming a butt dial. You have people trying to put a white Jeep in the line of sight of the people, who had the direct visual on the SUV and what was going on inside the SUV at the time. You have Jen McCabe going to and from the door, watching this whole time, texting the whole time, calling repeatedly, but just mysteriously doesn't see anything, doesn't see the supposed accident happening. Have all these people leaving the house where there's supposed to be a body on the lawn right there, their headlights sweeping over it. Nobody sees the thing, even though there's no snow accumulated. His body is found on top of a bunch of snow that was not there. It was not there at 12:30 when he was supposed to be knocked onto that yard. His blood is dripping down the front of his clothing the way it should not be. If he is knocked onto his back and lying on his back, there should not be a single speck of blood on his shoes. And yet we heard there was. These are a lot of circumstances that are piling on to each other to suggest something else happened here. And these people who are acting shady at 34 Fairview, the reason why they're acting shady is because they know more than they are telling us. And their behavior shows that they know more than they're trying to tell us, because they have to deny so much of what's there. They have to deny the Haas long to die in cold Google search. They have to deny all of the phone calls that they made that they weren't supposed to be making. They have to deny. I mean, frankly, saying they didn't see him in the grass when they left, that probably is true. That probably is true. The problem, though, is that he should have been there. He should have been there. Somebody should have seen him. Somebody should have seen him. So, I mean, in some ways, this question is asking me, like, what's in Judge Bev's head, and I don't know. I don't know, because if you're asking me, the legal standard has been met. They need to show something more than just a possibility. And the case law clarifies it has to go to motive. There has to be evidence of motive or intent or opportunity, or some combination of those. We have circumstantial evidence of all of those things. All of those things. I'm still firmly convinced that the well text from Higgins to Karen Reed is probably a lot better evidence of motive for why John O'Keefe, somebody would have bad intentions towards John O'Keefe, than something that happened at Aruba 3 weeks before, a month before. Opportunity, he's on their front yard, okay? He's on the front grass. They have the opportunity to do whatever and say whatever they want to after the fact, particularly after Karen has left. Intent? Intent speaks for itself. As we've said many times, you infer somebody's intent from their actions. Okay, rarely do people, unless you get a confession situation, you know, you don't have direct evidence of intent. If somebody tells you specifically, yeah, I shot him because I intended to kill him, okay, you've got direct evidence of intent. Most of the time, though, you don't have that. You just have proof that you shot him. So you infer people don't shoot people unless you intend to kill them. It's deadly force. So the act speaks for itself. Well, we got circumstantial evidence here that John was put out in the grass sometime after 12:30 because of the snow, because of the fact that nobody saw him coming along. Nobody saw him as they were leaving. He should have been on bare grass. He should have been completely covered in the snow that had fallen if this happened the way that the Commonwealth has described. Does that not speak for itself? Somebody else dumped him out there at a later time. Yeah, I think that speaks to their intent. It speaks to consciousness of guilt. Anthony Evans, Aussie Insider vid shows alt timestamp and flipped. Yeah, I saw a few things. Just in the commentary when I was looking around. One of the things I had seen was a photograph where you could see the lines, the crime scene tape that they had hung around the bob. And so you could see, because the bob is a point of reference, you know, it's up there in like the left-hand corner in the sallyport video that's the mirrored, but in the photograph that was taken, the still photograph, he's on the other side. So you can see that whole configuration is mirrored. I saw a few different breakdowns of it. But since Trooper Bukhenik is just going to go ahead and admit it because he knows they can prove it. Didn't have to get into too many of those details. But of course he did anyway with the things like the 4 is reversed and the police is reversed and all of that type of thing. Duncan, Idaho. I'm like 2 hours behind and not sure if I'll catch up today, but wanted to share this pittance and say hello from the more beautiful but politically dumber side of Washington. Well, thank you so much. Welcome. Come visit anytime. It's not so bad over here. I mean, I will say absolutely the Seattle area is one of the most beautiful places on the planet for like 2 weeks out of the year. The rest of the time, you know, you can't see a whole lot. It's pretty gray, pretty foggy, pretty socked in. I spent 1 year living on the west side. Well, I lived there when I was a kid for a little bit, but I spent 1 year living on the west side after law school. I was in Tacoma. And boy, I'll tell you, it's just like I couldn't do it. I had to get out. I can't handle that much gray. But yes, it is definitely a lot more scenic over there. We have a much more rugged, hard kind of landscape over here. They don't call us the channeled scablands for no reason. But it's not bad over here. Come check it out. Arla7247, with all the stomach surgeries, hard to believe that many drinks, diagnosed with Crohn's disease at age 25, and underwent 10 surgeries in 2 years, as per father, have link from Boston Globe. So I have heard about some of these details with Karen's health condition. I don't know much about it. I'm sure we're going to get it into evidence as we get more into the defense case. Of course, we've heard about the MS. But I had heard that she had Crohn's and you know, yeah, Crohn's is very significant, and that explains a lot of these things that we're hearing. For example, in her interview, why didn't she want to go to the party? According to Trooper Bukhenik, she's having stomach problems. Yeah, that's going to be kind of common with Crohn's, and if you are drinking alcohol, which is going to irritate your stomach and bowel lining. It is inflammatory. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that being an issue. They tried to make a whole thing about her needing an extra bathroom in Aruba, you know, like as if she's because she's a diva or something, seemed to be what they were trying to imply. Yeah, no, if you got Crohn's, if you got really any kind of digestive or bowel issues at all, yeah, just guys, that stuff can be very embarrassing. We all know that, okay? We all know that. Of course, the woman wants some privacy, wants some dignity with these type of health issues. So it does seem hard to believe. Yeah, that said, people, especially if you're an addict, people that are addicts, it won't matter. You know, it won't matter how sick you are. You will still find a way to do it. But we haven't seen any indication that that's who she is, that she is some, you know, chronic alcoholic who would be able to drink that much alcohol and not show any signs at all. Like, yeah, there's definitely people, when you have severe alcoholism, not uncommon. That's when you see like the blood alcohol levels of like 0.3, 0.4. Highest one I've ever seen in a court record myself is like 0.42. Okay, this is going to be lethal for most of us. It's going to be lethal for most of us. But somebody who is that severely alcoholic, I mean, their baseline is going to be well over the legal limit. Okay, just to be able to function what you and I, you know, would consider normal. So yeah, the effect can be blunted by just habitual alcohol use and that type of process. But we don't have any indication that that's who Karen is, that she's a habitual alcohol drinker to such an extent that she's going to be able to throw back 9 drinks in 3 hours and, according to everybody involved, still be behaving perfectly normally, not showing any signs of intoxication. These are police officers. These are police officers. They all know. They all know the FS. They all know the language you put in that report when you're arresting somebody. I saw bloodshot, watery eyes, slurred speech, and I noted a distinct odor of intoxicants emanating from the person's breath. Yeah, it's the same stuff. You read it in every report. They all know what it is. They know what to look for. And none of them said they saw anything like that. But the most important thing of all of it, it's not on the video. It's not on the video and it's not on the receipts. If it's not on the video and it's not on the receipts, it didn't happen. And all that Trooper Bukhenik's testimony about that tells me is the quality of his eyes and his ability to accurately perceive and report what it is that he's looking at. Because if he's seeing 9 drinks, he's seeing things that aren't there. If he's seeing a mystery fog in the back of the sallyport, he's seeing things that aren't there. If he sees things that aren't there, then it seems perfectly plausible to me that he would also not see things that are. And Hank just dropped a super chat with no comment. Thanks so much, Ann. Stephanie L. Judge really shows her bias. Yeah. I mean, I continue to be a little frustrated that the defense is not holding her feet to the fire by making more of their own objections. So much of what Lally is doing is objectionable. But they're really limiting it to those very substantive things, like you're clearly trying to elicit hearsay, you're clearly trying to elicit stuff that you don't have any basis for how you would know it. They're objecting to that type of thing, but just not his terrible questioning, not this form stuff that she's sustaining over and over and over again against the defense, interrupting their flow, just creating a whole problem with their ability to elicit this information that is very much legit. It's legit. They're not holding her feet to the fire by making those same kinds of objections against Mr. Lally, to force her to show that she is fair, that she will apply the same standard to the Commonwealth that she's applying to the defense. I understand there's a lot of strategic reasons that go behind objecting and things like that. But if you want to show that the deck is stacked in this, you really need to do that. Maybe they have written that off. You know, they're not going to pursue that. They don't think it's viable or just whatever. And that's legit too. I mean, I've talked about that before, how it's just nearly impossible to bring up any sort of issue on appeal having to do with judicial bias, because just bad rulings against you, systematic bad rulings against you, it's really not enough. It's really not enough. So maybe they've just let it go and they're making their best decision about what's not going to piss off the jury the most. Because you could be objecting to every single question Mr. Lally asks. Every single question he asks, there's something wrong with it. You could object to every single one. Is Bev going to sustain every single one? Well, that's the million-dollar question. That's what we would sure like to know. But I just don't know that we're ever going to really know that for sure. Nancy Korinsic, so many new words added to our lexicon. I wish I had picked this up when it came through the chat, because I'm not totally sure what this is in reference to. Is this going to the case officer, opposed to the lead investigator? You know, words are important. Words matter. Fighting Usyk, that mirrored vid is sketchy as fuck. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. In and of itself, weird that it's like that. Okay, I would like an explanation. Why is this mirrored? I would like somebody to explain why and how is this mirrored? How did it get collected or presented in that way? But for our purposes of what we accomplished today, yeah, the fact that you didn't mention this is a mirrored video and you let people look at it thinking that it's what you would expect it to be, which is just a normal surveillance video, not mirrored, that's extremely sketch. Nobody special. Clearly an agent of alcohol, fog, and firearms. Yeah, he's just one of his many areas of expertise, I'm sure. And Hank, the defense was correct in opening that there was missing sallyport video. Commonwealth presents it yesterday and it's a lie. The discovery violation makes the defense look disingenuous during opening to jury. I'm mad. Yeah, I mean, there is missing sallyport video, even just in what we were shown here, because skipping around, okay, there's sections that are missing, even of this stuff that's been presented. So, you know, the defense is still correct, you know, in that sense. But yeah, it sure did sound like, didn't it? It sure did sound like the whole basis for the initial objection was that this wasn't even produced. And he even brought it out now, Mr. Jackson did in the cross-examination today. They went and got this after the trial had already started. They went and got this after the trial had already started. So why did Rule 14? Why is Rule 14 not sustained on this one? Why is it one rule for the defense that if we have social media postings for this witness that we didn't produce in discovery, we don't get to use those, we don't get to admit them as evidence, but you have the sallyport video. Your law enforcement agency is an agent of the state for purposes of discovery. What they have, you have. You didn't turn over this video until after trial is already underway, kind of just like those social media posts. One rule for one rule for the other. I'm having a hard time understanding what the distinction is in these situations and why it's okay for one side to produce something extremely late and why it's not okay for the other. Having said that, I don't think this has played bad for the defense at all in this situation. Because they've been able to point out this investigator, this trooper is being misleading. He's being misleading, and they of course, Bev's not going to let him get into the details about whether Mr. Lally is in on that strategy too, right? But we know it was produced after trial. So who would have done that? The prosecutor. The prosecutor would have done that. Yeah. Not cool. Solo YOLO, is it just me or did Buke seem defeated today? Well, I think he is starting to get more uncomfortable, right? He's still got fight in him. I mean, he's still got fight in him. He's got enough fight to make up Magic Fog, you know? He's got enough fight to make up Magic Fog and to fight over the, you know, the report where he told whoever it was that he told that he thought John O'Keefe had been hit in the face with a cocktail glass. You know, he's got fight in him on these details. But yeah, that not jumping in for Trooper Proctor, not willing to jump on that particular grenade with where was all this evidence for 2 weeks. You know, seems like maybe he's got some limits about what he is going to fight about and what he isn't. So maybe we'll see more of those limits explored on Monday. Once he's had a little time over the weekend to simmer over what he knows, what he said. He knows what's coming. He knows some of the stuff that's coming. He knows the Dighton stuff is coming. He knows that's coming. And he knows what he said. And he gets to sit there and think about it and just wait for it. Just wait for it. Truth and transparency. I'll do your Excel sheet with the pieces. Awesome. I would love to see that. I really don't want to have to do it myself. Dag nabbit. Does Lally's failure to ask Yuriy about the sallyport video being mirror image open to him to possible sanctions, or can Lally play dumb? Thanks. I think both Lally can play dumb, or they'll just do what we saw, which is they're going to play, you know, semantic games over what accurate means. The problem would be eliciting false testimony, right? Prosecutors, attorneys are officers of the court. You are not allowed to deliberately elicit false information. You have a duty to be truthful and to ensure that your witnesses are truthful. Arguably a duty to correct them if they, you know, under certain circumstances, if they get on the stand and they lie. That can create a big ethical problem for the lawyer. You can have to withdraw, you can have to correct them, all kinds of problems that situation can cause. So that's why they just play around the edges of their language. It's very, very typical, very typical. Well, accurate, you know, I mean, it is accurate, right? A mirror is accurate. It's accurate, but it's quite misleading, isn't it? Isn't it misleading? So that's where I suspect they would defend it. He didn't say anything that's technically untrue. I didn't have to defend him. I didn't have to defend him. It wasn't, I don't have a responsibility, you know, to bring out that particular detail. And it just ultimately makes him, you know, it makes him look bad. So it's on him. Shane Higgins, hey, great stream. Do you know why the Commonwealth's objections don't have grounds? They can just object for any reason. Thanks for doing what you do. This is how Judge Bev specifically instructed them that she wanted it. She doesn't want them to state the basis for the objection. She wants them to simply say objection, and then she will decide whether she grants it or not. That's what I mean when I say the rulings are extremely opaque. And so if you wanted to create a situation where we have to guess why your rulings are what they are, and you know, open up a lot more room for interpretation that, well, it's just because of the side that you're on and who's making that objection, that's what's driving your rulings. Well, yeah, you would do it like this because we don't know. We don't know. If you force them to at least state the basis for their objection and then rule on that or not, we have something substantive about your thought process that we can work with. We can look at the question, be like, yeah, okay, they objected on foundation. What's the foundation in order to be able to ask this particular question? Has that been established with this person? So therefore, is this a good ruling or a bad ruling? That's a transparent process. But that's not what she's doing. She's just, we don't even know what the basis for the Commonwealth is. They just say object. And then it's up to her up there to decide for herself, is there anything at all in this question that's objectionable? Anything at all? It's not uncommon in a trial that there's a question that's objectionable and you object, but you don't object for the right reason. If you don't object for the right reason, it should be overruled because your basis for presenting the problem is not grounds to keep that question from being asked. There might be another reason why the question shouldn't be asked, but it's your burden as the advocate to call that out and bring it to the court's attention and to preserve that as an issue, right, for future appellate review. I considered this issue. This is the objection that I raised. This is what I got a specific ruling on. So yes, all of that is being very nebulous here. Judge Bev is deciding for herself rather than forcing the Commonwealth to go on record with what they think the problem is. She's just substituting her own view of the questions and how she thinks they should be for whatever the Commonwealth is thinking. So yeah, it's not a good system. Not a good system at all. Palmyra Productions is over here gifting Andrea Burkhart memberships. Thank you so much. Thank you on behalf of everyone who got to benefit from that. It's very generous of you. Desert Cat, sorry if this has been addressed, but it looks to me like John's orange shirt is on the boxing dummy. Anyone else notice this? I had somebody point this out to me on X, and I went and took a look at it, and I'll tell you guys, yeah, they're both orange shirts, but what I'm pretty sure this is a jail shirt. This is what the inmates wear. I wouldn't be surprised at all. Very, very common for the inmates to be in orange. It's eye-catching. You want to be able to see them. So they put them in bright colors. And they'll often have color coding in the clothing based on like security level. So you can see at a glance, oh, that guy's in green. He's a trustee. That guy's in orange. He's just normal general population. That guy's in red. He's one of the high-risk people. Very, very common to use orange in jail clothing. And another reason why, just besides the fact, this is apparently, it's a sallyport. This is where they bring the prisoners in, take them into jail. There's going to be that type of stuff around. But that's pretty classic law enforcement humor to dress up your punching dummy as an inmate. Bob, the punching dummy. Pretty classic humor to dress him up as an inmate, have a rough day, take out your frustration on this guy that's dressed like an inmate. Yeah, that's some cop humor right there. I do remember from one of the reports, I don't remember if it's Proctor's report, but we haven't heard yet from the people that did they did all this analysis of the Lexus before, while it was still in the Canton Sallyport. After Hartnett did her examination, they pulled it out, and according to them, they did things like test the braking distance. They checked the rear view, backup, the clearance. Can you see things? There's an alert system, probably the beep. When you get close to something that you're backing up to, verified that all that stuff works. And they indicated they used something like a man-sized dummy to do that. Oh, it's probably this Bob, probably this Bob. It's the kind of thing. Yeah, I think cops would find that pretty hilarious to have a Bob dressed up like an inmate that you're just zooming that car towards. Maybe you stopped in time, maybe you didn't, I don't know. But that's what I think it is. Catherine Clark, apparently the Commonwealth motion has posted to docket. Awesome. Thank you so much for the heads up. I am going to be keeping my eyes peeled for that. So I'll see what it says. And If nothing else, I will hope, fingers crossed, plan to be prepared to talk about it when we come back on Monday. If I get a chance, I might put something up on Substack, but I'll see if I can find it. Nunzio, did you see where Karen mouthed yesterday something like not calling Proctor ever? It was at the end of the day. Check lawyer recap towards the end of his, I believe. Yeah, I did see that. The lip readers, right? I think at the time I was like, give us a lip reader. Let me know what she's saying. Because she was clearly very, very animated. There were 2 different times, actually. I think the first one was during that sallyport sidebar. Very animated, and people who are much better at reading lips than I am have suggestions that she's saying things like it's reversed or it's the wrong side. I forget exactly what the language was, but then I go back and watch, like, yeah, I could see that being what she's saying. Same thing with this Proctor. I don't know, looking at it in the first instance, what she's saying. But once somebody suggests she's talking about not calling Proctor ever, you go back and watch it. Yeah, it really does look like that's what she's saying. It really does look like that's what she's saying. And she's in a pretty good position to know what they're doing. I mean, as much as anybody, really. Blurry lights. What does Jackson have left to do to move the needle on the third-party culprit issue? Until I can get into Judge Bev's mind, I can't tell you why they're not already there. I really can't. Again, I just feel like she's holding them to a standard of direct evidence that's not legally required. It's not legally required. It's the third-party culprit defense is... It's couched in these very specific terms, but for the most part, it really just has to do with, is this relevant evidence? Is this likely to be helpful to the jury in evaluating what happened? And so randomly throwing out accusations. Well, the neighbor down the street, had a beef with John. So they had a motive. It could have been them, but you have no proof that they were there. You have no proof of just anything like more recent. Could have is really not enough. Could have doesn't establish maybe did or probably did. So there's something here that Judge Bev is looking for, in my opinion, to tilt the scale from could have been this cover up, a lot of shady shit, could have been one of these people, and then all of this scrambling to try to cover it up after the fact. Something needs to tilt the needle in her mind to it probably was. It probably was. Are we not there yet? Are we not there yet? To me, there's just so much that tells me this didn't happen the way the Commonwealth is saying that it happened. So given that, alternative explanation, probably the one. Yeah. I got a lot more faith in the shady stuff than I do that the guy landed on top of a bunch of compacted snow that wasn't there at 12:30 in the morning. Do you think defense will call Carrie Roberts back? $1 million question here. I mean, I would love to know. I was very, very surprised that they didn't cross-examine her. And so I don't know why that is. I don't know if they didn't cross-examine her because they just don't really have any impeachment of her. I don't know if they're waiting for additional evidence to be brought out, foundation to be established before they can come back and talk to her. I don't know. It was a strange decision to me because she did say things that were damaging to Karen. I don't think there's any question about that. That Karen, when she first called in the morning, is like, Maybe he got hit by a plow, he's dead or something like that. I mean, that's not great. The taillight, the finding the phone and the who you gave it to was weird, but I mean, if you don't, she's not necessarily the person to attack on that point. The whole series of interviews, like, you know, the fact that she gave the initial interview and they're talking about it in the group chat, the McAlberts are talking about this in the group chat, and how if they didn't ask the right questions, right, it's on them. Their first interview of Carrie wasn't thorough, that's on them. To my mind, like one of the most incriminating things that's come out so far, way worse than, in my view, than a lot of other stuff in that group chat, because this completely puts the lie to you presenting yourselves as you're these close friends of John O'Keefe that care so much about this investigation. You didn't even come out of the house because you're so concerned about this investigation, not wanting to interfere. They need to be able to do their own work and get it done right. But you know, they under-interviewed her, and your response is that's on them, not how do we fix that? How do we bring that to their attention? They should know. They should know XYZ. No, that was bad. That was bad. But so then, right, she has the other interview at Jen McCabe's house, and that time she tells them everything. And what is the everything according to Jen McCabe? That John really loved Amy and Karen was just a babysitter with benefits. She couldn't wait to say that, right? Couldn't wait to say that. Even though pretty much the only person that doesn't make look bad is Karen. Okay? Makes John look the worst. Makes John look the worst in all of this. That's the justice you want for your friend, is you want to be smearing him out here as this user. That don't look good. That don't look good. But, you know, none of that put to Carrie. None of that put to Carrie. And we don't know why, because we don't know what her answer would be. We don't know what her answer would be. So I did. I found it strange, but it's hard for me to judge it because I don't know what they have to work with her. You know, if it's a strategic decision not to cross-examine somebody, particularly somebody who has, you know, put damaging information out there. So it's possible that they are just intending to rely on this in closing, right? They can impeach. You don't have to always ask somebody questions to impeach them. You can point out things like, look, Carrie Roberts told you X, Y, and Z, but her story evolved. She told you that she saw bare grass under John when they lifted him up, but we saw the photographs of where he was found, and there is no bare grass there. There is a whole bunch of compacted snow underneath him. His blood drops are on top of that compacted snow. Those just aren't the circumstances. So you can always go into closing and just say, look, yeah, Carrie Roberts had damaging stuff to say, but it's not reliable because it doesn't fit. It doesn't fit with the stuff that we can verify. It could be, you know, Carrie Roberts was far more sympathetic than Jen. Far more sympathetic than Jen. So it could be that they made that strategic decision because they didn't necessarily have a lot to work with, and they just didn't want to look like she's not the enemy, right? She's not the enemy. She might misremember. She might have kind of made bad decisions about who she's associating with in the following days and the actions that she's taken and how she's interacting with the McAlberts and stuff. But she's not the ringleader, you know, so just avoiding looking mean by cross-examining her. I just don't know. I can think of a lot of possibilities, But without knowing what they had in their pocket, besides, you know, what's just already out there in the trial, what did they have that needed to come out that didn't come out? We don't know. And so it's just really hard to evaluate whether they're going to call her back because we don't know what they would call her back for, what that information would be. Franz Marks, who and when decided to move Proctor title from lead investigator to case manager? Good question. Is this a formal policy that's written somewhere? Is this, I mean, you know, these are highly bureaucratic agencies. They got all kinds of policies, written guidance, protocols, things like that. Yeah, I'm sure they've got a language guide somewhere. So is it in there? When did it happen? I don't know. That's a great question. I'd love to know that too. Z, Tom Beattie's daughter was friend Colin asked to pick him up before Allie McCabe. On Facebook, Tom said McAlberts have harassed them because they won't lie for them. Well, that's good information to know. See, this is a lot of that stuff that has been going on that people who've been following it from the beginning are aware of, but I'm not. I'm not on Facebook anyway, so I don't follow the whole, like, what people say on Facebook and stuff, which maybe I probably should, just because crazy, the dumb things people will say on Facebook. I don't know what it is about that particular medium, but people just say some really dumb things. So I haven't followed like a lot of that just whole side of the case. And so, yeah, this type of information, that's helpful. That's helpful to know. Because that sounds like, well, it gives us a time frame, right? If Colin asked Tom Beattie's daughter to pick him up, when? The time frame with Colin is pretty important. And on top of that, what did he tell her? I mean, what did he tell her? Squaw Bob is gifted a membership. Thanks for your generosity. Bella Rippler became a YouTube member. Thank you. And Squab Bob. I love that little, I love that avatar with the pigeon. That's great. Little squab. Thank you so much for your generosity. Grant's Pants, if the video is mirrored, why aren't the timestamps? I don't know. We need an explanation for all of this. We need an explanation for how did this video get mirrored? What's the function that allows that to happen? If it was like a digital error, it got extracted, but somehow there's something tweaked and everything got reversed. Would the timestamp be reversed in that situation? How is the timestamp produced and generated? Is that a separate thing? I don't know. I mean, the bottom line is it's on this video file. So you would think if the whole video file like got corrupted or something and it just got reversed, yeah, you'd expect it to be reversed. So how did it end up getting reversed in the first place? Yeah, we do need to know that. Michael Muddragon, Aurora Borealis caused the people to appear in the video. Isn't that a Monty Python skit? It was Aurora Borealis, something like that. At this time of day, in this part of the country, localized entirely within your sallyport. Yes, it's that's from Monty Python. Yeah, localized right there. I mean, it's a Monty Python skit or it's a David Copperfield stage show. I don't really care which one it is. Somebody appeared in a mysterious puff of smoke. But the bottom line is just it's more Trooper Proctor seeing stuff on video that's not there and trying to get us to believe what he tells us over our own eyes. And that tells you exactly the kind of person that Trooper Proctor is, or Trooper Bukhenik. I've been calling him Proctor too. It tells you exactly who Trooper Buinick is. We're supposed to listen to him. His authority tells us what reality is, not the video that we can see with our own eyes. Blessed Mom from Texas. You're amazing. Love your channel. I'm from Oregon. West Coast. Represent. Thank you so much. Appreciate your kind words. Beach Rando to the Yellow Pad Fund. Thank you so much. There will be more. There will be more yellow pads. Yellow pads through the end of June, apparently, to the last week of June, if we're lucky. Palmyra's gifted another membership. Thank you so much. Very generous. Jenny Cakes. Andrea is saying what we are all thinking. We can't all be wrong collectively. Well, you know, that's part of the reason why I say the things I do. Because, like I said at the very beginning here, I'll just go ahead and acknowledge feature of my personality. I accept it. I'm kind of disagreeable. You know, you have the big 5 personality traits, right? The ocean, the openness, conscientiousness, extroversion, agreeableness, and neuroticism. I am not high on agreeableness. I'm not going to agree with somebody just because they say something. I'm going to independently judge things for myself. So I might be a little bit on the extreme in that way. I'm fine being a contrarian. If people don't like me because of what I think, no skin off my back at all. Doesn't matter to me one way or the other. But I recognize, you know, some people are not going to be that disagreeable. And because of that, they are going to question. They're going to find the suggestion from Trooper Bukhenik suggestive. And they're going to think to themselves, you know, I don't want to disagree with him. I want to accept. So is the answer then to question myself and to question my own perspective? Part of the reason why I do this type of commentary and I lay it out how I see it, I tell you what I'm thinking. And if I'm wrong, you know, it's going to get pointed out to me. I'm going to get called out. It's fine. People are wrong sometimes. I'm willing to go ahead and put that out on the line because part of what I'm trying to do is give you permission to also do that. You don't have to create explanations in your own mind for why you're at fault, for why what you don't see on this video doesn't correspond with what Trooper Bukhenik is telling you is on the video. You don't have to accept that the problem is you and your mind and your perception. You don't. You can have confidence in your perception. And when what my eyes tell me is not lining up with what these witnesses are telling me, you have permission to say, I don't agree. I disagree. That's not at all what I'm seeing. So yeah, there's a lot of us seeing it that way. And very important that we be calling that out. SV, Mark Foreman pleaded the fifth to many questions in front of the jury, and DUI guy said on X today, Proctor will testify. We will see, love ya. Yeah, you know, like I said, it gets complicated. Sometimes like you don't do it in front of the jury. Sometimes you can. It gets to be a mess. Gave you my story, my anecdote of the time when the guy invoked in front of the jury. So yeah, can't say it never happens. Maybe it'll happen here. I don't know. I really don't know. That is one way to solve, though, that problem of if the defense can call him, but he's not going to answer certain questions, you can't leave the jury with the misleading impression that just the defense didn't ask those questions because they wanted to ask them. But they know they're not going to be able to get an answer from him. And so the risk is the jury is thinking, well, they didn't ask that question because they knew the answer was going to be bad. You cannot allow that. And so one of the ways to solve that, so it's not misleading, he invokes in front of the jury. And they see for themselves, this is why the defense isn't getting an answer to that question. Marie Martins. Hi, there are 2 lawyers on the jury. Is that good or bad? Thank you. Wow, I didn't know that. That's quite unusual. Quite unusual for lawyers to land on the jury at all. Not impossible. Jeff's been on a jury. I haven't even been summoned for jury duty since I became a lawyer, which is just heartbreaking to me because I would love to do it. I really would. I would love to. Is it good or bad? I think it can be either. You know, the problem is... The problem is lawyers know too much, right? When it comes to just the process and the limits of what they're seeing and the instructions they're getting and so forth. The lawyers have context to understand the bigger picture there in ways that lay people on the jury don't necessarily know. So the risk is that going to infect the deliberation process? Because you're not supposed to bring it in if you know, procedurally the jury has questions, why didn't we see X, Y, or Z, and you're a lawyer and you know, well, probably it was litigated pre-trial and there was a decision made for one reason or another, and here's the possible grounds I could see for that being excluded. Not really the kind of thing that belongs in the deliberations. You're supposed to take your instructions on the law from the judge, and you're supposed to evaluate the evidence as it's presented in court and rely on that. So, on the other hand, though, jurors have seen, or lawyers have seen some stuff. They've seen some stuff. They know how the system works. They know, depending on what kind of lawyer they are, you might know kind of some of these tricks that law enforcement gets up to. Is it good or bad? I just think it depends on other factors, whether a juror is good or bad. It just depends on other factors besides, do they have this specialized type of cognitive training that you get in law school to see problems and think about them in certain ways. I think having analytical brains in general is good. I think that's good. You do want that on a jury. You don't want a jury that is just accepting what's being told to them and not having a strong capacity to be able to process that and evaluate it for themselves. You want a good analytical mind. You want minds that the details matter. Okay, there are specific elements to the crime that the Commonwealth is going to have to establish if they want to get a conviction. Something that lawyers are very attuned to. We're very attuned to these specific technical requirements. And maybe lay people aren't as much. Maybe they aren't as much. Maybe they're just like, look, there's so much evidence here that Karen backed into him and she hit him with a taillight, and maybe we don't have such great evidence of why she did it, but you know what? I mean, looks like murder, and that's what she's charged with, so that's what we're going to go with. No, the lawyer is much more likely, I think, to see that, recognize there's a specific element here that has to be proven, and that matters. The Commonwealth chose what to charge. She's guilty of that or she's not. You don't go and convict somebody because you want to convict them of something. They did something that they should be charged for, just not the thing that she has been charged with. I mean, those are ways that lawyers could potentially be very helpful on the jury. But really, the bottom line for me with picking a jury, simply that question of openness and connection. Are we able to communicate? Do we talk the same kind of language? Are you going to be receptive to what I have to say? Or are you more of a person that is closed? You're going to form a quick impression, and then that's what you're going to run with. Because me, the defense attorney, if that's who you are, I'm on the back foot because you're hearing everything from the Commonwealth before you ever hear anything from me. So if you're making up your mind quick based on limited information, that's structurally during the Commonwealth's case. There are lawyers that are open and there are lawyers that are closed. So the most important factor for me in picking a jury, it doesn't have anything to do with whether they're a lawyer or not. I'm going to be looking at those personality types of characteristics before I start thinking about things like, well, is this the right type of mindset, the right type of background, and things like that I'd want for this particular case. Squad Bob's now gifted 5 memberships. Dude, you're a high roller. Thank you so much for your generosity. Fighting Usyk. Light hits J.O.'s elbow. Cuts on shards. Staggers back. Hits hydrant. Falls down. Sits up. Dies. I mean, I'd want to see a reconstruction. Would there be tissue, hair, stuff on the hydrant in the area? I mean, it would be there, right? Maybe not stuck to the hydrant because of all the snow and whatever, but it would just melt onto the ground. Although who knows what hair does, you know, in this this mysterious area of Canton, where it will cling to the back of the car through the 60-mile round trip in the blizzard, in the windy blizzard. I mean, again, I just keep coming back to, you can always conceive, I mean, pretty much always, you can always imagine ways that are consistent with the laws of physics to explain the evidence that you have, right? But that's kind of going the wrong direction. I mean, here's Trooper Bukhenik telling us on the stand we're supposed to follow the evidence. We just go where the evidence leads us. Yeah, you're not supposed to start from the perception that John O'Keefe must have been hit by this car. How can we imagine the ways in which it would have happened that would be consistent with the evidence? You're always going to be able to imagine something, but that doesn't mean it's plausible. That doesn't mean it's likely. It certainly doesn't mean we can say beyond a reasonable doubt that that's what happened. So I want to see what the Commonwealth's position is. I want to see how they say this thing took place. What's their theory of how this took place? Maybe this will be what it is. Maybe they'll have somebody show me, you know, fancy little demonstrative with little people and little characters and how the forces would act and stuff like that. Maybe they'll do that. I'm open to it, waiting to see it. Because, yeah, I'm going to evaluate that. Does this look realistic? Does this look realistic? Does this comport with the evidence? Is that something that nobody would see? Was he found close enough to the hydrant for this to be feasible? You know, is it feasible given the injuries he had that he was walking around for a while to drip blood, but not long enough to be able to like go get help, to be able to call out for help? You know, there's just a lot of these things that the pieces would have to fit for that theory. Jeffrey Brodeur. Marvin Hagler is also from Brockton, Massachusetts, where Good Samaritan is. I did not know that. I didn't know that, but that is, it's a small world, guys. It's a very small world. Z. Allegedly Chief B dodging subpoena. Can FBI help? I don't know. A police chief dodging a subpoena. It's pretty sketch. Usually you can get substitute service for things. So there's lots of ways that you can serve a document, right? The preferred is you stick it into their hand personally. But even short of that, just normal service is often you just leave it at their house with someone of suitable age and discretion residing inside. That's kind of the common language that gets used for personal service at somebody's residence. It doesn't actually have to be to them in their hand, as long as it's to their house and it's, you know, somebody who belongs there. It's not like the maid or a visitor or something like that. So what, is he never at home? Never answers the door? Possible. If you can't get personal service on somebody and they're evading, typically what you do is you file a motion to allow alternative service. Now, I don't know what options there are in Massachusetts, not something I've looked up, but typically, you know, evading service is not, it's not a new idea. People have had this idea for a long time. And it's not a game where if you can hide out long enough, there's just no recourse, no way to overcome that, typically speaking. So most places, if somebody is evading service, you've tried all the normal ways and it's not working, you can go ask for permission to serve through alternative means. And what that can be all over the place. It can be you can serve him at their place of work. Hello, he's, you know, well, I guess he's not the chief of police anymore, right? He's retired, so you can't serve him through You can't serve him through the Canton Police Department anymore, but does he get a pension? Can you serve him through that office that administers that pension? Deliver it to them. Can you deliver it through the police union? Can you deliver it through any type of organization like that he has contact with? You can serve it by mail. You can serve it by email. There's like all kinds of different ways that you can get it approved, all the way down to like the weakest of the weak forms of service that gets authorized, which is publication. You just publish it in the newspaper and it's on notice, that it's out there. Lots of different alternatives can be approved by a court if somebody is evading. So that's what I would expect they would turn to if this is the case. If Chief Berkowitz is not making himself available for service, if he is, I don't know, just, yeah, if you can prove he's trying to evade it, then I think your first step is going to be to ask for alternative service. Tracy Collins, have you seen the mismatched shoes? Tagged you on X. I have not seen the mismatched shoes. So let me see. Oh, I'm sorry guys, I get a lot of notifications. I'll see if I can find it real quick. I see what you're looking at. Okay, let me go ahead and share this photo. All right, gotta bring it up here. Right here. This is what we're looking at. And so what this seems to show is that we got a white sole on the sneaker on the bottom, all the way to the bottom of the sneaker that Trooper Bukhenik is holding here in court. And the photograph of the sneaker that was found in the snow, would you look at that? It's got a black sole. Now, unless we got mirror images here too, the one that's on the ground in the snow is the left sneaker. And the one that is on his, in evidence on the stand there is the right sneaker. So all I would need to see here is some kind of verification. Are these sneakers supposed to have the same sole if you go out and you buy them in the store? Sometimes they make them this way, they're not exactly identical. Maybe they sell them with one black sole and one white sole. I don't know. Let's find out. Somebody find that out and tell me. 'Cause yeah, that's kind of a detail that I would like to know. Thank you very much for bringing that up. That's intriguing. And that does tend to support this theory, right? That we're just going to potentially put whatever we can out there. It doesn't have to be her taillight, as long as we can get some taillight out there, as long as we can get some shoe, some hat out there. It doesn't necessarily have to be his. I wonder if we're going to hear about any DNA testing on this hat. Did they confirm that was in fact his hat? I don't know. Anthony Evans, today Jackson said the defense is calling Proctor. Well, I mean, yeah, that just confirms what we already knew from that pretrial hearing. That's what Ms. Little said, that they would call him if the Commonwealth doesn't. So, Jackie Kennedy, thank you, Andrea. It's been fun hanging out this week. Have a great weekend. Thank you. It has been fun. It has been fun. It's such a blessing to me to just have this opportunity. I'm watching this stuff anyway, and to get to watch it with all of you guys, share our thoughts, get all this information that we can put together. It's just a blessing. I'm so appreciative of being able to do that. So thank you all for being here as well. And I will have a great weekend. You do the same. It's going to be an early one on Monday, so better do what we can to recharge while we can. Kendall Neeson, thanks for explaining normal versus unusual. Well, you're welcome. You're welcome. Arla7247, so sorry for Judge Bev's husband if married. She could be a very different person, not in the courtroom, She could, I don't know. But she doesn't seem, she seems quite nitpicky to me, just from how she conducts herself on the bench. Not sure that type of thing is something husbands tend to appreciate if that carries over in the home. Kiernoth, what were your initial impressions about the case? Did you always think there was a cover-up, or did you slowly come to that conclusion with more info? So I was extremely neutral on this case for most of the time that I knew about this case, because I really didn't know that much about it. I wasn't following it during the early stages. I just knew the 10,000 foot view. She's being charged with murder. It's alleged she hit him with her car. She's saying it was a cover-up. The first thing that really got me intrigued by the case, the first thing that really caught my attention was when I heard about the TUI stuff, the TUI request, through which, you know, the defense was in the Commonwealth, but the defense primarily was able to get access to these thousands and thousands of pages of information from the FBI, from their own investigation, which, from as far as what we know, is not concluded. It's still ongoing. This caught my attention big time because they have an exemption under TUI to not turn things over when the investigation is still ongoing, when it would impair an ongoing investigation. Yet they chose not to invoke that here and just hand all of this stuff over. It's unheard of. It's unheard of. That degree of cooperation with the defense, unheard of. So that caught my attention, like, whoa, there is definitely something weird going on here, something strange going on here. As far as the facts of the case and what caught my attention and got me looking at it side-eye, like for many people, it was the autopsy photo. When I saw those autopsy photos and I see a guy that looks like he's been in a fight, got the gashes, his nose is bleeding. He's got what looks like a frickin' classic boxer's fracture on his hand. A classic boxer's fracture on his hand. I don't care. I don't care the details of is the bone actually broken or not. When you punch somebody and you don't land square, you don't land square on your knuckles, or you twist a little bit, it is such a common injury to this part of your hand. It is called a boxer's fracture. It's on his hand in the autopsy photo. The arm, not like any arm in a car accident I've ever seen. Not like any arm in a car accident that I can really even imagine. So that's what got my attention in terms of the facts of the case. Wait a minute. This guy right here, this guy, they're saying got killed in a car accident? I gotta see what this explanation is for this arm. I gotta see what this explanation is for this boxer's fracture, this bloody nose. His nose I've been around for a while. I had my own face battered pretty good. I've seen a lot of people get their face battered by other people's fists. Know what it looks like. Looks like this guy right here. Yeah, looks like a fight. Looks like a fight. So if that's all I have to go on, nothing else, and you're asking me, car accident, fight, clearly, fight. This was a fight. Obviously, it's not in a vacuum. There's more there. That's why I'm watching this trial. I want to know. How is this a car accident? We're still not there. All these weeks into the Commonwealth's case, we still haven't addressed the elephant in the room, which is the condition of John O'Keefe, because he sure looks like he's been in a fight. AKA the Cat Lady's a new member. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining. Rob Inson, why isn't the defense making a record about these things? They're just approaching. There's no argument to show on appeal. So the sidebar is going to be recorded for appeal. It's just not being held in open court, but the court reporter is going to be there transcribing what is happening during the sidebars. That's part of why she has that whole system set up. so that she can basically hear what's going on and take it down, even if they're talking low, or like, I don't think they're using the white noise machine here like they did in Dutt versus Heard, but all of that is becoming part of the record. So those arguments are being preserved. So in that sense, do not be alarmed. They are making their record by having those sidebars, requesting to approach when they need to clarify something, when they need to know what the basis is for her ruling, see if there's any way they can work around it, that type of thing. Kirnoff became a YouTube member. Welcome. Lissa M. People close to the defense said footage of her car pulling into Sallyport from the angle that would show broken taillight is still missing. The same camera that showed them removing taillight housing. That could be. I mean, I don't know where the cameras are in the Sallyport. I don't know how they took all these photos and all these videos. I don't know what was still. I don't know what came from a surveillance system. That could be. I'd like to see that be elicited if that's the case. Trooper Bukhenik will probably pass the buck on that, like he's been passing the buck on some of this other stuff. Didn't he say, I didn't collect the Sallyport video? Didn't he say that? Proctor did? He said he didn't collect the video of April this year. Did you go to CPD to get video? I went to collect already extracted surveillance. That's what he said. So he wasn't involved in the request to extract. Seems to be what that's getting at. He's not the one that decided what's going to be looked at, what's going to be extracted and preserved for this trial. So he will probably pass the buck on how those decisions were made, right? The kind of decisions that the lead investigator will often make in the case. What you need, what's available, what your priorities are. Yeah, would like to see that elicited for sure. Shauna Coles, newer Lexus safety feature automatically brake if you're going to back into something. Yeah, wouldn't surprise me. Wouldn't surprise me. So many safety features available on cars now. Automatic braking, the backup, backup camera, backup alert, all of that type of thing. And that's where I'm also interested to see how much of this is going to be preserved in the car's computer system. Modern cars, computer chips run everything. This is not the glory days of 40 years ago, 30 years ago, where the car is still mostly mechanical, I want what I want for my car. I want an old IDI engine, an indirect injection engine, an old diesel, it's old Ford diesel engine, because it's the only one that the timing of the injection is not controlled by a computer. It's all mechanical. It's just all like how the levers are timed to run that engine firing. Nearly all modern cars, they're run by chips. Even the basic engine, the timing is run by a chip. And just as cars have gotten more and more complex with all of these different systems and things like that, there's just more and more that is computer operated. But computer chips, that are running programs, they tend to preserve information. They tend to kind of leave a record of what it is that they're doing for their activity. A lot of that is plugged into the car's diagnostic system, the little OBD port that you get to from underneath the dash. And, they have the little code reader. If you go to somewhere like AutoZone or something like that, I'm pretty sure they'll run the code reader for you if you don't have one, and you just pull the OBD plug out of your dash, and they plug the thing in, and it'll pick up diagnostic codes that tell you about the activities of different parts of the car's system. And so that's where, you can see what code is being thrown and what does that mean. If these codes together are all firing, well, that's going to narrow it down to me to a fuel system problem. And so I'm going to be able to try, is it the fuel pump? Is it one of the lines? Is it, do I have a pressure loss? What's the deal? Do I have bad fuel? So just so much of that computer information now available in cars. And it's, I forget what the name of that, boy, somebody is going to have to remind me in the chat again, because my husband's going to give me a hard time. Can't remember the name, about how the memory, it just exponentially increases, right? The computer technology, it increases exponentially. It's not like a gradual accumulation. It happens fast. Things get really, really complicated really fast. And that's what we see with the cars. We've gone from, in a relatively short period of time, almost no computer programming, to this massive amount of computer programming that goes into a car. So what information do they have about that from Karen's car systems? What do they have? I don't know, but I want to know, and I am waiting to find out. Shiraz became a new YouTube member. Welcome, and gifted 10 memberships. Thank you so much. It's very generous of you. Really appreciate your support for the channel. P. Lola's mom, more pads and pencils. Love the channel. Thank you so much. Thank you. I am definitely going to need plenty of pads and pencils as this thing drags on. Bird, Jackson reportedly said outside the courthouse that Trooper Proctor will be called by the prosecution. So yeah, I haven't seen any of this yet. Getting a little bit of information from both sides. To me, again, I'm seeing steps that they're taking that, to me, yeah, it looks a lot like they're trying to keep that door open to not call him. But I just don't think they're going to be able to get there. There's too much that Proctor has had his hands on that he's the only person who can testify to. The chain of custody being such a critical one of those. He's the one that chose to take responsibility for this stuff, to take custody for it. And that means he's the only one with personal knowledge of how it got from point A to point B. So it's hard for me to imagine them not calling him, even though it does look like they're trying to set that up. But just even if they don't get a missing witness instruction, it does. It looks so bad. You don't get around that. Not after what the jury has already heard, what they heard in opening about the search in her phone for nudes. Okay. They're not allowed to consider that as evidence, and they'll be told that, but they haven't forgotten that. Nobody has forgotten that. They're going to want to know why he's not there. If the Commonwealth doesn't call him, it's just handing. It's just handing. It's handing a piece of the frame up to the defense. Because why is he not here? Because he framed him? It's a plausible explanation, isn't it? Yeah, I don't know. If you asked me to bet right now on yes or no, does the prosecution call him? Do they not call him? I would bet yes. I would still bet yes. But it really does look like they would like to not, if they could possibly get away with it. I think it's just a question of, what's the downside if they don't? How bad is it going to make them look? Is there a way to mitigate that? If they could find a way to mitigate it, I think they wouldn't call him. If Trooper Proctor ends up mysteriously sick or in the hospital or something like that, wouldn't that be convenient? Because that's an explanation that's built in for you for why he's not there. Just put that out there. Janine C., hello from New Jersey. Thanks for covering this in so much detail. I've learned so much from you and always look forward to your streams. Thank you. It's a nice thing to say. Really appreciate all the positive feedback. It's good to know that what you do, people find valuable. It's very validating. You can sometimes get kind of isolated as a lawyer, and particularly as a criminal defense lawyer. Not all that usual to kind of look around and wonder, what am I doing? What am I doing? What does this all mean? Is this right? Am I on the right path? Am I going in the right direction? And so just knowing that that what I'm doing here is something that is helpful for people. It does. It matters. And so I appreciate you sharing that with me. Michael Muddragon, the Aurora comment was a Simpsons joke, but I agree with Jeff. It's always a good time for a Monty Python reference. Okay. Yeah. Sometimes they're very close, right? Sometimes they're very close. I probably should have spotted a Simpsons reference too. Aurora Borealis. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I knew the reference. Just didn't quite have it nailed down exactly right. Thanks for clarifying that for me. Anspan65 became a YouTube member. Welcome. Thank you so much for your support. Tracy Collins, people on the web have figured out they are different colors because they are different years made. Well, that's interesting, isn't it? Isn't it? This is not a pair of sneakers that somebody buys with mismatched soles. They're different years. Different years. So, did John O'Keefe have different years of these shoes? If we go back and look in John O'Keefe's closet for what he had at the time, did he have 2 years of Nike shoes and just, on purpose or accidentally wore the wrong ones? I don't know. But it sure looks sus, doesn't it? Sure looks sus. Not what you would normally expect to be on somebody's feet. You'd expect them to be wearing the matching shoes that they bought at the same time. Shy Gal 8, does Brian Higgins have a deal? I have heard that. I have wondered about this. Thanks for doing this. Love hanging out. You're awesome. Thank you so much. I love hanging out with all you guys too. It is great. It's so much fun. So the reason why you've heard the possibility that Brian Higgins has a deal is because it goes back to pretrial statements that were made in court by David Yannetti, where he referred very specifically to Brian Higgins's federal proffer. And so there's been a lot of back and forth about that choice of words and what it means, because in the world of criminal defense, federal proffer has a very specific meaning. This is not a general term that you use to talk about a lot of different possibilities. No. A federal proffer is what they call a free talk deal. And so it usually is going to be in combination with something like a plea agreement or a cooperation agreement where you're not going to be prosecuted or you're going to get use immunity in exchange for what information you give the feds, the federal law enforcement, to be able to go and pursue another suspect. So the federal proffer is literally a situation where there's like standard forms for it and stuff. This is so routine where you get the free talk. It's the free talk because the statements that you give them, they can't be used against you. And in exchange, the feds interview you, you provide them with truthful, complete information. That's the condition for the proffer. You get the deal where you get the use immunity or you get the plea agreement or whatever it is in exchange for that information that you gave to law enforcement being truthful. That's what a federal proffer is. So that's why there is a lot of suspicion, and I share this suspicion, that Brian Higgins has some kind of agreement that he's reached with federal law enforcement. That's the use of the words federal proffer. It's not accident. It means something very specific. Now, what I don't know, however, is what that would be about. It's not necessarily about this case, right? It could be about something else, particularly if we're seeing the federal investigation is not limited to this case. It's about something different. It just has some overlap with this case for whatever reason, likely because of the particular targets or the subject area. If this is a corruption investigation, then, yeah, it would make sense that you'd be looking at investigations that this agency has conducted to look for the possibility of corruption there. So it could be related to something a lot bigger. And, we don't know what type of legal exposure he may have had that would trigger this type of plea agreement. We have a hint, right? Jackson suggested during his cross-examination that it's a crime for him to have used the federal extraction, the phone extraction equipment, those facilities and stuff like that for his own personal use and benefit. It wasn't related to anything he was investigating. It wasn't relating to his job. It was relating to his role as a witness, which is a personal capacity. That constitutes a crime under federal law. Now, would he be prosecuted for it? I don't know. I mean, there's so much prosecutorial discretion with what gets charged and what doesn't. And a lot of times it just kind of seems to depend on, what kind of animal you are. Are you as equal as those other animals or not quite as equal as them? So I don't know if from a practical standpoint, it's something that he was likely to be prosecuted for, but it does seem like it's something that there is a potential for him to be prosecuted for. And when he was on cross-examination, he had that little recess to be able to consult with his attorney, right? About whether he was going to be answering that specific question about his legal exposure. And he answered it. He didn't invoke. He didn't avoid it. No, he said, I'm not aware of that. Well, possible that his proffer related to that. You tell us everything you know. We won't prosecute you over this nitpicky stuff. I mean, maybe. I'm just putting that out there. It's just in terms of what's possible. So that's kind of the background as far as the Brian Higgins deal, and at least from my perspective and what I know, that's sort of the limits of what we're able to conclude from it. But it all just, the bottom line is it all goes back to that specific language used by Michael Yannetti or David Yannetti in the pretrial hearing, the federal proffer language, because that tends to indicate some type of deal. Palmyra has gifted 5 more Andrea Burkhart memberships. You're awesome. Thank you so much for your generosity and your support for the channel. All right, guys. Well, this has been a little bit of it was a short day. It was a short day, but some pretty good stuff. Pretty good stuff in there. And we know we're getting more when we come back on Monday. So I'll be taking a look to see if I can get a hold of that particular motion that's been filed, the Commonwealth's motion. Don't know anything about what it's about. So I would like to take a look at that and see what's coming, because we'll be getting here very early on Monday to take a look at that litigation. See what I can find out and forecast to be prepared when we come in. So we will be coming in earlier on Monday. I've been starting my stream at 5:45 PST. We'll be starting it at 5:15 PST next time, so that we can be ready for that hearing to start at 8:30 over on the East Coast. So it's going to be a very bright and early morning for me, but wouldn't miss it. And like I said, I'm just so grateful to have all you guys here to share it with me. I'll be watching it anyway, so why not make it a party? Why not have all these extra minds involved? They have so much other information, so many other perspectives and things like that. I find that type of community really valuable. So thanks all of you for being a part of that. One more came up from Jason Sorensen. I have an 85 Ford IDI. I promise you do not want one. We are pulling the motor for a turbo Cummins motor. Yeah, you know, the Cummins swap, I hear the legend of the Cummins swap. I don't necessarily want the IDI because I want to run it all the time. I do. I want the IDI. If I could just pull it and play with it, you know, take it apart and make it work again. That's really what I'd like to do with it. What I have is a 7.3, and my 7.3 is in a van, and it's just the worst. I mean, you want to talk about the worst thing ever. It's having to work on that freaking engine through the doghouse of the van. If it's in the truck, you can get to everything from the top. You know, it's not so bad because it's so leaky. It's a great engine, but it is so leaky. It's constantly blowing O-rings everywhere. And like you just fix one and you got to get in and fix the next one. Pulling that stupid turbocharger out of the doghouse, it's awful. It's awful. But that's the one I have to drive a vehicle. So don't necessarily want the IDI to drive the vehicle, but I'm fascinated with it. I'd love to see it. I'd love to be able to play with it, just get my hands on it. It would be a lot of fun. So, hey, you're doing a Cummins swap. You're going to have an IDI that you pulled. If you don't have a plan for it, hey, maybe we should get in touch. Maybe I can talk my husband into finding a spot in the garage for me to put that motor and tinker with it. Anyway, thanks so much for being here, you guys. I am very much looking forward to this weekend. We are finally getting some beautiful weather here in the Pacific Northwest. Like I told you yesterday, it's been super windy, been really hard on my trees, but now it's getting really nice, very pleasant. And yeah, really looking forward to getting out and enjoying the summer that has finally arrived. I love summer. It's so much my time of year. I mean, honestly, every season is really my season. You know, when it's happening, I love it. But summer does have a special place in my heart. Just, you know, you're out, school's out, you swim, days are so long. I'm going to enjoy it. But Sunday, I'll be trying to get to sleep early while it's still light out. So I'll plan to see you guys back here, 5:15 Pacific Standard Time on Monday. If you don't see anything on my Substack over the weekend about these motions, keep an eye out on Monday. I will do my best to be prepared. And like I said, hopefully I'll be able to get a hold of that and do a little breakdown on it. So until then, guys, enjoy your weekends. Take some time to decompress, do the things that you enjoy. Get outside and enjoy life. Look forward to seeing you all next time.